day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Spotlight Formula event. This is our final event here in the year 2024. Can we all celebrate, first of all, that we've made it through? But you know what? You're not only making it through, you're here because you're doing amazing things. You're here because you want more success. So before we continue, there are some people that are watching me on Facebook. There are some people that are watching us on YouTube. And you know what? That's awesome. I love that you're getting the information. But you know what I want more? I want you to be seen. I want you to be heard. I want you to be understood. So this is what I want you to do. If you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, what I want you to do is I want you to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, go to VIPigniteSummit.com and you're going to get a Zoom link and you're going to click on it. And you're going to come join us over here on Zoom. Awesome, guys. So my name is Denise White. Again, I am the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I am also the president of talent services for Truth Management and Truth Management, which is our mother agency, and VIP Ignite. In addition to that, I host 2 podcasts for the company, the VIP Ignite Live podcast, as well as the Coffee in the Green Room podcast. So can you say that I love what I do? I mean, when you wear that many hats, you obviously love what you do. And I have the unique opportunity to not only help people get into the entertainment industry, but to help transform lives. And that's where my heartbeat is. My heartbeat is helping people transform their lives because I know that if you can hear the sound of my voice, there's something inside of you that's calling you to more. There's something inside of you that's saying, you know what? I love my life right now, but I want more. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. So over the course of the next couple of hours, I am going to be asking you guys to do things, okay? I'm going to ask you to type comments in the comments section, okay? So if I ask you to do that, I'm not asking you to do that so I feel better about myself. Whenever I ask you to do that, it's affirming something in you. Because this day isn't about me. It's not about Mike, who you'll meet later. It's not about Alicia, who you'll meet later. It's about you. It's about you realizing your full potential and acting and modeling in life. So when I ask you to type something in the comments, do it because I'm asking you to affirm something positive in yourself. Okay? I'm going to ask you to do this. I'm going to ask you, don't share personal information in the comments. It may sound, you might be like, but Deneen, like, what if they see it? You know, that you're right. What if they see it? But what if someone sees it and uses it for not your good? Right? You have to understand something. This is an open forum, okay? I know a lot of the people on this call, and I love each and every one of you so much, but there are some people that I don't know on this call, and I promise you I will love you too, but I don't know you, okay? So don't share your personal information. If you're that type of person who gets really like distracted, oh, what's going on in the comments? My comments are over there. That's why I did that. Then just turn them off, okay? Turn them off. You don't need to see what's going on in the comments. I'm also going to ask you to drink water throughout the day, okay? The reason I'm going to ask you to drink water is not because I want you to go to the restroom. It's because I want you to be hydrated because your body is made mostly of water, okay? I'm also going to ask you to stand up. So if you don't have pants on, this is a good time to turn off your camera, put on your pants because I'm going to get you up and moving today, okay? And we're going to have a lot of amazing special guests. So what I want to do is I want to talk a little bit about what we did yesterday and what we're going to do today. But before I do that, I'm going to ask you to do something for me. Okay. So a lot of you are coming in and maybe you have a baseline of knowledge of the entertainment industry. Maybe you think you know about the entertainment industry because you know you've been doing this. You've been doing your research. Okay. What I'm going to ask you to do is this. I'm going to ask you to put aside everything that you think you know about the entertainment industry. And I'm going to ask you to come in with curiosity. Okay, I'm going to ask you to, when you hear someone speak and they say something that's maybe a little bit different than what you currently believe, be curious. Think, well, what if that were true? What if that were something I need to know? What if that person knows more than I do? And what if I took that knowledge and I applied it? How would that change my life? Yesterday when we were talking, when we first started, the The comparison that I want you to think about is this. If you have a piece of glass in your hand, that's great. It's a piece of glass, right? If you're like me and you're almost blind, you put glass together, you can see better, right? But for a lot of people, a piece of glass is just it's an object, right? But if you hold that glass up to light, what happens? Put it in the comments. If you hold that glass up to light in just the right way, what happens? It becomes a prism. It shines. All of a sudden, that light that looks white, all refraction. Thank you, Trayvon. That light that looks white, all of a sudden, is all the colors of the rainbow. So what I want you to do is, as we're going through this day, I don't want you to see the information that we're giving you as just a plain piece of glass, a block of glass. I want you to hold it up to the light, and I want you to allow yourself to see it from a different perspective. Whether this is your first time on one of these calls, or if you've been on every single one of them like I have, I want you to come in with curiosity. Can I get you to commit for the next couple of hours while you're on this call to be curious? If I can, type yes in the comments. If you will be curious, type yes in the comments. Because I want your life to be transformed. But the only way that your life is going to be transformed is if you allow yourself to go on this journey with us. Right? How many of you have ever seen the movie The Karate Kid? Right? Mr. Miyagi at the very beginning, after Daniel gets the crap beat out of him by Johnny, Mr. Miyagi agrees to train Daniel, and he says, I'm going to train you, but you're not allowed to ask me questions. You do what I say. You do what I say, Daniel-san. So Daniel's like, yeah, of course I'll do that. He hands him a bucket of water. He hands him a couple sponges, and Daniel's like, what are we doing? He's, no, ask questions. Just wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. And after a couple days, Daniel's like, oh, you're a slave. I'm not learning anything. I quit. And no, you no quit. You no ask questions. Right? Then Mr. Miyagi shows him how much he's just learned by doing things over and over and over again. So if you're on this call and you've been on these calls and you feel like you know, you don't. There's always more to learn, okay? So if you can be curious, again, this is what I want you to ask. Will you agree that for the next couple of hours, you take everything that you think you know, put it to the side, and you'll be curious? If you can commit to that, type yes in the comments. So yesterday, what we talked about was we talked about some transformation stories of people that we've worked with. People who, when they started working with us, they were college students, they were church secretaries, and they've gone on to have amazing careers. How many of you are here because you're looking for that transformation? If you're here because you're looking for a transformation, type yes in the comments. Because that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to go through some transformation stories with you that I'm really proud of. I'm really excited to share those with you because in every story, you are in that story. We also talked about using improv. How many of you know how important improv is as an actor? If you do, type yes in the comments. We're going to talk more about improv today. It's one of the most important skills you have because you know what? Like if you're on set and something happens, and you're like, whoa, I don't know what to do. Like you have to be able to think on your feet. It's one of the greatest characteristics of actors. One of the coaches that we work with, his name is Bobby Finaro. He was on The Sopranos. He was also in the movie The Irishman. The scene that he was in was the one that he improv'd. He like came up with those lines on the fly. And that's the scene that Martin Scorsese decided to keep. How many of you would be really proud if you were on a Martin Scorsese film because you studied improv? That was the scene that was kept. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. We also talked about the different types of modeling yesterday. A lot of people come in like, oh, I can't model. I'm too old. I'm too young. I'm too this. I'm too that. But Mike took the blinders off of our eyes yesterday about modeling. If you were here yesterday, in the comments, let me know, what type of modeling do you qualify for? We also had Alicia Kabak put Tanya Kleckner on the hot seat yesterday. I love it when Alicia asks our special guest questions because she asks questions that you may not even think to ask. How many of you are happy that you have Alicia, who's that piece of glass shedding new light on the industry? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. We also talked with Michael Fonkin. He talked about the millionaire mindset. How many of you caught yourself thinking small when you're like, no, 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 I need to think like a millionaire? And you were able to change it on the dime. Like, just like, hold on. Nope. That's not the right way to think. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. And we also had Ryan Colby get on, talk about first impressions, talk about the career of one of his talent. Literally, when his talent started working with him, he was going to college on Long Island, and he only wanted to be an actor. He stomped his feet every time he had the opportunity to mom, no, 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 I don't want to do that. Right. But now, after 14 years working with Ryan, like, that's how many of you are willing to commit that much time to get where you want to go? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. After stomping his feet and only doing the things he wanted to do, he leaned into his character. He knows who his character is. And now he's on a 2-year contract working on a major TV show that comes out in February. How many of you could see yourself doing that? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. The thing is in order to start reaching those levels of success, to start reaching those levels of mastery, you need to be willing to wax on, wax off for a little while. You need to be willing to change your habits. You need to be willing to start becoming the person that's able to do that. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type yes in the comments. And say we have an amazing day today for you guys. Oh my gosh, I am so excited about this day. So in a couple of minutes, I'm going to share some of our transformation stories of talent that we've worked with. Like, and let me tell you, some of you have seen these people in different movies and different shows. You're like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. I cannot wait to share those with you. Mike's going to come on. He's going to talk about 6 characters every actor needs to land more opportunities. How many of you know your 6 characters already? If anyone says yes, I'm going to. No, you're going to go in with curiosity, right? I want you to go in. April's like, I saw what you were doing. I knew it. I wanted to say yes, but I'm not saying yes. I want you to go in with curiosity. I want you, when he talks, I want you to open up your mind, because maybe you think, you know what, I'm only the funny person, but you know what? Maybe there's more. Are you willing to open your mind and learn? Are you willing to explore some different opportunities than maybe you thought? If you are, type yes in the comments. We're also going to we're going to have one of my favorite speakers come on. His name is Gino Bisconti, and I'll talk more about who he is after Mike speaks. But he's going to talk about laughing your way to authenticity, the true secret to success. The entertainment industry, they're not looking for the next Denzel Washington. They're not looking for the next anything. They're looking for the first you. When Gino speaks, I want you to walk in with curiosity, and I want you to start opening yourself up to your own authenticity, because so many times we were like, okay, I have to be this person because this is what they want, right? Am I the only one that falls into that trap? I don't want you guys typing yes in the comments to that. We all fall into that, right? When I'm with my dad, I'm still like that 12-year-old girl who's like like he still thinks I'm like his child. When I'm here, I'm this person. When I'm with this group, I'm this person, right? But what if we were the same person in all of those circumstances? How would that change your life? Is anyone up for more authenticity? If you are, type yes in the comments. Then Alicia and Ryan are going to talk about what's coming in 2025, the trends for 2025. In order for you to be head and shoulders above your competition, you have to know what's coming for 2025. You have to be ahead of the trend. You don't want to be on trend. You want to be ahead of the trend. We're going to talk about that today. Then we're gonna give you an opportunity to come work with us live in person. How many of you are like, you know what? Zoom is cool, in person's cooler. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. And here's the thing with that. There are so many of you that are on here, like you're gonna be, yeah, 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 this is awesome. Wax on, wax on, wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. And then we're gonna talk about that. You're like, yeah, no. I don't know. I want you to be open for curiosity. When Mike starts talking about the opportunity to come work with us in person, enter that with curiosity. What is it like to be that person who's willing to invest in themselves? What is it like to be that person who's willing to go the extra mile to get what they want, to become that person that they need to be, to that person that you dream of, 2025, new me, new you, new me, new me, new me. You know what I mean? How many of you are willing to actually do that? Are you willing to be curious? Are you willing to say, you know what, let's do this? If you are, type yes in the comments. After that, you're going to have an opportunity of a lifetime to get vocal lessons from a Broadway star. Okay. She's going to talk about her career. She's going to talk about a foundation that she formed for children who are underserved. But then you're going to have the opportunity to get vocal lessons from her. And of course, we don't have like 7 hours for vocal lessons, but what you're going to get in that time is going to radically change your life. How many of you are excited for that opportunity? I am. I'm excited. I'm like, come on, what time? Can we just fast forward to that? Please, just fast forward to that. But we can't. We got a lot of stuff to do, okay? Then after that, we're going to talk about mastering yourself, the key to stardom. We kind of started that this morning, but you know what? We're going to talk more about that at the end of the day too. So are you guys excited for today? If you are, let me see your excited faces. Let me see your excited faces. Okay, awesome. So what I want to start today with is I'm going to share some transformation stories of people that we've worked with. And again, some of these people, you've seen them in movies, okay? And some of them, you haven't seen them yet in movies, but you will, okay? So let's get started. All right. So, oh, hold on. Let's do a slideshow too so you can't see all. There you go. You guys can see my screen. Someone give me a thumbs up. Okay, perfect. So this here is Billy Magnuson. So he was actually one of VIP Ignite's first success stories. Okay. He was a part of a production that Alicia and Mike produced on Broadway. Meryl Streep came in, saw him acting in that play. And that play, by the way, was Vonia, Sonia, Masha, and Spike. Okay, which won the Tony for Best Play in 2013. Everyone give it up for Mike and Alicia for being executive producers of a show that like won a Tony. How cool is that? Billy Magnuson was there, and Meryl Streep came to one of the viewings of the show. She loved him. She gave him his first opportunity in TV and film for a show called In the Woods. Since then, he's gone on to do amazing things. I don't know if did any of you see the new movie Roadhouse? He played the villain. He was like, okay. It was a fun movie. You don't have to think too much to watch it, okay? But he played the villain in Roadhouse. He's also been in multiple other productions. Alicia could give you his resume from top to bottom, but the one movie I saw was like Roadhouse. That's so cool. And he's also being groomed right now to be the next James Bond. How many of you would love to be groomed to be the next James Bond? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments.
Deneen, he was also in Into the Woods, which I think you mentioned, with Meryl Streep, and he was in one of my favorite movies ever called Game Night with Rachel McAdams and Jason Bateman.
There you go. See, Alicia knows it all. Like she can fill in all the gaps. I'm like, yeah,
I'm like Rain Man. Yeah,
you are. That's why
special power.
That's why we work perfectly together. So I'm like, oh yeah, he was in this one right in front of me. And you're like, no, hold on, let me tell you. Awesome. So how many of you? How cool is that? Okay.
If you haven't seen Game Night, watch it.
Okay, I will. I've never seen Game Night. I feel like
what?
I know. I feel like I'm missing out.
Okay, that's your homework tonight.
Okay, well, maybe yes, that'll be my homework. Okay. See, I'm getting homework too. It's not just you guys. Okay, awesome. All right. Next person. So Jessie Giovanni. So she's also one of VIP Ignite's first success stories. So for me, the reason she's so special to me is that when I first started hosting the VIP Ignite Live podcast, she was one of my first guests. So you guys can go back and listen to that episode. But when she came to a VIP Ignite event, she had already invested probably over 6 figures in her education. She went to Fordham University she graduated from Fordham University. She also studied in Russia. She studied Chekhov in Russia. She also went to, I think, Second City in Chicago. And she had all of this tremendous training. Obviously, she has a great look. And she came and she was like, I don't understand why I'm not getting traction. And when Alicia spoke to her and diagnosed her like a doctor, what they found was that the reason she wasn't getting traction is because she didn't know the right people. She had the talent, she had the training, she just didn't have the connections. We talked about that yesterday, right? You need training and coach. You need to amplify your skills. You need more relationships. When you have more relationships, you have more opportunities. She had the training. She had the skills. She just needed the relationships and the opportunities. Coming to VIP Ignite event live, that's what happened for her. And now this is her in Power Book 2 Ghost. Poor Maggie. Anyway, if you haven't seen the show, you'll understand. But she also, not only does she do TV, but she also does a lot of theater as well. This is her on set. I believe this is in Maine. She consistently is performing in theater as well. So when we first met her, like, she was only in New York. Now she's in New York, LA. She's traveling all over the world. She's doing amazing. How many of you would love that? How many of you would love to come to an event?
Let me say one thing. When she went to the event, she met the casting director from Rent, and he was working on a new project with David Hyde Pierce. He met her at the event and he said, "You should audition." Then she auditioned and she booked Broadway, which was huge. Huge. And so the problem with Jess was, and like back in the day when we had like the physical offices where people had, imagine coming from New York City. We didn't have the offices yet in New York City. We had an office in Philly. So it took her 2 hours to get from New York City to Philly. Then she had to hop in a cab when she got to 30th Street Station. It took her 2 hours to come to our office. And I remember looking at her resume and I'm doing all the math going, holy shit. Because Fordham is considered Ivy League. It's $75,000 a year, and she went for 4 years. So you guys do the math. 75 times 4, that's 300 grand. Then when she was done with school, then she went to Russia, studied Chekhov, then she went to Second City. And I did the math and I'm like, holy crap, your parents spent like $300,000. How have you not booked any work? And all the work she had done was like local theater in Maine. She had done extra work. And she's like, this is where that term, you're a sharpened crayon, just waiting to put it into paper. Like she was so like perfect, but she was doing what everybody else was doing, looking for castings on websites. And as we know from yesterday, you can't audition for major roles on a website. And then she went to our event. She knew that she had to invest to get in front of the right people because she couldn't do it on her own. And she said, if somebody just met me, that's all I need. And that's all she needed. She met tremendous people. And then now she does voiceover work for the Transformers. And now she goes to Comic-Con and people actually pay money to not only meet her, but get her autograph and take a picture with her. So
how many of you would love that opportunity to go to Comic-Con, not as a fan, but as someone that people are coming to meet? How awesome would that be? If that sounds like you type yes.
The right rooms. Yes. But then when you do, you have to be ready. And that's what most people aren't. They think that by just investing and getting in the right rooms that they're guaranteed success. And there is no entitlement.
Nope. That's where wax on comes off. You have to put in the reps. Awesome. All right. Oop. Okay, here's another one of our talent, Candace Rayford. So she is one of our inner circle members. And when she first started working with us, she was going through a lot. Okay, she went through times of being displaced, of being homeless. She has 2 children. She's gone through her story would bring you to tears. Okay, but she was consistent working with VIP Ignite. She started out working with us, just doing online coaching. And eventually she got to a point where she was able to invest in herself. She came to an event and then she became a part of our inner circle. And our inner circle is the highest level of talent that we work with. And she was like, she's a savant too. Like she knows how to play. I don't even know how many instruments. She keeps telling me, but I say she plays like 150 instruments. It's probably more like 7 or 8. But she's an amazing musician. And working with us, she got signed to an agency. She actually got signed to 2 agencies in LA. Okay. So you could see here, she was on set at Disney Studios. Okay. Because she was in the right room, she put in the reps, she got the training, she made the connection, she made the relationship, she got more opportunities. Okay. Not only that, I mean, here she is. She's just always doing something. Okay, she's always working. Most recently, she was in San Diego. She opened up for one of the stars of Chuck, the movie, the hit TV series Chuck, Mark Christopher Lawrence, who she met through working with VIP Ignite. She had the opportunity to open for him playing music. He's not only is he an actor, but he's also a comedian. She had the opportunity to open for him. How cool is that? Like, how many of you want that type of opportunity? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. And then this is Big Jordy. Alicia, I'm going to let you tell us more about Big Jordy, okay? Because you know his career. But, like, Big Jordy is another one. He started out, he grew up in Ohio. He knew he wanted to be a model, but everyone told him he wasn't the right size. I think he was too big because he was a football player. And he was like, okay, so he moved out to LA. He used to ride his bike back and forth to castings, ride his bike back and forth to the different agents trying to get an agent. Here he is with Demi Lovato in one of her videos. Here he is on set. He was just a part of a movie that was in a film festival. He was also in Jane the Virgin, right, Alicia? You're muted. You're muted. Allie, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry, I need more coffee. Yeah, Jane the Virgin. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff.
He was also
he's
in a
the face
Pepsi
of Tom
commercial.
Ford Cosmetics for some of his cologne stuff. And then the top left-hand corner with Demi Lovato, that's the song Baby I'm Not Sorry. And Demi Lovato handpicked him. So he does like Levi's, he does Jordache, he does everything. But when we first met him, we were really good friends with the head agent at Ford Model Management in Chicago. And she got an opportunity to go launch her own agency in LA. And she's like, oh, I would love to bring one of my new talent. You know, he's interested in getting into TV and film. He's gorgeous. And we're like, bring him. She was the head of Ford. And when she went to go start her own agency in LA, she's somebody, again, we had a rapport with and, you know, we were friendly with. And that's how we met Big Jordy. I mean, when his agent says you need to go to this event, and he met a lot of casting directors and agents. So now he has a theatrical agent, but then he has an agent in LA and New York. So that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, he was also in the Pepsi and Doritos commercial.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Remember that? We were like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. I love watching the Super Bowl because I'm just waiting. I mean, Jeffrey loves the game. I love the commercials and the halftime show, but I freak out anytime we have anybody affiliated. Yeah. And that time he was in that Dorito commercial, I freaked. Yeah, I screamed. I called you on FaceTime.
Yeah, didn't you? You told him, and he had to tell.
Then I told him. Yeah,
he was like, "Oh, really?"
Yeah, he didn't even know. Awful. I mean, he knew he was in a commercial, but I guess I don't know. He wasn't watching the game, or who knows what he was doing. But yeah, he's really attractive, and you know,
and he's a really nice guy too. He's so like nice. A really good human.
So nice.
Awesome.
And now he's working on his music. So he went from modeling to acting to now music. So.
How many of you can see yourself doing that? If you can, type yes in the comments. This is Carlton. So Carlton, when we met him, we actually met him at a networking event in Las Vegas. And he was like, yeah, you know, I want to be an actor. And he lives in Florida.
He's an entrepreneur. Never been on set before. Yeah, just like, oh, tell me what you guys do. Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah. So Alicia, of course, told him what we do. He came out, he went through an interview process because everyone has to go through an interview process because we want to make sure that this is a good fit for you. And then he came out to our event in Hollywood, and these results are not like normal, but he got signed by an agent in Hollywood immediately because of his look, because of his drive, because even before, once Alicia laid out the roadmap for him, instead of waiting to go to the event, he was like, okay, let me start now. Like he started putting himself out there. He was going through training, and he got signed by an agent in LA. And now he's working consistently. He just did a huge, not only with this stuff here, but he also just did a huge ad for like a basketball movie. He was in a basketball movie. He's done a lot of work. So even if you're an entrepreneur, this is something that can work for you if you're willing to put in the work, if you're willing to put in the reps. How many of you are willing to put in the reps so you can start having this type of success?
And let me add something really quick. So as an entrepreneur, when you don't get guaranteed paychecks like every other Friday, that's a lot of stress when you completely rely upon yourself. So the term hustle really comes into play because even if you don't feel like working, get up, get behind your computer and just do the job. Mm-hmm. And I think as an actor, and I really want to say this, just because, you know, we put them in the right room, most people that I talk to, they just want to be famous. Right? They're just looking to make money, but they're not willing to put in the work. So there's a saying, get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. He knew how to kick butt in private because he was married. He had children. He was 100% dependent on himself. His wife was pregnant. She wasn't working. It was a one income family. And he said, if I invest in myself to do this, I don't have the resources to fail. And I really want you guys to understand that. He didn't have the resources to fail. And I said, well, then just do it effing right. Sorry for, but not sorry for cursing. And that's what he did. He went. And again, Deneen, you've done a lot of training on mindset and, you know, even his friends, he didn't even want to tell his friends he was doing this because as an entrepreneur, they would be like, what are you doing? Now you want to be an actor? So he said, I'm determined to do this. If I can get into the right rooms, I can study, I can read. He's like, I could take it upon myself to make things happen. I said, great, show me. And that's the hardest part. Like when somebody doesn't put in the work, you can't get level 10 opportunities with like trying at a level 2. How many talent do we know, Deneen, that has access to like our trainings and they don't even log in? You have 600 hours. Like we literally have had Monique Coleman from High School Musical, Academy Award winner, the Phantom of the Opera, stars from The Walking Dead. What are you doing that you're that busy that you're not even training? So he did. He went through all of our trainings. And by the time he went to the event, he was a warrior. Yep. He wasn't a wimp. He didn't go in there like, you should sign me. He went in there going, I'm an asset.
He went in with a
plan. I really want you guys to understand that.
It's kind of like what we talked about this morning before we even started the event. Like he didn't put in 1 minute a day. He created a habit of putting in consistent time. Okay, so you have to build that muscle. You have to build that muscle in what, like I said, when come in with curiosity. What are you willing to start doing today? Not tomorrow. What are you willing to start doing today? What habits are you willing to start creating today for success tomorrow? This is Avinash. This is another one of our fun stories. So when Avinash first came to us, he was working in finance and he always wanted to be an actor, but he didn't know where to get started. So he came on to one of Alicia's open calls and he set up an interview to speak with her. And when he first got started, like he came in kicking and screaming, like he knew the opportunity. He knew that he had to make an investment, but he was like, I don't know. His wife actually pushed him over the edge and finally was like, just do it. So he came to one of our events in Atlanta. He went through the training. He was like one of those people, like he literally on every training call, he put himself through the training. He made the connections. He got the knowledge so that he can get more connections and more opportunities. And he reached out to me one day and he's like, oh my gosh, I have this opportunity to be flown to Portugal for like 10 days for a commercial. And I was like, that's awesome. So I vetted it because that's my job, is to make sure that you guys are safe. And I was like, okay, it looks legit. Go for it. Right. So the next thing I know, he's flying to Portugal. He's doing all of these. He's taking all of these pictures and he's like sending me, because that's one of the things you have to do. You have to send us pictures because I want to see. But so the next thing I know, he's like, Denise, my commercial's out. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. And like, we literally, if you see in the lower left-hand corner here, this is him in the zombie. This is for Upwork, right? So we literally, in this year, we traveled all over the country. We were in Mexico when we saw this commercial. So this is the type of success you can have. Not only did he make the right connections, not only did he have the right training and to get the right opportunities, but above this is him on set in Gossip Girl. This is one of his first photos that he took in Atlanta. And I don't know how much you guys know about advertising, but Clio Awards are like kind of like the Oscar of advertising, of commercials. This commercial that he was a part of went on to win 9 Clio Awards. So that's the equivalent of sweeping the Academy Awards. How many of you would love the opportunity to be paid to travel overseas to be a part of a commercial? This commercial looks crazy, right? But this commercial pretty much swept the Clio Awards. How many of you would love that type of opportunity? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. And then this here is Wendy Fouts. She's another one of our transformation stories. So with Wendy, when she first started working with us, she is a nurse. Like she still to this day is a nurse. That's her primary job. But she knew that she wanted to be a producer. She wanted to be a writer. She wanted to be an actress. So she came and she at first, she would be at work when she was on calls, different things like that. And her confidence was great as a nurse, but her confidence as an actor wasn't great, right? Because she hadn't put in the reps yet. But what happened was, through working with VIP Ignite, she got the confidence, she got the skills, right? She got the training, she got the coaching, she got the connections, her skills got amplified. And now there is this director that she's here with. she's the first person that he calls for every one of his films. She has gone to so many different film festivals, walked red carpets because she got in the right room. She got the skills and connections that she needs, and she does this. And like, this is something, maybe she'll never stop being a nurse. But the thing is she's doing something she's passionate about. How many of you would be willing to put in the reps? I mean, she works like 12-hour days. Her primary job is taking care of elderly people. But when she's not caring for them, she is so passionate about this that she's studying. She's always reading film. She's always reading scripts. She's always on set. How many of you would love for that to be your life? You're always on set, always a part of the creative process, walking the red carpet at film festivals. That's the possibility. Up here she is again. This here is the director she works with, but like she's literally, we never know where she is. We were just in San Diego a couple weeks ago. She's like, I actually have a day off. Can we meet up? But we were like in meetings. But like this, I think this is the level of success that she has. She's always doing something. And this here is Wes. We talked about him yesterday. Talk about a transformation story. So when we first started working with him, again, his family didn't support him. He was super insecure about everything. He was not, I would not define him as confident. The first time, for the first photos he took, actually, he looked like a deer in headlights. He was like, it was so uncomfortable. And I honestly, at one point, I was like, are we sure he wants to do this? But he was persistent. Okay. He was absolutely persistent. He kept going. He saved up rent so he could move from Atlanta to New York because he knew there were more opportunities. Now he's in SAG because he believed in himself and he put in the reps and he knew that he had to invest in himself to get in those right rooms. He knew he had to invest in getting the training he needed and moving where the industry is. And now he's in SAG. And again, in February, he's going to be going out to Los Angeles, to Hollywood. From a small, insecure kid living in Atlanta to going on to take on Hollywood. How many of you can see yourself in that story? If you can, type yes in the comments. And another one of our transformation stories. Finances apparently is nursing and finance. They're the two things we work well in. So Scott used to be an accountant. When he came to us, he said he was a reformed accountant. Okay. And he always had this dream. And growing up, he had a wife and he had children. And his best times were not when he was like crunching numbers in the accounting firm that he owned. His best times were when he was on set with his family, when he was helping them with the different productions that they were a part of. So he came, and another one, like the thing I love most about Scott is not only did he show up for his own success, not only did he get the training that amplified his skills, not only did he develop relationships, but he operates in gratitude. Everyone type gratitude in the comments. Every time Scott was on set, every time Scott would come to an event, he always exhibited gratitude. Okay. So when he first started working with us, again, he had no experience. He was an accountant. Okay. But since working with us, not only has he been on set, not only has he been a part of many, many films, but he was also a part of an Academy Award winning film you may have heard of called Babylon. Okay. And let me tell you how he got that role. The reason he got that role was not because he was like the best actor on set. First of all, he showed up on time. Second of all, he read his sheet. When you go on set, they give you a sheet of like what to bring, where to be, and like how to dress. He followed it to a T. He was driving from his home in California to the audition, and one of the things he needed was one of the those the white tank tops that men wear underneath their shirts, right? He needed to wear one of those with a pair of black socks. He had the black socks covered, but he didn't have that tank top. So when he was driving, he stopped at Target. He bought a 10-pack. He put that on and he kept going. And when he showed up on set for wardrobe, they were confused. He was like, why do you look confused? They were like, you wore exactly what we told you to. And he was like, well, yeah, it's right here. It says white tank top, black socks. Of course I did. And they were like, but you're one of the only people that followed all of the directions. He's like, well, yeah, VIP Ignite, they taught me. You do what you're told, right? So he was a background extra in Babylon, but he got multiple roles. So he was in multiple scenes in an Academy Award-winning film because he followed directions. So when I'm like, okay, I'm Mr. Miyagi, wax on, wax off, Do you now see the importance of following those little directions? It's all about the details. If you understand that, type yes in the comments. Excuse me. Here's some more Scott. This is Scott at his photo shoot in New York City. He looks like the quintessential New Yorker, doesn't he? Again, on set again, working with student films. He's always on the move. He's always doing something, which is why that's what you have to do. You always have to be up leveling your skills. And this is Mireya. We talked about her yesterday. So again, she came in, she was like, I only want to be a model. That's all I want, Deneen. I was like, okay, I'm gonna try this out. Okay, let's try it out. So she came on. Again, she got the skills that she needed. She went through the training. She made the connection. She made the relationship. She gets tremendous opportunities. This here in the upper left, this is the ad I was telling you about with her husband. When I was innocently watching Tom Brady get ready to go on the field, and then she appeared. I was like, oh, so excited. She was in Starbucks ads. This ad here was in New York City. She had a billboard in New York City for Verizon and for Apple. She's always working. Like this woman, no matter where you are, you'll see her. I was innocently watching TV 2 weeks ago. I'm like, wait, is that Mireya? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, pause, so I can, excuse me, so I could take a picture. I got so excited. And this is her first virtual summit that I told you about. This was her the day she got signed, the day before she got signed. So it literally all starts on Zoom. This is Trudy. I think she might be on the call. She actually lives in Australia. She just started working with us recently. And she's always doing, Mike was talking yesterday about different fashion shows. So she loves giving back to the world. So what she does is she knows that, okay, she loves giving back to the world and she wants to be a model. So what she does is she walks in fashion shows like this that are for charity. Okay. And this is a photo that she had taken in Australia as well. I fully anticipate that she's going to be one of our biggest success stories in 2025. She's going to be flying here in May to be with us. But you have to start somewhere. And I want you guys to understand that you have to start somewhere. This is Kaylee Clay. She's another one of our, like when she first started working with us, she was so shy that she wouldn't even talk. When Alicia interviewed her and her mom, she pretty much had to tell her mom, who I love very much, Kim, her mom, like, can you be quiet so I could talk to your daughter? Because it's a little confusing right now because it seems like you want this more than your daughter. So Alicia told her, be quiet for 2 seconds. Kaylee is absolutely beautiful, but she has so come out of her shell. This is like a transformation story for all transformation stories. When she came out to her first true event in Hollywood, one of the agents told her, okay, I would love to work with you, but you have to drop 5 pounds. She got so upset that she had an asthma attack. Okay, she got so upset by that. But she had 2 choices. She could crumble like a stale cookie and go home to Louisiana and be like, okay, I'm done. I'm not a part of this. Or she could take the constructive criticism and have success. So after she was done crying, she wiped off her tears. And here's the great thing. She was resilient. 1 year later, she got signed by that same agent who made her cry. Now she's working full-time as a model in LA. Not only that, she just got married recently to her high school sweetheart. So let me ask you a question. Like, if someone gives you constructive criticism, are you willing to take it? Or are you going to be like, no, no, no? She walked in. At first, she was devastated, but she had the curiosity to know, okay, you know what? Maybe this is something I have to change. That sounds like you. Type yes in the comments if you're willing to take that criticism and change, because that's why Kaylee is so successful. This is Carl Lecht. He's another one of our Inner Circle members. When I had the opportunity to interview him on the VIP Ignite Live podcast too, and he's like, Deneen, I think he was almost in SAG. He was SAG eligible. He lived in Kentucky. He was doing all these things on his own. He was like going to this cast and go, how do I elevate my success? How do I elevate my success? You have to get in the right rooms with the right people. If you have the skill sets, that's amazing. But you have to have the relationships. You have to have the connections. That's what we do well. When he came out to an event in Hollywood, again, he got signed by an agent because, I mean, look, he's definitely a great character actor. Is he ever going to be a leading man? Probably not. but he could definitely be a Santa Claus, right? He definitely has that characteristic where he could be a character actor. So Mike's going to talk to you guys in a little bit about leaning into your character. Who is your character? Carl does that perfectly. And this is Masharad. Obviously, these are all our success stories, but again, you want to talk about a transformation. The transformation for him wasn't from a person who lives in San Diego who's a theater major. The transformation for him was his confidence. Okay, when you start walking in that thing that you know you're meant to do, when you start putting in the reps, when you start developing the relationships, when you keep consistently get in the right rooms, what happens is this, your confidence goes up. When you're in the habit of doing the things you need to do, your confidence goes up, then your competence goes up, which means your skill level goes up. And that's what's happened to Masharad. Before we first started talking, we first met him, I didn't even know if he could speak. Like, if he's on the call, Masharad, I'm sorry, but I tell you this all the time. But I was like, does he even talk? Hi. I was like, hi, Masharad. I was like, no, say hi, give me a hug, be nice, talk. But he met a lot of people along the way that helped to develop his confidence. Now he's working in the industry. He's actually, I think he might be on set right now because he's booked a lot of independent films, a lot of student films. He walked New York Fashion Week. He's just, again, confidence. That's the transformation. And here he is with Brandon Hunter, with Isaac Mizrahi in New York Fashion Week in 2023. This is casting for New York Fashion Week. And this is him with a huge producer at the official New York Fashion Week party in 2023. Natasha, she's another. We can go on and on for days and days with this, right? But I'm going to tell you about
27 years, Deneen. 27 years.
I know.
We don't have that kind of time.
I know we don't have that kind of time. My team put this together for me because I'm like, I want a ball. I want a ball. Okay, so Natasha, she's been training since she was 8 years old. Okay, 8 years old. Her mom and dad have invested
Her
so
mom's
much.
on right now.
Oh, hi, Rubia.
Here, I'll bring Ruby on so we can see her. Where is she? Has to start video. Okay.
Her parents have invested so much money and time into her, and here's the amazing thing. Okay, when she came to the VIP Ignite open call with Alicia and she set up an interview, Alicia was like, okay, well, she's already represented by an agent. Like, what? Like, how can I help you?
We know her agent. Her agent's a friend of ours. Hi, Ruby.
Yeah, we know. Hi, Rubia. We know her agent. So, but the thing is her mom was like, listen, my daughter is talented. The more people I can get her in front of, the better. And so talk about the truth, right? So she came out to an event. She met her contract with her previous agent was ending. This new agent was like, who you met yesterday, Tanya Kleckner, was like, oh my God, we want her. We want her immediately. Literally, as soon as the one contract ended, Tanya scooped her up. And now she's working with Tanya and she's in development, but she's done voiceover, she's done commercials, she's done amazing things. And she's always, there's actually a commercial print agency in Hollywood that's interested in meeting with her as well. We just have to get that set up. So
wait, I want to ask Ruby a question. Good morning. I know it's early on the West Coast. Good morning to you. Wait, where's Natasha?
I give her 1 day off because yeah.
Okay, so you're here representing your daughter. Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Before you came to VIP Ignite, what were some of the obstacles you were facing? Real quick. Like, why were you still searching? You had an agent already, a good agent in LA.
Yeah. So, but her training was not good, so she needed to be more go to classes. No, we got her in the classes, acting classes.
Yeah.
And after we now have a connect now, like we do it we have it right now with you guys.
Yeah. So how did you feel our company was different? Like after you went through my call?
The difference you guys care about. No, the difference you guys are professional and you know what to do it. And
have you met real people through us?
No, well, of course, no. We no. I can't say thanking off for you guys and to open all the doors now you've been open for Natasha. So all the opportunity now you guys give it to her now. So yeah.
And you both were at the power lunch just like 2 weeks ago in New York City with Dan Loria from the Wonder Years.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
It's a crazy, amazing how he's give all the tip for her now, and she told him to, because she's I start in a theater now and then on elementary school, and after she go to the community theater, so she loved being on a stage. So and he's gave tip for her now and give some advice. He's amazing. Oh my gosh.
And now she's represented by Tanya. And sometimes you live in San Francisco, you have to get her to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I mean, as a parent, how do you deal with that?
Sometimes if you need to go over there, if you Tanya can give us 1 day or 2 days, we'll fly in the morning, come back afternoon. You did the one time I drove for 8 hours from here to San Francisco, and she gave a commercial for next day. So she did. So yeah. So keep it.
How many of you guys are willing to drive 8 hours? You found out yesterday. Get in a car today, drive 8 hours for an audition, and then drive 8 hours back, and then go to school or work the next day.
Yeah.
Because if you can't do that, again, you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. You have a child. She can't go anywhere without you.
Yeah, exactly.
And it gets expensive. You then have to call out sick to work. You have a husband. You have another son.
Yes.
Like, I'm sure your husband's like, where are you going now? You know?
Yeah. My husband like, stop and never stop. Why do you guys?
But she's been doing amazing, guys. She's gotten auditions, major callbacks for big Disney TV shows. Mom, what is that like, knowing that she's auditioning in the other room for Disney?
It's amazing. I can't believe she's having this opportunity now to do an audition for Disney. She's really exciting, but of course we work on it. It's not easy. She is in school 5 days, Monday to Friday, and she has her classes every Saturday. We are yesterday, is have a hurricane here almost now. It's raining really hard, but you go to your class. Yeah, let's go. And I was waiting for her in the car for 3 hours, and I was in the car.
Wait, you wait in the car for 3 hours?
Yes, I waited in the car for 3 hours, for her, because it was raining too hard. So. And she's in a class, acting class.
All right, I want everybody to type determination, because Dietrich Schwartz, that sounds like something your husband would do, right?
Yeah.
But I think that's why when we do these calls, and again, they're completely free, there's a certain type of person that can do VIP Ignite, and then there are people that are just meant to go on like websites and pretend, right? The impersonators. We want the doers. We only want the winners. Who here feels like you're a winner just from even being here? And then, of course, you have to take action.
And she's needed to keep her grade up because she's a minor and she needed the work permit now.
Yeah.
And she needed to keep her his grade up, because if she does and you cannot have a permission from school to give her work permit. So is another not the what do you say
a lot of pressure.
Yes, yeah.
Well, I think that's like one of the biggest scams there is, because I love when we first opened, we had a lot of little kids coming in, and these parents don't want to invest in training. They think their kids are all great. Kaden, my kid is the best, right? Which he is. We all know that. But even to go on set, there are no real auditions for children on the internet. It could be very dangerous. And then not only that, but they can't even step on foot without, again, having the Coogan account, which we had to do for Caden when he booked that big job in Japan. That takes time. You got to go into the bank, and you got to bring his birth certificate and his social security card, and you got to put some money in that account to even be able to get like the working papers in order for your child to even step on set because of the laws. So again, I really want you guys to understand it. For anybody here that's ever tried to get their kids into show business, it's definitely time, resources, and most of all, implementing all of like the legalities. You can't just show up to Disney. Like, there's a lot of things that you had to do to put into place before she could even audition. So the legal documents are a really big thing. And we go over all that here at VIP Ignite. If you're under the age of 18, we do it all.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you for being on, Rubia.
Thank you,
so much.
Rubia.
Tell Natasha we love her.
Thank
She
you.
deserves a day off, but I love the fact. How many of you guys love the fact that her mother is on here? Again, it's a Sunday morning. She could have just, and again, it's early. You're out on the West Coast. You could have been like, it's one of the VIP Ignite calls. We're already part of the company. We don't need to be on. But you never know what's going to happen on a call. So
you always need to be on. Thank you, Rubia.
Thank you, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Awesome.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your thing, but
you hijacked nothing.
Like, what better way than to talk about a parent who will drive 8 hours for like a 5-minute audition?
I know.
That is, I mean, again, you got to have balls to do this, and I hate to sound like that. Jingle balls. You got to have jingle balls to do this.
Well, you have to be determined. We talked about that. You have to be determined. You have to be willing to put in the reps, and sometimes you just have to be willing to trust the process. Like sometimes, it seems crazy, right? It seems insane to drive 8 hours for an audition you may or may not get, but it's the crazy people that change the world, not the sane people. So awesome.
That's true. You have to do something different.
Thank you for your assistance on that presentation because I'm the feels. I'm like, oh my God, this person, they make me feel so good.
Our superhero strengths. Yeah.
Yes.
You're the lover. I'm the bitch. Yeah, we're good.
You're the detail person. You're the detail person. Awesome. All right, guys. So let me ask you a question. How many of you now are even more curious and ready to start building up your skills? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. All right. So what we're going to do now, we had a slight change of plans because you know what? When we're talking about transformation stories, we could talk for days and days. Like Alicia said,
27 years.
18 years. Okay. We literally did the math. If we shared one success story every day, it would take us, I think, 168 years to share one success story a day. And that's not including the success stories that are being created today and tomorrow. Okay. So we're very passionate. Can you tell we're passionate about what we do? Is it okay if we're
crazy with every single person on right now? Could you imagine, like, let's say Deidre Schwartz, who's one of our new Inner Circle members. We've got big things planned for her in 2025. She knows it. I know it. Her husband knows it. We had like a conference call the other day. Deidre, imagine now seeing your face at your first event and then you booking work, and then you're part of our PowerPoint in 2025. I want everybody to type heck yeah, because that's what it is.
That's our goal. That's literally our
goal. For every single one of you. Yeah.
We want transformation stories for every single one of you. Awesome. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to open up our curiosity. Hold on, April, you should totally be a meme, honestly. Like, April should totally be a meme. Like, just your facial expressions. Like, everyone just watch her if you want curiosity. But what we're going to do now is we're going to open up our curiosity because we're going to start talking about, like, finding your characters, okay? The title of this next presentation is 6 characters every actor needs to master to land more opportunities. So I want you to turn on your curiosity, open up your ears, open up your mind. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker to you. So our next speaker is Michael Fomkin, co-founder of VIP Ignite, Truth Management, and VisionCraft, and a renowned leader in the entertainment industry. For over 18 years, Michael has been dedicated to helping aspiring models and actors break into the industry by providing them with the right tools, mentorship, and industry connections. Michael has co-authored books with 2 of the most respected names in business, Michael Gerber and Brian Tracy, solidifying his status as a thought leader in both entertainment and business strategy. He's also the author of the best-selling Amazon book, Finding Fame, which has empowered countless aspiring talent to navigate their career with confidence and purpose. Known for his expertise in human behavior, leadership, and branding, Michael combines these skills with emotional intelligence to help talent rise above the competition and build lasting success. Throughout his career, Michael has worked alongside legends like Brian Tracy, author of Eat That Frog, Mark Victor Hansen, author of Chicken Soup for the Soul, Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank, and Robert Finaro from The Sopranos, as well as countless entrepreneurs and celebrities, creating opportunities for models and actors to step into the spotlight. He is also going to be knighted in June of 2025, and he is also the spearhead for VIP Ignite, being nominated and being chosen as one of the top 100 most innovative companies for 2024. Everyone, please give it up for Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. All right, let me share my screen. Hope everyone's having a great time today. We got a lot of great stuff for me to go over with you. So I want to keep the ball rolling so I don't fall behind. So let me pull up my screen here. Zoom's always moving their buttons. All right, so I'm going to do, if you guys have a notebook and pen, it'll be really great and helpful. I'm going to go through some of the basics of headshots, but then we're going to talk about also kind of finding your character. So we're going to kind of talk about that. It's really broken down into two parts. I'm going to go over part one today. But if you're brand new, part one will be good enough to get you started. This is something that's always kind of in development and changing. So first we're going to talk about the basics of headshots. Then we're going to talk about character development. So I do have a lot to go over with you guys today. So if you bear with me, let's get started. So first thing, obviously we've been doing this now for 18 years. Our main core factor is always our live events and introducing aspiring talent. People reach a certain level of success to the movers and shakers of Hollywood and the fashion industry. People can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. And that now developed also into coaching and development and really giving talent all the tools and resources they need to be success, right? As you've seen some of our success stories and some of the people we work with, there's nobody better in the world at what we do, without a doubt. But based upon that success, a lot of things are for talent. You can have the best look in the room. You can have all the talent in the world, but if no one's seeing you, you don't have the determination, the drive to really want to get up and do this, it doesn't really matter, right? So you really need to find your why and you'll find your way. And finding your why means, having that imagination of, creating an ecosystem for yourself where there's a charity you can write $1 million check out for. You start planning things out today for where you want your future to be. No matter how big the obstacles seem today, if you don't do something to move those obstacles and overcome them, then they're always going to stay in your way. But on the other side of those obstacles is success. So the sooner you can start thinking about, hey, I really want to change my life. I really want to do something. I really want to move forward. I will do whatever it takes to figure it out. That's what puts you into momentum. So we consistently have live events all throughout the country. Obviously, you guys just heard a little bit about New York, which was a phenomenal event. That was more of a private event for our inner circle. But we have events coming up in Hollywood starting in 2025. We have events in Orlando and Miami, and we have a whole skew of things all planned out. So always doing something exciting and something new. You have the opportunity to get all the tools, resources, training, and actually get to sit down with the people who can change your life. So obviously, at the end of the day, it's about the story you tell yourself, right? People, one of our partners that we love working with, Tony Robbins, which is a phenomenal person. If you don't follow him, you should definitely follow him. He's always got some great advice. People succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. That's a poverty mindset when you look at somebody else saying, well, they're just lucky. We talked about this yesterday, having that millionaire mindset. It's like, hey, they're doing something different. They're doing something better. What should I be doing? Right? You guys are getting a lot of tips. Even all the speakers that you guys get to hear from and all the people you get to meet, they've all struggled. They've all had their obstacles. They all have their ups and downs. We're doing a lot of great things, not only with our speakers, we got some new expansions, some exciting things to come by that we're going to be working on for 2025. And at the end of the day, the path to success is to take massive determined action. It's the moment when you make a decision is when your life changes. Right? You can sit here and ponder and flip-flop around. And for most of you, probably for a lot of you, you might have been doing that your whole life, right? You let everything else get in the way of your true destiny, what your true calling is. And the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself. So if you keep telling yourself you can't do it because of this, well, there you go. You're getting exactly what you put out there. The moment you change your story from I can't to how can I, you add that one magic word in, all of a sudden your life changes in ways you can't even possibly imagine. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's about finding your tribe, love them hard. Obviously, we have here our prime movers and our fearless rebels. That's what we like to call ourselves. We have a lot of branded merchandise. We have an entire online store. Maybe later today, I'll have Jemima drop that at the end of the day. So if some of you guys want to get some t-shirts and some cool stuff, we're always updating that consistently. We're family, right? You just heard that from Natasha's mom, right? It's all about being family. It's all about working with our talent. Even when we do these boot camps and open calls, we're very exclusive who we want to work with. Like I said, talked to you guys yesterday. Not only exclusive who we work with as talent, but it's the same thing with speakers. We get hundreds of emails every year from acting coaches and from these small town agencies and modeling schools and all of that stuff, and we just ignore them. We just tell them, hey, thank you for reaching out. We're not interested in working with you. We choose to work with people who are working in the industry, people who are getting results, people who are doing exactly what it is. And I found that across all options of life, whether it's health, fitness, the entertainment industry, Broadway. The reason we've won 6 Tonys is because we surrounded ourselves with a woman who's been working in the industry for decades, who's won multiple Tonys. Her entire relationships are all based upon that. Everything we do, from filmmaking to business and so forth. Reason why we have 3 #1 best-selling books is because we partnered up with people like Kevin Harrington, Michael Gerber, Brian Tracy. Brian Tracy's been doing this for 70 plus years. Kevin Harrington's worth over $1 billion. So when you put yourself into that same position, right, working with Academy Award winners, working with people who've appeared and starred on Broadway. Later today, you're going to get vocal lessons from a Broadway star, multi-Tony Award winning star on Broadway. She's going to be phenomenal. She just came back from a cruise. She spent 5 days on a cruise. Entire time she was working there, she was performing live on stage. So there's so many opportunities there that you don't realize until you surround yourself with the right people. And for us, it's surrounding ourselves with people we want to work with, people we want to be excited for, people we want to be able to be successful for. Even our inner circle, we're always doing something fun and exciting. We have lots of big plans for our inner circle in 2025. Inner circle, for those of you not familiar with it, it's our highest level of talent that we work with. It's not open to the public. It's something you actually have to come to an event. You have to meet with us. You actually have to, kind of learn a little bit more about you. And then from there, we make a decision. We usually only open up Inner Circle once a year. So right now, Inner Circle is closed. At some point in 2025, we may or may not open it up. But if we do open it up and you're part of the company, you will hear about that. There's so many aspects in the entertainment industry. Yesterday, we talked about modeling. We talked about commercial print, editorial, fashion, promotional modeling. We partner up with huge companies. Our promotional side of our division is the largest promotional company in the United States. He handles everything from NASCAR to the NFL, all kinds of trade shows. We own our own modeling agency, Truth Management. Not only do we represent the talent, and what we do is we give them proximity. We give them proximity and we give them accolades. We show to the world, hey, they are represented. We put our brand on them, showing them that, hey, this is somebody that is worth hiring, somebody that's worth working with. When talent don't have representation, most of the times it's just getting ignored. For those of you that are always getting the weird DMs and all that kind of, malarkey in your emails and in your social media, it's because you don't have representation. Our talent, they have agent and Truth Management. You want to work with me? Great. Reach out to my agent. We check those emails all day. We respond to those calls all day. We make the system simple, right? We have systems in place. When you reach a certain level of success, in order to grow and scale as a company, you have systems in place. Truth Management has all those systems. We'll be expanding that now in 2025. Not only will we be representing models and actors, but we also represent speakers. We're going to be representing production assistants. So these are people who work behind the scenes in the entertainment industry. Eventually, we'll branch off into writers and authors. We've already started that process. So there's going to be a lot of exciting things going on. And we also have other companies and other verticals that we're working in. We have a company called Legend Circle, where we work with entrepreneurs. We work with some of the biggest names in the world as far as entrepreneurs are concerned. A lot of the entrepreneurs are always interested in hosting events and doing things to help grow their business. So the first thing they do is they reach out, they need production assistants. So there's a lot of exciting things that are going on. We're going to be working with a lot more higher level agencies, helping develop their talent, allowing our talent to become a part of that process, learning how does a talent get developed? How does a talent get signed to a larger agency? Imagine having the opportunity to actually be able, somebody who's working behind the scenes, not only as a production assistant, but actually working behind the scenes and actually helping develop and bring new talent to some of the biggest agencies in the world. It's like literally like being James Bond. You get to travel, you get to go to concerts and beaches, ball games and so forth, and literally have that opportunity to walk up to somebody, hand them a card, and literally change their life. So there's so many exciting things that we have coming up in 2025. Success of VIP comes in all ages and sizes types. We're not equal, right? We're all equal here at VIP Ignite. We work with a variety of talent. We're not like those agencies that specialize in just one type of talent, tall, thin, high fashion, runway, and so forth. We work with commercial print. We work with actors. We work with TV and film, promotional models, and so forth. So that is like the secret to our sauce, being able to fill in all those gaps that are in the industry that need all those different types of looks. There's nobody else out there that does it at the level that we do it. And we've been doing it since 2006. So we have almost, what is going to be 19 years we've been doing this for. Obviously, we're involved in a lot of give back, right? Every time somebody enrolls with us, every time somebody comes to an event, you know, money's donated to companies like Operation Underground Railroad. We've helped free over 3,500 children from sex trafficking. You can see Deneen there at the Operation Underground Railroad event. We'll be doing that again later this year in February. So everybody from 2024 and 2023, all of those events, all of those things that you participated in, not only do we help feed the homeless, but we also help free children from sex trafficking. So there's a purpose there, right? You're just not showing up and making it about yourself. You know that your success is equating to somebody who can't help themselves having a meal on their table, a child who's being held prisoner somewhere, being freed from the most terrible life imaginable. So these are things that we do, right? These are all things that we do as part of a company. And we're not saying this to impress you. We're just saying to impress upon you to find your why, to find the reason, right? Our strongest reason is to see you be successful, right? That's what drives us. That's what gets us our energy to get up, to want to do all these amazing things. You know, you just saw about Medea, right? There she is on our Super Bowl ad, right? You know, our talent is successful, right? Deneen, you can see her little post there, right? She screamed when she saw it. She was so excited, right? When she says, you know, from her heart, she really wants to see you successful, she does. And all you have to do is just show up, follow the process, trust the process, follow the framework. We have everything laid out. Here's some more images. Jessica G. Giovanni, right? She was just on Ghost book 2, right? Just but just a few months ago, and so forth. So again, you know, working with with Bobby Bonaro from The Sopranos and so forth, right? She was in a movie with him and so forth. It was actually based upon AI. She played like a robot in the movie. We just saw like an updated version of it just the other day. It's playing, I think, on Amazon Prime. So there's all these, you know, all these stories all are great to share and to, you know, get you guys excited and motivated. But at the end of the day, it's for you have to follow the process, right? If you follow the process, it works. It works for everybody. It doesn't matter age, doesn't matter location, doesn't matter. I can guarantee you the process works. All you have to do is just show up and participate. We've been doing this now for boot camp. It's going to be 4 years. We're going on 5 years. You know, Caden was at the very first boot camp. Okay. He's just turned 4, right? He just got his hair cut. I got to get an updated photo, right? There he is with Mara. She's one of the biggest, you know, agents on the planet, works with some of the biggest talent in the world. There she is hanging out with Caden, right? So if at this time it was probably 2 or 3. So if a 2-year-old could do this, you could definitely do this. Age again doesn't matter. Location again doesn't matter. Okay, we work with Ryan Colby. Ryan Colby's been in the business for over 40 years. He's an art director. Everybody has their place, right? If you notice, we have the best casting directors. We have the best people for improv. We have the best people for Broadway. We have the best people for art direction, for magazines, celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists. Everybody, it's a team, right? If you notice that, it's like a production company, right? But our production company has the best people in the world. You know, even something as simple as doing a photo shoot. You have to have the right lighting, the right studio space. You have to have the right people there. You have to develop the talent. You have to know what characters they are, what they're leaning into. You know, I've seen so many talents spend so much money on photos where they went to a shoot where every single photo was identical to the person next to them and to the person next to them and to them next to them. And that's just not right. But that's people, if you don't know, that's how people get taken advantage of, because it's just something easy. People love getting photos, but that's great. I get it. Being in front of the camera, having fun, having great photos. Oh my God, you can't put a value on that. But at the end of the day, it has to be done right. You have to be able to lean into the right characters. And we're going to talk about that in just a short little while. Obviously for us, we always, you know, have really great photo shoots all throughout the country. We do everything to get the talent prepared. We get the best studios, the best location, the best lighting, and so forth. This is something we've mastered. We've mastered at this at the highest level. Yesterday, we talked about mastery. This is something we are good at. 2 things we are good at is getting the right photos done, the right marketing materials put together, the right training, and then putting you in front of the right people to get you from where you are to where you want to be. And we've been doing this now for going on 18 plus years. Okay, these are great examples of some commercial shots, right? A little bit editorial. They're sleek, they're sexy. You're drawn to the eye. You can see, these are great for a portfolio. These are great for like a book, right? These are people who've been doing this for a while. You can see these are professional grade shots. So these can go from the shoot right to a magazine. Okay. Again, age doesn't matter, right? So here's some different shots. Here's somebody who's older, right? Here's 4 different characters, right? You can see she's playing 4 different characters. She has something a little bit funny. She has the lady next door. She has the debutante. She has the business person and so forth. When casting directors are submitting out your photos, your agent or manager submitting out photos, they want the photos that are going to best represent you for that job. It's not the best represent you, right? That's a headshot, right? That's that one shot you have. That's usually your publicity photo. So when you're sending out press kits, you're sending out press releases, you're going to be speaking at Harvard University, you're going to be speaking at UCLA, you have that professional headshot that's done for that. But then you have individual shots that are representing the characters that you lean into. And then based upon those shots, that's what's being submitted out. Right? Are you playing the hero or are you playing the villain? So you have to have your portfolio done to know the type of characters you can play. When you do that, doors start swinging open. And we've seen this over 18 years. Even Alex, who's now on a 2-year contract for a major daytime soap opera in Atlanta, moved from, California, has worked with Ryan for well over a decade. He kind of leaned into just one type of character when he should have leaned into others. When he finally came around, and it took him a decade to realize that, he leaned into that character type he can play. All of a sudden, that's when he landed a 2-year contract. That 2-year contract's worth millions of dollars, right? He went from being an up-and-coming actor, model. He did very well. He obviously lives in LA, but now he went into, in the next 2 years, he's going to be a millionaire. He invests that money wisely. He saves that money, right? He can do anything with his life. And that 2 years may turn into 4 years or 5 years. It'll turn into a movie and so forth. Okay. When it happens fast. When it happens, it will happen so fast. Your life will change in so many ways you can't even possibly imagine. But it's the arduous part. It's the beginning part, putting in the hard work at the beginning. It's like a garden. You got to go and get the plants. You got to get the seeds. You got to dig the dirt. Then eventually the seeds grow and they sprout. Some of them die. Some of them live. But eventually you have a field filled with flowers, a field filled with, the fruits of your labor, right? That's where these sayings come from, the fruits of your labor. So at the beginning, yes, you're putting in the hard work, you're putting in the investment, but on the other end of that, and our goal is to get you there as fast as possible. Our goal is not to drag this out like an Alex who took 10 years to finally become the overnight success. We want to see talent do it within the first event, within the first 3 months, 6 months, a year, right? As fast as possible to get you from where you are to where you want to be. Again, here's some great shots. These are some commercial shots. You can see Brenton Hunter. I know Deneen and Ali talked about him yesterday. That's one of his very first photos, right? So he's going to lean into fitness, athletic. He's slimmed down now, right? So he's more like commercial TV and film and so forth. He's done some fashion, but here he was very athletic, right? So even though he was in the best shape of his life, he had to tone down his workouts a little bit because that wasn't proving as reliable as it could be. He was a college football player. One of his goals eventually was to play in the NFL, pro football. That did not work out for him. He decided his life took a different turn, and now he's pursuing modeling and acting, and he's doing excellent at it. He'll be somebody within the next 12 to 24 months who will be on major TV shows, who will do major films and so forth. And then from there, within 5 years, he'll become that household name. He'll be somebody like, oh my God, I remember that guy. Mike was talking about him 5 years ago. Holy cow, I'm sitting at the movies and there he is. Right? You can see the headshot on the right, leaning a little bit more towards comedy, right? The older woman with the glasses, a little bit more comedy shot. So for that's like that character next door, right? She's leaning into playing something of a character type. On the left, right? Leaning into commercial print, fitness, and so forth. So these are the types of shots that you need to lean into. Again, here's some more examples, right? Commercial print shots, right? Something a little bit more edgy, something a little bit fashionable, something stylish, and so forth. These are going to be a little bit more geared towards modeling. Obviously, we've been doing this for a long time. Not only at our events do we have the photo shoots going on and meet and greets and private lunches and dinners and afterminds and all kinds of cool stuff, but we do all kinds of advanced trainings. We'll do some, in Atlanta, we did certification for stunt work, okay? Stunt work and firearm safety. Name one other company who does that. Not only that, We did it with the senior stunt coordinator for The Walking Dead. So all of our talent flew out to Atlanta. They spent 3 days there getting certified from the stunt coordinator from The Walking Dead. This becomes an accolade on their resume. Now, when a casting director says, hey, I need this person to play a biker, right? But they need to be able to, they're going to be in a fight scene. I have one person who's now, certified stunt work and fight on scene fight training. One person who's not, they're going to submit out both, but they're going to say, hey, this one is ready to go. This person's been trained. You don't have to have them trained. They don't have to take any classes. That way, if you want to start production tomorrow, this person's ready. They'll submit both, but most likely they're going to push the one who's ready to go because they want to book the job. Your agent just wants to book the job. So the more tools, the more things you throw at your agent, the easier you make their job. Okay. We have private sit downs. Our events aren't large scale events. We don't do those stupid events with 4,000 or 5,000 people there. That's a waste of time, money, and energy, right? You walk on stage with a number. No, we're sitting down. We'll rent the mansion in Miami. You're sitting down face to face, one-on-one, being able to not only develop yourself as a talent, develop yourself as a person, to meet great people, but also the community. The talent that we work with, they become friends and have relationship for decades to come. I wouldn't be surprised in the next year or two, some of our talent will be getting married. Okay. We get professional celebrity makeup artists, photographers, people who work with major celebrities. Why? Because they get results. They know what they're doing. I'm not interested in hiring somebody who just graduated from makeup school but still works as a waitress at like the Waffle House. Not interested in that. You want to go get that kind of crappy stuff? Great. There's tons of places online you can find that. Trying to get free photos with an amateur photographer. Usually that always winds up into taking risque photos that you wind up regretting. We work with the best people who are bringing their reputation 20, 30, 40 years. These are people who are investing tens of thousands of dollars, if not $100,000. Not makeup artists. Makeup artists may invest, tens of thousands of dollars. They have to build relationships. They have to build, rapport, relationship capital. But photographers, lenses and camera equipment and lighting is very expensive. It's an art form. Never doubt that. These people have dedicated their life to perfecting their craft. That's why the people that you'll work with on set with us, their talent appear in magazines such as Vogue and Elle. The talent that we work with are working with celebrities on TV and film, covers of magazines. This credibility, these results that they get are the same results they're bringing to you. For any of you who've ever been married, you know how expensive it is to hire a makeup artist for a wedding. Imagine now 10xing that and getting somebody who's a top makeup artist, a top photographer. That's what we bring to our productions. Because at the end of the day, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job or not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure that your photos are of excellent quality and that they grab the attention of the casting director client. If you understand this, say yes, right? Type yes in the comments, okay? Again, getting the right things done. Here's some examples of some great headshots. You can see your eyes, right? Great lighting. You're drawn to the eyes. You can see the character types they can play, right? You can see the one on the right. You can play kind of the villain. The woman in the middle, the apocalyptic maybe character. She can play the grandmother, right? She can be in a hair commercial, right? Has kind of a little bit of that white hair like Medea and so forth. Gentleman on the left, he can play in Power. He can play a law student. He can play a high school student, college student. He can play a young police officer and so forth, right? It's a very versatile photo. These are very versatile photos. So these are like great headshots, right? These are great shots you would send for publicity, for PR, as an initial introduction to a client from a casting director or from your agent or manager and so forth. This is the type of quality you need. This is what the expectations are of the industry, plain and simple, because at the end of the day, your job, the only job of these photos is to grab the casting director's attention. These are not meant for Christmas gifts for mom or grandma or your sister. Yes, you can hang them on the wall. You can use them on social media. That's cool. But at the end of the day, this is designed for the casting director. And I'll tell you another thing. When you start booking work, a lot of talent gets so excited, they'll start like posting their magazines, their clips. That's always not allowed, and it's always not recommended. Like if you landed a campaign for a makeup company, you may not want to share your tear sheets. You may not want to share that on social media, because then the next client who's going through your social media, who's also a makeup line, saw that you've already done something and they get an impression. Doesn't mean you can't. It means they just get an impression. A lot of times they just want people who are fresh. If you follow like major models, you follow like a lot of like, you know, A-tier talent, you'll see they don't put their tear sheets up. They're always just putting up new headshots, different character type. You know, they're showing a little bit of the background in their life. There's an art to doing this, right? That's all of this stuff runs behind the scenes. It runs through the software, it runs through the relationship capital and so forth. There's a, you know, an eco partnership that's there between the casting directors, the agents, the talent, and so forth. Okay. But at the end of the day, your main goal, the main goal and the main purpose of getting the right headshots and the right portfolio done is to grab that casting director's attention. So whether you're high end, whether you're editorial, commercial print, playing the person next door, even something as simple Polaroids. I see so many talent, you know, will submit out just as some so Polaroids. You know, your agent calls, say, listen, I just need 4 shots right now. Wherever you are, jump out of the car, get some nice shots. You need to have like a clean background. You need to be able to show like, you know, a 3/4 shot, turn to the left, turn to the right, no smile, and so forth. Again, that center photo is a great introductory headshot. That's going to be the beginning of her portfolio and her story. From there, she'll lean into different characters that she can play. Here's some great examples, right? These are great, strong headshots. This is what you want. This is the basics. This is like the first thing you should do. If you don't have this, everything else doesn't matter. It all falls apart. This is the quality that you want to have. And again, people go out and spend a lot of money. You know, here's a great example. This is somebody who's invested money into her headshots, but you can see these are done wrong, right? On the right, she looks like Popeye. She's got like a striped shirt. I have no idea what's going on. On the left, probably the yellow is what brought your eyes. You gotta remember, casting directors, they're looking at hundreds of photos. You got like 1 second. Like they'll open up a screen and they'll see like 50 little squares on their screen. It has to pop, right? Popping doesn't mean the yellow and the glasses. It's like the person next to them is going to have a clean photo. That's who they're going to lean into. So again, if you're getting photos where you're trying to dress yourself, you're trying to do your own makeup, you're trying to coordinate the shoot, unless you've been an art director of Vogue magazine and been doing this for 40 years, unless you're a professional photographer who's been shooting major magazines. And a lot of times the best photographers in the world, they're not great at art direction. The best photographers in the world, they're not great makeup artists. The best makeup artists in the world, they're not great photographers. Like I've worked on hundreds of sets, hundreds of locations, and I see that people, they stay in their lane and they do what they're best at. And then the art director coordinates it all. He's saying to the makeup artist, this is the colors I want. This is the lighting I want. To the photographer, these are the angles. These are the clothes I need the talent to wear. Because he's coordinating that to get the best possible shots that will have the most versatility, the most character development, to be able to get the most work. If you're trying to do it all on your own, the reason you're probably failing, it's not because of lack of effort, it's just because you don't have the eye for it yet. You haven't been doing it long enough to understand all that. Another bad example, right? You can see here, you know, her hair is all frayed and frizzed. She's got the necklaces going on, the pearl necklace, the back necklace, the coordination for the 2 different colors. It just doesn't work. And it's not because she's not an attractive girl, right? Like if maybe they were trying to book something from like the 70s or something like that, that might work. But if it was just something for a character from the 70s, playing like the geeky office secretary or something, that might work. But she was using this as her main headshot and she was struggling with it. She didn't understand why nobody was interested, right? She just didn't understand. And it was just because basically her main photo was just not done correctly. Here's another great example, right? You can see here, right? Disney-esque type of child. But again, she's got the glasses on. She's got the striped shirt on. She's invested money in this. But again, these photos did not translate into work. She spent a lot of money on it. A lot of times people spend a lot of money on photos. There's people on this call right now that I know have spent $4,000 or $5,000 on photos and got the worst possible photos imaginable because they didn't know at that time, right? They just didn't know, right? They trusted the wrong process. Here we know, we have the proven results. Right? We have over 10,000 success stories. We have the real people that work in the industry that have verified us, that have said, hey, we turn away all the bad actors. We turn away the people who we just know are not going to help our talent or don't have the best interest in our talent. Again, here's some more examples, right? One on the left, again, her hair's done wrong. You know, the glasses taking away from it. The one in the center, bad outfit, bad hair. The one on the right, like I wouldn't use that as a main headshot, but that could be a character headshot. Like she was like maybe submitting out for Ozark or some type of like granola wife, right? She's into health food and stuff like that. You know, that might work, but it's not a good enough. I'm being very specific, which means when I got to struggle to find what it fits into, that means it's not a good photo. Like if I'm struggling with it, that means if I'm struggling with it, Ryan would struggle with it, Tanya would struggle with it, you know, the casting directors, the agents would also struggle with it. We're trying to make a square block fit into a round hole, means your photos are weak. Again, people spend money on these, did not get they want. This is what you're looking for your main headshot, and then from there, developing it into the different types of characters and so forth that you can play. Okay, so again, making sure if you want to do this on your own, we will show you how to get it done through us later today. I'm going to make you guys something, an offer that's like beyond your wildest imagination later today. There's every once in a while, if you've ever been on my call and Mike says, there's something I'm going to do one time that's so crazy you will never see it again. Today's that day. So make sure you stay here till the end today because you want to do that. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can pull up the other one for you guys so I can go through this with you. I didn't create slides out of this because I just kind of wanted to walk you through it. Can everybody see this pretty good? Hero, protagonist, yes, Ada? Yes, good.
Yes,
right,
we can.
right. Perfect, thanks. All right, so what you want to do is I want you to get a pen and a paper, right? So the first thing I want you to think about is if you were a superhero, right? If you were a superhero, what superhero do you feel your values and who you are align with, right? So if you can play a superhero, right? Like if you think about what does Wonder Woman stand for, right? Like, or Superman, he stands for truth, justice, the American way, right? Not saying you can play Superman, but what are the values you see in those types of heroes, right? So think about that. Write down which superhero you align with as far as values. Okay. Now, the second thing I want you to write down is what villain would you love to play? Like if you could play any villain, right? But it has to be like a Marvel or DC villain. So again, don't pick like Breaking Bad. We're going to get into that in a moment. I want to start this off simply and then work our way up. So I just wanted you to think about what hero you align yourself with, but what villain would you like to play? So I'll give you mine. If I could play a Marvel superhero, I'd love to play Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four. I love the Fantastic Four. I think Mr. Fantastic's cool, right? It's a guy who stretches his arms, does all that. If I was going to play a villain, I want to play Dr. Doom, right? The new Fantastic Four movie, I want to play Dr. Doom, right? Think he's a cool character to play, right? Actually, Tony Stark, Iron Man's going to be playing Downey, right? He's the one who played Iron Man is going to be playing Dr. Doom in the new Marvel movie, right? There's a whole time thing and comes from a different Earth. I'm not going to get into the details of the storyline. They probably shouldn't be talking about it here, but you can go on spoiler sites and read a little bit about it too. Right. So the first thing is there's 6 primary characters that you can play, right? Whether you're doing movies, TV, film, this goes back to Shakespeare, to Greek tragedies. This is part of the hero's journey, right? This is it. Like every character that you've seen, every movie you've seen, every TV show, every book you've read, these are the 6 main characters. There's the hero and the protagonist, right? So that's who's the protagonist, who's the hero. This is the person who drives the story forward, right? So you can think of like the Waltons. John Boy was the protagonist of the story. On Little House on the Prairie, Michael Landon playing the dad, right? Even though the books were written by Laura Ingalls Wilder, she would later on become more of the central figure, but at the beginning, he was like the main character of the stories, right? He was also executive producer, writer of the show, and so forth. So a lot of the episodes, of course, helped to be that, right? And around him. So like, who would that be? So in superhero, right? Superman, right? Harry Potter, right? They're overcoming challenges. They're overcoming goals. I want you to understand this because there's going to be movies and there's going to be television shows where don't associate the hero and the protagonist with being that Wonder Woman looking or that Superman. We're going to talk about that. So there's going to be opportunities for you to play that role, but you need to know what the character type you could play. What type of hero and protagonist would you be? That's called the leading role. So you scored the leading role in a show or in a movie. Second thing, right, is the villain antagonist, the character who opposes the hero, right, creating conflict and obstacles, right? For these examples, Darth Vader, the Joker, Cruella de Vil. But you can think about like Breaking Bad, the Chicken Man, right? Carlos D'Esposito, right? He played the bad guy there, right? He's not Brad Pitt, but boy, oh boy, he played an amazing villain, right? So start watching movies, start seeing who's the villain. Sometimes the villain is a corporate character, right? The corporation is the villain, the CEO is the villain. So I want you to open up your minds. How do I lean into that? Can I be the hero who's the CEO, who's the good looking, right? The good looking guy, the older gentleman, right? The young Silicon Valley, startup guy, right? If you watch the movie about the founding of Uber, right? He was the founder of Uber, $1 billion company, but he played a villain, right? He wasn't a good character. He played kind of both the protagonist and the antagonist, right? He had a dual role. Very great. If you've never seen that, you should definitely watch that. Then you have now the companion or the sidekick, right? So this is usually that second role, the loyal friend or assistant who supports the hero, provides comic relief or emotional depth. Right, you can think of Robin or Samwise from the Lord of the Rings, even the donkey from Shrek. Right, he's the sidekick, the companion. He's following along with the hero's journey. Okay, then there's the mentor, the guide, right, the wise and experienced character who advises and helps the hero grow. And Star Wars, that was Yoda or Dumbledore and Harry Potter. Mr. Miyagi, right? We've been talking about Mr. Miyagi for the past 2 days from the Karate Kid, right? So he's leaning into that. He's playing that mentor guide role, right? Then, of course, there's the love interest. Character's relationship with the protagonist is central to their emotional journey. Right, so Rose from Titanic, Allie from The Notebook, Lois Lane from Superman, and then in there, of course, is the comic relief. The humorous character lightens the mood, provides entertainment while offering hidden wisdom. So Chandler, right, from Friends, Ola from Frozen, and so forth, right? So these are the archetypes, right, and they can overlap. So characters may evolve into different roles as stories progress, allowing actors to showcase their range. Actors should have a versatile portfolio of headshots that showcase their range and suitability for various roles. Here are the 6 essential types of headshots every actor needs. The first thing you need is that commercial headshot, right? Bright, friendly, approachable, right? Often featuring natural light, casual attire, right? So it can even be something as simple as a white t-shirt, right? This is ideal for commercials and roles that require a warm, everyday appeal. Right? Think the cheerful neighbor, the trustworthy professional. So the first thing you need is that center commercial headshot, right? We spoke about that earlier. Now, the next thing you need, so for most of you guys, a lot of you guys, you have that. Some of you guys don't, and that's okay. The next thing you need is something that's more dramatic or theatrical. So this is going to be intense, emotive, right? This is a focus on depth and complexity. This is perfect for serious roles in TV dramas, films, or theater, right? So now instead of having that friendly face, now you may be wearing a black t-shirt, right? You're being more dramatic. Maybe now instead of your hair kind of being, a little bit messy, it's slicked back, right? But you need to start thinking hey, if I was going to be in a commercial, right? I want you to write this down. If I could be in a commercial right now, tomorrow, what would be a perfect person for me to play? Could I be the dad in a McDonald's commercial? Could I be the mom in a McDonald's commercial? Could I be the daughter, the grandmother, right? What product could you see, a consumer product that is a friendly, family-oriented product, right? Easy ones to pick, Disney, right? You're in a Disney ad. You're there at the theme park with your family celebrating your birthday. That's one. So now that one there, great. I'm going to submit out your commercial headshot for that. Now I want you to think, what character could you play, right? So think of a show that's going to be more dramatic. Maybe you could be on Law and Order, playing a detective, right? Playing that role. But I want you to really think about the role that you would fit. There's no right or wrong answers to this. This is part 1. So this is just opening the mind to learn. I won't be able to do part 2 today. I'll talk about that later, but there's a part 2 where we dial this in, right? So for that, it's going to have a more shadowed, moody vibe, often with neutral or darker tones, right? So same thing, when adjust the lighting on a shoot, right? You can have that more darker tone to it. Doesn't mean you're playing into evil or a villain. You could lean into that, right? Think of the gentleman who plays Loki on the Disney show, right? His headshots, he has that Loki look. He's a perfect character for Loki, right? Comedic headshot. right? Fun and quirky, full of personality. So these are the ones where they pop with a smile and so forth, right? This is best for comedic roles. Rom-coms, right? Playful commercials, okay? Look expressive and engaging, right? Often with a smirk or a playful expression. When you think of, if you wanted to see examples of this, type in Saturday Night Live, headshots. So the characters from Saturday Night Live, they're all going to have these great headshots. So think of if you were now on Saturday Night Live or you were doing a funny rom-com, right? So think of something that you're a funny character that you can play that would be in a commercial, right? Could you play the best friend, right? What could you play? Like name something you can play. Then a character specific role headshot, right? Now this is very important. So this is tailored to a niche or role you excel at. The detective, the business executive, the period drama. You ever notice there are certain characters, boy, oh boy, they're always playing a cop, right? They're always playing those roles, right? They're playing different types of roles. They're playing the detective. They're playing the military guy. They're playing the president. If you watch Narcos, there's a lot of character. Pedro Pascal, right? He plays that, the Hispanic narco, right? Captured Pablo Escobar, right? So, but then he also played the Mandalorian, right? He was playing the Mandalorian on Disney, right? Kind of blew up. He's done Corona commercials. He's done all these different types of things. So think about like, if you knew you're perfect, I'm just perfect for this role, right? Is it a Western, right? Could you play the cowboy, right? Could you play the comedic Latina mom consistently, right? Could you play like what role, if you knew you had to play this role, and this was going to be your Academy Award winning role, your Emmy Award winning role, what would be that very specific character you can play today? This will change. This is, like I said, no right or wrong answers. Then, of course, a youthful contemporary headshot, right? So this doesn't have anything, so this doesn't always have anything to do with age, but it's just being fresh and vibrant, right? Showing a youthful energy, right? So I could be in my 50s, but I'm doing a shot where I'm wearing my pickleball outfit, right? I'm doing that shot showing like I'm still youthful. I'm doing something fitness, right? You see people now, like there's a big push for commercials, people over 50s, 60s, and they're jogging, they're walking, right? They're showing themselves. So what would be the headshot when I got that role? Doesn't matter your age, this is the role, you fill in the role, you fill in the character, I could submit this headshot for, right? Because now I'm 1,000xing the chances of you landing that. So these roles are requiring current or relatable energy. Social media, right here, example, social media influencers, young professionals, but age doesn't matter. It's just giving you examples to think about, right? You can play to somebody who's a little bit older, who dresses a little bit too young. You see a lot of times you see that, right? People kind of may not dress their age. You hear that all the time. Casual, trendy attire, but dynamic, but a relaxed vibe, right? You can be that older person who's just cool, right? That middle-aged person who's cool. The younger person who's playing even a little bit younger. And then, of course, your professional and corporate headshot. So this is like a suit and tie, business attire. Polished and formal, designed to convey competence and reliability. This is corporate executive roles, lawyers, doctors, professional types, suits of business, right? Clean, confident demeanor. This is also used for press releases and marketing. So now you're going, every time this is being submitted out, the movie's playing all over the world. They're not going to always, they won't submit your character shot from the movie. They submit out your corporate headshot. So, Harrison Ford's going to be speaking at Comic-Con. It'll be that shot, right? It'll be the shot that they use for that. But for you, think about what role could you play, right? What is the role you could play from a business standpoint, right? What company would you be working for? This is acting. Use your imagination. You get to create the character. You get to create that, okay? So you should have 6 plus the 1, right? The 1 on top, well, counting your hero and villain. So you should be 8. You should have 8 things written down on that piece of paper right now, okay? Obviously, always consult with your agent or manager. That's obviously what we do, right? And here's some existing, kind of just interesting characters, right? So I want you guys just kind of inspire your thought, right? So like Katniss from the Hunger Games, right? She's reluctant, she's hero driven, survival and love, right? So this is something she played the main character, Tony Stark, right? Why he's interesting. He's flawed, right? He's a flawed genius with a sharp tongue. Tony Stark evolves from a self-centered billionaire to a self-sacrificing savior. His internal battles with guilt, responsibility, mortality, humanized his otherwise larger-than-life persona. Miles Morales, right? Speaking about Spider-Man, Black Panther, right? I just want to keep us up on time here, right? Diana, Wonder Woman, why she's interesting. Diana's the warrior and a symbol of compassion, right? So do you see yourself having compassion? Do you see yourself, with our females on here, do you see yourself as a warrior, right? I want you to look inside of yourself. I know Deidre Swartz, she's a warrior, right? She's a, what's all my warriors here? Ada Cruz is here. You know she's a warrior, right? Here's like Evelyn Wang, who saw the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, right? Won multiple Academy Awards, right? Is she the thought of the hero or the protagonist? She's not the first thing that comes to your mind, but yet she's the hero of the movie. She's the protagonist. So I want you guys to see there's so many characters. You can play the leading role when you lean into your character. Evelyn is an ordinary woman thrust into extraordinary circumstances. Her journey is chaotic, deeply personal, and filled with humor and heartbreak, exploring the multiverse while saving her family relationships. I believe it's on Netflix, so you can watch. If you haven't seen it, it's a wild ride movie. You might have to watch it twice, but it's actually really good. It's actually a really good movie. It won the Academy Award. Great movie. Ryan Stone from Gravity, right? Medical engineer, forced to survive the vast emptinesses of space, right? Ryan Stone's journey is one of resilience and inner transformation, right? As she battles both physical danger and emotional despair. Those are words you should see in yourself, right? Resilience, inner transformation, you know, again, that warrior. Or here, Natasha from Black Widow, right? She's a spy. She's a complicated personality. Can you lean into that character in a headshot? I'm a complicated personality, right? Having that look, the little twist of the eye, little twist of the head. These are all things we're going to develop in part 2, how you take this. But I want you to be who you truly are and finding these things. Ferosa from Mad Max, Fury Road, right? Again, liberating, right? Oppressed women and so forth. Resilience. Captain America, that's a great one, right? You know, inequality he stands for, heroism, right? Humanity, empathy. These are all words you should start using in your vocabulary to describe the characters you can play, right? I can play a very strong character who can play a leading role, but at the same time, I have humanity and empathy in my monologues and in my dialogue. I can bring those types of characters to life. Oh, wow. I'm interested in talking to you, right? That's what casting directors, they want to hear. Speak into their listen. Start this, you know, I know there's a little bit higher level training, guys, but I want you to realize, I want, you know, for those of you that are brand new, I know we have a lot of our talent on here. I want you guys to see where we're headed in 2025. We want to really up our game on everything that we do here, right? Again, Adonis Creed, right? Neo from the Matrix and so forth. Okay. Doctor Strange, right? Again, interesting character, right? He's the protagonist. He's the hero of the story, right? See, each of these characters showcases a different take on what it means to be a hero, from personal growth, resilience, to groundbreaking representation and unconventional paths to justice, right? So here are some things, examples, right? For commercial headshots, right? Friendly, approachable, right? Nurses, teachers, shopkeeper, barista, the friendly neighbor, right? Julia Roberts as Isabel in Wonder. Robin Williams, right? Even here's something, great example, as Daniel Hillard in Mrs. Doubtfire. He played the nanny, right? So that's both commercial. So his headshot, obviously, he's always leaning into commercial, dramatic, or also comedy, right? Robin Williams, comedy. Tom Hanks as Fred Rogers, A Beautiful Day. Emma Thompson, Miss Honey and Matilda. Steve Carell as Frank Ginsburg, Little Miss Sunshine, right? Quirky, warm uncle. Most people know him from The Office, but he's played a lot of roles, right? He's played a lot of different character roles. Phenomenal actor, okay? Dramatic, theatrical headshot, intense, moody, layered, great for roles with emotional depth and complexity. A doctor, a lawyer, a grieving parent, a detective, a war veteran. Viola Davis, right? How to Get Away with Murder, played a lawyer. Joaquin Phoenix, right? As Arthur Fleck in The Joker. I watched a really interesting documentary about him in Gladiator. That was like his first major role, and he was like terrified his first day on set. and the director, he knew he was nervous, so he didn't want to rehearse with him, so he just went with him live to do takes. So they did take after take after take after take. They did 15 takes, and he finally got the nerves out. And then they did like 5 more takes. And it wasn't until after they were filming that the director told him, he's like, just so you know, the first 10 takes, there was no film in the camera. I just knew you were going to be nervous. He's like, I wanted you to get it, and then we wind up getting it. Just little thing. So this, like, I want you to see, like, that's Joaquin Phoenix, but yet he was still nervous, right? He still had to go through the process, right? Denzel Washington, right? In Training Day, detective. Meryl Streep, right? Joanna versus Kramer, another great movie. Grieving Mother, right? Comedic headshot, right? Quirky, full of personality, right? Overzealous parent, the talkative shopkeeper, the clumsy intern, the goofy neighbor, the witty barista, right? These are all characters. Every one of these, everyone on here could play, right? As I'm going through these, I want to open up your mind like, hey, I can play that. I could be that overzealous parent. I could play the grieving mother. I could play, the detective, the CIA agent. How do I now lean into that? What's the right headshots? What's the right monologue and so forth? Okay. Melissa McCarthy, Bridesmaid, Ryan Reynolds, obviously Deadpool, comedic, and also the anti-hero, Rebel Wilson, right? Jim Carrey, Liar Liar, over-the-top lawyer, Kristen Wiig as Annie and Bridesmaid, quirky protagonist, right? So she played the protagonist, but it was a little bit of comedy there, right? So that headshot she would have submitted would have been more towards that comedy and so forth, right? Roles, right? Could you play a mortician, period drama aristocrat, right? A mafia boss, the mad scientist, a pirate, right? Who wouldn't love to be a pirate? Johnny Depp, Captain Jack Sparrow, being a pirate in a movie like that. Mrs. Lovett and Sweeney Todd, right? Playing the dark baker, right? Sweeney Todd, very famous play. Christopher Waltz, Dr. King Schultz, and DeWango, right? Unchained, played the bounty hunter. Why couldn't you play a bounty hunter? Why couldn't you play a Nazi commander? Why couldn't you play a receptionist or the wife of a Nazi soldier, right? Who doesn't believe in what the Nazis are doing. So now you're playing this grieving, troubled person who has so much pain and conflict because her husband is a Nazi. She doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know where to go to, right? Getting a little bit of the character analysis. But I want you to see all the things that we've been working on in 2024 are all building up to this, right? A lot of the trainings you guys have went through or will be going through. Social media influencer, college student, right? Youthful, an intern, up and coming musician, barista, right? Timothy Chalamet and Call Me by Your Name. Here's a great one. Emma Watson as Sam, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, playing a high school student, contemporary theme, and so forth. Professional, corporate headshot, polished, formal. Role, CEO, entrepreneur, doctor, FBI agent, lawyer, politician, right? George Clooney as Ryan Bingham and Up in the Air. Sandra Bullock as Margaret Tate in The Proposal. Hugh Laurie as Dr. Gregory House and House Doctor, right? Bryan Cranston as Walter White in Breaking Bad, right? Chemistry teacher turned business mastermind, right? That's how it's described, right? Doesn't say meth lord or, drug kingpin. He was playing a business mastermind. That was his character. His business was drugs, but he was, right? He was playing a genius person, right? Anne Hathaway, right? Andy Sachs in The Devil Wears Prada, youthful but yet corporate, right? So I want you to see you guys can play multiple, you can lean into multiple characters. Charlize Theron in Monster, right? Playing that dramatic character in that movie, right? She's a serial killer and so forth. So I want you guys to think about that, right? What period places could I play? Could I play in the Civil War? Could I play in Troy, the movie, Alexander the Great? There's so many roles when you start thinking about what you can really actually do. That's the magic of acting. That's the magic of being able to do these types of things. The goofy best friend, right? Troy from Friends. The coffee shop barista, right? The helpful grocery clerk, right? Working, smiling assistant in a grocery store commercial, like Publix or Kroger, right? The eccentric neighbor, right? Kramer and Seinfeld, right? A little bit the oddball next door who always shows up at the right or wrong time. The tech-savvy coworker, right? Gerard Dunn from Silicon Valley. The awesome gossip, right? Angela from The Office, right? Can you play the office gossip? The person who's nosy, right? Have the little Long Island accent or the Southern Jersey accent, right? The mechanic, right? Go play a mechanic, right? You're working at Amco, right? Down to earth worker. The snack enthusiast, right? Oh my God, you love Doritos or Lay's, right? In a commercial, always rating the snack bowl or coming with outlandish ways to get a bite. The loyal pet owner, right? Being in a Purina ad or a PetSmart ad, right? Family orientated, again, leading into that, right? I can play the role of a loyal pet owner, right? What's that shot going to be? Which is that going to fall under? This is part of the test we're going to do in part 2 when we do the full training. But it's again, which headshots would you submit for that, right? Think about that. Oh, that's probably going to be my commercial shot, possibly maybe comedy. I don't know about dramatic, right? So you start thinking, wow, which is the ones that would need to be submitted for that, right? So you're giving yourself the versatility, but you're drilling down now to having the perfect shot for the perfect thing. The supportive sibling, right? Monica from Friends, right? The caring brother whose sister always gives advice or a shoulder, shoulder to cry. The pizza delivery guy, right? The delivery guy in Domino's commercial, right? Upbeat, relatable, right? Who saves the day with hot food. The shopping buddy, right? In a Target or Old Navy commercial. The gym buddy, right? Overly supportive, right? Guy who's there in the gym. The friendly retail associate. So think of Best Buy commercials, Apple Store commercials. You're polite, cheerful, right? Helping customers. So now we want to submit that shot where you're cheerful, where you're polite. Probably the comedic one would go. Also the commercial one would go, right? And possibly even that professional corporate one would go. So I would submit those 3 headshots for a Best Buy or Apple commercial, hoping to ping that casting director saying, okay, this person's perfect for it, right? Do you see now why having the multiple ones makes sense? Do you see why drilling down and doing this exercise today, right? The new roommate, awkward but endearing as they adjusted a new living situation. Fast food worker, right? Worker in McDonald's, Burger King ads. Cheerful and a little snarky with hungry customers, right? Local delivery driver, right? Doug, King of Queens, approachable and chatty, often delivering packages or goods. That's like a perfect role. Mike Trash is not on today, but he's been in a dozen movies. His headshots are perfect for that because he has that personality that comes off in his main headshot. Carpool friend, Jake from State Farm commercials, right? Relaxed, friendly companion in a group heading to a work office or to work. Office IT person, right? Moss from the IT crowd. Quality, brilliant, often underappreciating co-worker solving tech person, right? So again, these sidekick roles relatable, require minimal character-specific skills, and offer a great entry point for actors looking to build their portfolio or audition for commercial and TV roles. All right, was that a little bit helpful for you guys today? All right, good. I'm glad. I am right on time. I would love to do this for the entire day. I will be back later today, but I want to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen. If you could kind of put in like the 6 or the 8 things that you wrote down, just so I kind of have an idea where you guys are at with that. I want to see how much you guys learned from it. Again, don't feel embarrassed about this. There are no right or wrong answers to this. I just wanted to open up your mind, get those juices flowing, and realize how unlimited the opportunities are with VIP Ignite. Thank you so much, guys. I will be back later. My name is Michael Pumpkin, and I will turn this over to Miss Deneen White. All right, guys. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye.
All right. I'm going to challenge you guys. Jemima, in the comments, what I want you to do is share the link to the school community. So not only do I want you putting your 6 character types, the 8 things you can do, the 8 things that you learned in this comment, in the comments here, but I also want you to go into our school community. So we're going to go over this really quickly. Then I'm going to introduce our next guest to you. Okay. So this is what you're going to do. Just in case school is new to you. School is very cool, but it might be new to some of you. So what you're going to do is this. Let me share my screen so we can do this. On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing was what Mike just shared with you? By the way, on a scale of 1 to 10, let me know. And if anyone says 10, I'm going to be very disappointed because I was listening in the background and it's like, should be a bazillion. Thank you. Priceless. 10,000. 1111111. Awesome. I love it. All right. So this is what you guys are going to do. Not only do I want you to share your comments in the comments there, but what I also want you to do is I have started. Oh, Oh, hold on. We have an overachiever amongst us, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an overachiever. What I want you guys to do is in the school community, okay? And if you are trying to get in, I will add you as soon as our next guest comes on. But I want you to share your biggest takeaways here, okay? Oh, Carol Miller, that was from day 2. We're going to accept your entries. But what I want you guys to do is I want you to share your biggest takeaways from day 2 in here. This is why I want you to do this, okay? It's not only the Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off, but as you're writing these things down, you're committing them to your own memory. Okay. Oh, Kingston's writing. Does everyone want to wait to see what Kingston says? Just joking, Kingston. But the reason I want you to do this is I want you to commit this to your own memory. And I'll go over school again later, but we have so many resources in school for you, but you're going to be a part of our community. You're going to be active. And this is a way for you every once in a while to come back and say, oh, that's what I learned. That's right. Okay. So it's all about creating those markers in your life so that you can always come back. So, again, if Jemima shared the link, so definitely if you're not already in school, join. I will add you as soon as I get our next speaker going. But I just wanted to share that with you because it means a lot to us also. When we go in there and we read the comments, it also helps us to make sure that we're giving you exactly what you need and what you want, right? Because we've been talking about this all weekend. But if you want to amplify your skills, if you want to amplify the relationships and get more opportunities, you have to be reaffirming and reasserting the things that you're learning. Okay. So not only do I want, again, I'm going to go through and read some of the comments here, but I also want you to go into the school community and I want you to put your biggest takeaways there. When it happens fast. That is true. Sometimes it happens like that. Lalini was doing research as he spoke. I love that, Lalini. Lalini's always on the move. Let's see, Kelly Clark. Commercial, dramatic, comedy, youthful, professional, tailored to niche, superhero, pesty mother, that's cute. Silly or supportive friend. All right. When will we get that list? You should here's can I teach you guys a trick? Yes. Okay, good. Whenever someone says take notes and they talk as fast as Mike, what you do is you get out your camera and you take a picture of it, or you take a screenshot of it if you're on your camera. But if I may be able to download that as a PDF and put that in the school community, would that be helpful to you guys? Would that be helpful? So let me talk to Mike and see if I can do that. Because then what I'll do is I'll add that to the school community because I definitely want you guys to have that resource because you did part 1, you have part 2 coming up. And how can you do part 2 if you're not prepared with part 1, right? It's like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Awesome. All right. So the egg came first. Well, that's debatable because the chicken had to lay the egg, Jamie Hatcher. You fell right into my trap. Just kidding. All right. So Dwayne Boyd, I want to be in school. Dwayne, I think it's awesome that you keep sending us text messages. You can message us here in the comments as well. All right. But I'll text you the link. All right, guys. So our next speaker, I want you guys to again come with me on a journey of curiosity. Okay? I want you to come with me on a journey of curiosity. I'm so excited about you having the opportunity to be on this call with our next speaker. Okay? Because he's absolutely amazing. And one thing I can promise you is that you're going to be open to new ideas after he speaks because you are curious. If you're curious, type curious in the comments. And if you are available for that, type yes in the comments. Okay. So what I want you guys to do is I really want you to start thinking about, I want you to open up your minds and I'm going to pre-frame what he's going to talk to you about. Okay. Because one of the things that Gino is an expert in is he's an expert in authenticity. Okay. He's an expert in authenticity and he's going to talk to you about how to be authentically yourself. And I want to take you guys back to grammar school. How many of you guys remember being in grammar school? Okay, being young. And how many of you remember, like maybe there was like the class clown or something like that, but how many of you remember, like, whenever someone like told a potty joke, everyone thought it was the funniest thing in the world, right? Or maybe when someone farted, everyone was like, right? Anyone? Come on. Can we all be curious? Like, stop being so posh here, people. Okay. I know the truth. Okay. So something I want you to really think about is this. Okay. Sometimes we find things funny that we're like, oh, I can't believe I laughed at that. Like the other day we were in the airport and like someone was getting on the escalator and they tripped and I was like I felt bad. They didn't get hurt, okay? But like we all laugh like uncomfortably, right? Or yeah, or someone sneezed in class and the burger went on the table. Like we all laugh at things that sometimes make us a little bit uncomfortable, right? And this is what I want you to understand about comedy. Okay? Comedy is designed to make you think in a different way. And how many of you can agree right now that we need more laughter in the world? If you can, type yes in the comments. How many of you know that laughter is actually healing, right? Laughter is, there have been proven studies, and I can't document each and every one of them, but there are studies that prove that when you laugh, first of all, your cortisol levels go down, your endorphins go up, and your body just starts restoring itself. Oh, hold on, Lalini came in for the save. Breaks the energy and creates flow at frequency. Thank you, Lalini, for coming in for the save for me. I appreciate that. So sometimes when comedians say something, you may be like, did they just say that? And then you laugh uncomfortably. Okay. So what I want you to do is when Gino comes on and he starts speaking, okay, he may say something and you're like, oh, I can't believe he said that. I can't believe I'm laughing right now. Okay. Or maybe he's going to say something and you're going to be like, I can't believe he said that. And you're going to get mad. This is what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to walk in with curiosity. And if you become that person who starts getting angry, that means that what you're doing is you're taking what he's saying personally. And if you're taking it personally, I want you to be curious about yourself, about why am I so offended by something that he's saying that's supposed to make me laugh? Okay. Because some of you may have been that person who, when the kid farted in class, you're like, I can't believe he farted. How dare he fart, right? And you probably sat alone at the lunch table and you were all sad. Okay. So I'm going to ask you to be curious when Gino comes on and to also pre-frame what he's going to speak about. How many of you know what a TEDx talk is? Does anyone know what a TEDx talk is? Okay, so Gino has been a comedian for well over 20 years. I'm going to go over his bio in just a moment. But what he's doing is he's actually creating a TEDx talk, okay, based around his comedy. And I want you guys to understand that when Gino's speaking to you, he wants to elicit a response in you, of course. But the response that he wants to elicit in you is one of being open, one of being more open to hear what people say. Okay. And he's an expert at this. Like literally, he literally, like, he makes me laugh at things. I'm like, I can't believe I laughed at that again. Right. But this is the topic that that his TEDx talk is going to be. Okay. And this is the first time it's said publicly. And he's probably like, Janine, don't say it. But this is what his TEDx talk is going to be about. And just so you know, not just anyone can do a TEDx talk. You can't just like go to TEDx.com and give them like $300 or $3 billion and do a TED. You have to get vetted to do a TEDx talk. So this is a huge honor that when he takes that stage for that TEDx stage. And Mike is also working on becoming a TEDx speaker as well as me. So this is something that's an honor. It's not something that's just handed to people. So this is the title of his TEDx talk. Laughter is the best medicine, from an old saying to a time-tested fact. Okay, so as you're going through this, what you're going to see him talk about is the basis of a TEDx talk. Okay, one day you're going to see his name you're going to go to TEDx, you're going to see Gino Bisconti, you're like, wow, I remember when he was working on that, okay? So that's a curiosity I want you to walk in with, okay? So let me introduce our good friend Gino Bisconti to you. So he is a seasoned stand-up comedian, writer, and actor with over 20 years of experience in the New York comedy scene. He has been featured on acclaimed platforms including HBO's Crashing and Gotham City Live. He has contributed to the renowned Comedy Central roast, including that of Charlie Sheen and Rob Lowe. He is the former co-host of In Hot Water on Compound Media, known for its bold and unfiltered comedy, which concluded its successful run in 2024. Described as having a slash and burn style of backstabbing insults, delivering sharp, incisive humor that resonates with audiences. He frequently headlines nationwide, including sharing the stage and touring with comedy legends like Artie Lang and Anthony Cumia. He is originally from Vineland, New Jersey, my neighbor of South Jersey, and has called New York City home since 2001, honing his craft and entertaining audiences with his energetic and unapologetic comedic style. He is known for his bold humor and dynamic stage presence. Gino promises a time of laughter and unforgettable entertainment. Are you guys ready to walk in with curiosity and laugh your asses off for the next hour with the one and only Gino Bisconti?
Wow. I can't follow my intro, which of course, thank you. Please. I can't follow my intro, which of course Deneen wrote because I'm not smart enough to write that. But yeah, I cannot thank Deneen enough because, and we're going to talk about authenticity today, which I think this works imperfectly because I got to this point, and I cannot thank the people that you are lucky enough to work with in Deneen and Allie and Mike enough, because when you're authentic, it's amazing how the older you get, everything works into like the religious stuff or spiritual stuff or just the energy stuff. And then we'll sell you this Dianetics book me and Deneen are trying to unload on you. But what I'm saying is, when you're authentic, we've all heard that phrase, like, well, you're exactly where you're supposed to be, but you will always wind up where you're exactly where you're supposed to be. And that's where I am now. And that's why I'm so excited to be here. And I am working on the TED Talk. And the thing that I'm working on opening with, it's the same thing I want to talk to you guys, because to put us all on the same page, I've said this countless times, whether you're here to be a comedian, whether you're here to be an entertainer, whether you're here to be a writer, whether you're here just to get a little better at working with people, at getting your message out there. And that's what it all is. No matter who we are, we're all exactly the same and we're completely different. But we're all exactly the same as whether you're a teacher, whether you're a construction worker, whether you're a stand-up comic and actor, you want to make a difference. You want to get your voice out there, okay? And this is how I wound up here, okay? So when I get to the TED Talk, and then we'll get to the authenticity, but this is the simple fact, okay? What if I told you that there was we'll call it a medicine, we'll call it a pill, we'll call it whatever you want, that would reduce your stress, would boost your immune system. Your immune system. Well, everyone go home. I've lost them. I said immune. No one log off. You stay. Jamie. Take two. Okay. What if I told you there was something that could do that? Reduce stress. See how relaxed I am, and I'm an idiot. And boost your immune system, improve your cardiovascular health, reduce pain, relax your muscles, increase your social connection, make your brain smarter. And there's a smarter way to say make your brain smarter, but I didn't want to say enhance cognitive benefits, and reduce your anxiety and depression. Suppose I told you that. But wait, don't stop there. So I'm sure you would say, okay, but how much does this cost? Because I just lost the president of my health provider. God, that kid's good looking. I'm sure you would say that. And suppose I said, well, it's free. You'd be, all right, it's free. All right, well, how painful is it to take? How awful does it taste? And I say, you don't do anything. It's the greatest feeling in the world. Okay. And you know what I'm talking about. It's laughter. Okay. But before I move on and tell you how laughter reduces stress, it increases your endorphins. Okay. It makes you relax, and it just, it just makes you healthier. And this is even more important if you want to go more towards that Dianetics book. It increases your positive energy. And we're all energy, and we'll get to that in a minute. Okay. Once I told you all this, you'd all be like, okay, I'd love some, right? But suppose one of you, say we're at a comedy club, one of you said, I don't like it. I don't like the way you administer that. I don't want anyone to have it. You would look at them like they're committing a hate crime, right? And not the ones I look at when you guys aren't here and pleasure myself to. You guys, am I wrong? Suppose that you had the greatest medicine in the world and it was free and it wasn't mandated. You could choose to take it or not. Suppose you had that. And it was the easiest thing in the world to do, and it was and I hate to tell you this, I'm going to add this. It's so addictive. It's so addictive, and it's so contagious. You'd want to be a part of that. And any single person that says, I don't like that, you'd look at them like they were an absolute retard. No offense, Jamie Hatcher, but you would. You would. And then someone would say, well, I don't like the word you just used. You're that guy. You're that guy, okay? Because Jamie's not really a retard, all right? But people will say, I don't like that word. Stop. Stop it. They try and do that. So that is why that will be, and I think that's the open for the TED Talk. It really is. I really think it is. Look at this. We're getting work done. I don't know why I started drinking an hour ago. There's no one in. Keep trying to chew through the ropes. It's my wife. So what I'm saying is, I think, look, I'm not even going to ask you. I'm going to pat myself on the back and say, I think that's a great intro. I think that's how you start the TED Talk. And I'm going to tell you people, I didn't sit there a year, and it's different for everybody. But I got here by being authentic, okay? And by being authentic, I simply mean everyone's different. Everyone has their own process, okay? Everyone winds up exactly where they are for whatever reason. Everyone has a different story. But we're all trying to get, to the same place, which is a different place, but that same place is whatever you want. You know what I mean? Whatever you want, there's a reason you're here, you're on your way to that. Okay. Well, you get there by being authentic. And there's a lot of things that pop in my mind when I say it, but the one story I always say is, and I like to combine these two, is one, when I got up to New York, I've been up here 20 years, and I'm not like, I've seen so many comedians blow by me and they're famous and they're on TV, and that's great. That's great. They saw that the whole way. But I've always just been, I'm going to say what I want to say and I'll see where it gets me. And it always gets me to the next stage. Like when I got up to New York, okay? I got up here in 2001, a different time. 2001, a different time. I believe Kirsten Ballard was sperm back then. But in 2001, I get out here and here's the plan back then. Back then, they used to have a thing called, okay, you might want to write these two letters down, TV. It was called TV, okay? And you'd want to be on the TV. You'd want to be on David Letterman. You'd want to be on all these Thank you, Carol Miller, TV. Thank you for writing that down for everyone. And how do you get on TV? Well, there's a system. You come up here and you have 10 solid minutes, and they're not, they fall within the parameters. There was a lot more leeway then. There were still some parameters, and then you get 10 minutes and you get on a festival, and then you get an agent, and then you get a meeting, and then you go through all that. So in order to get that, I'm like, well, let me get my 10 sharp, clean, concise minutes. And no crowd work and all this stuff. And every time I got on stage, it was like someone was jingling car keys at me, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And then I'd drop an F-bomb, or Jamie would be in the front row and I'd say fucking and call him a read, and people would laugh. People would laugh because they were there in that moment, and they know I was using words for the aforementioned greatest thing in the world to make people laugh, to bring joy, and to get a message across. Sorry, Jamie, across with a T. And I didn't realize it then. It's easy for me to sit here now and tell you this, but I would go back home and I'd be like, I can't do it. I can't do it right. I can't do it. But I was doing it right. I wasn't being inauthentic. I wasn't saying, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're wrong. No. People are very good at that. Nate Bargatze is squeaky clean, brilliant, and gut-bustingly funny. David Tell is dark and dirty, and he is the I shouldn't even say dirty, so clever, and he's if you don't know who David Tell is, I'm sure you look him up. He's every comic's favorite comic that I know, and everyone has their own way. So after a while, I don't remember this moment, but in a moment of, I'll call it authenticity, and then I'll try and transfer it or relay it or make the analogy for what you guys do. I always say, I don't remember when I said it, but I said, I don't think I went home and said, fuck this, I'm going to say what I want to say, and they'll come to me. I think I went home, threw my hands in the air and said, fuck this. I'm going to say what I want to say. Because getting back to that joy, you can't be, look at Kelly. Kelly gets it. Kelly's drunk. There's a chick in here who's drunker than me. My life just felt good for her. Don't encourage. So when you feel like when my energy's right, and it is now because I'm in a place I want to be, because I'm drunk, I get, so anyway, when your energy, like we all vibrate at the highest possible frequency when we're joyful. And again, I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's the only, I shouldn't say only way, but it's the best way I can explain it. There's a reason you guys are here at VIP Ignite. There's you've all got a taste. You've all been in front of a crowd. You've all written something that people love. You've all said something. You've all been in a group and you fed off that energy. And it's the greatest thing. And it's the most genuine thing in the world. And now, getting back to what I said earlier, you need to almost fight for it more than ever. There's a reason we're in boxes. I'd much rather be, at a on a stage talking to you guys, but there's a reason. And shout out Lalini Mangar, and I'm sure I mangared your name. It's not this funny. Mangar said Kingston. I said Mangar, but I made it sound like mangled. You guys are jerks. So anyway, thank you, Carol Mill. So honest to God, I haven't touched a drink. I haven't. So when you're doing that, like when they separated us all, but now we're here and we're fighting for this time to get that energy back, to be together, to do that. And that is how I wound up here, by being authentic. And the message I learned through all of this was, I just said, I'm going to say what I want to say and see where it gets me. And here's something I say that I realized in hindsight. If you're going, and I know I've used this analogy before, hopefully some of you remember it, but I can't stress it enough. If I'm here, if I'm here in this chair and I want to fly to the moon and I have a straight course, a straight path for it, okay, well, and I stay, here's a fun word, true. You know what a synonym for true is? Authentic. If I stay true to the path, I'm going to go straight to the moon. I don't know how many miles it is. I'm sure you could look it up, but whatever. It's a lot, right? All right, now let's say, I'm going right to the moon, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm just gonna have to be completely authentic. I don't have to be completely true to the course. Let me buckle up. Let's go. This is more fun than, okay. Yeah. I hear you, Kelly. This guy's drunk and driving to the moon. Whatever. What's the Homer Simpson thing when he's been drinking all day and he goes to steal the boat? The guy's like, Homer, you can't drive a boat. You've been drinking all day. That sounds like a wager. And then he sails on. Anyway, so let's say that I'm going to the moon and I want to do a straight line. Okay, I mean, to get to the moon, you have to go a straight line. But I'm like, you know what? I don't have to be completely true. I can make one small change, right? I can make one small change. I could go all this and one small change. Who's going to notice? Who's going to notice? I'll wind up where I'm supposed to be. You're lost. That's one small change, let alone 2, 3, 4. So when you say authentic, and maybe this isn't for everyone, but if you hear this in my voice, if it echoes in your head, and this gets back to what you just said, one of you in there, it makes sense. Everything I said, think about the past 4 years, okay? And when you're being authentic, when like I firmly believe, like, again, we all know we're born into this world knowing shit, and then we're looking for it. And again, you don't have to buy the Dianetics book this week. Deneen will add it to the fee next. I'm kidding. But when you're genuinely authentic, you hear things and you're like, yeah, you don't question. Like, remember, and this isn't about the vaccine, but a lot of us said, I don't get it. I don't get it. I just sat here and told you gave you the greatest medical advice you'll ever hear. And not one of you said, I don't think laughter reduces your stress. None of you said, I don't think laughter improves your cardiovascular system. When I said, and I quote, laughter makes your brain smarter, you didn't say that's the dumbest way to say brain smarter I ever heard. You all said, yeah. Because when you're authentic, when you draw in things that are authentic, and you will talk to people and you won't question them. You won't say, and you will speak the same way. When you're speaking authentically, trust me, everyone that needs to hear what you're saying they won't doubt it. They won't question it. And the people that do will either stay and ask questions and you'll be able to defend it. And maybe they'll even help straighten you out a little bit if maybe you were 1 degree off. Or maybe they'll walk away and they were never your battle anyway. So that's why being authentic will get you exactly where you need to be, whether you're getting on stage, whether you're writing, whether you're acting. It's always staying true to your voice. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I've seen other people who, I talk about this guy all the time. Great guy. Consider him a friend. He's a really good comedian, but he works. He works. And don't get me wrong, I work, but I feel it's very rewarding because I'm constantly writing things I want to say, and I'm constantly the jokes that are coming out of this TED Talk that I'm writing that I'm like, I can't say that on stage. But there's stuff, because it really is, it's my act, and then you have to take the really dirty jokes, and they're not even dirty, but I just love the balance between clever and ridiculous. Because one of the things I've said is, and this gets back to all of us, okay? What I'm doing is comedy. Well, at least what I'm trying to do. But, but what I do is comedy. What you will be doing may be comedy or acting or any of these things. But this also gets the authenticity. This also gets to the people. I just get all choked up. This also gets to the people that will try and cancel you, that will try and say, oh my goodness, I don't like what he wrote in this play. I don't like what he said in his act. I don't like what his book stands for. These are the people that are getting in the way of your true voice, and they are trying to silence art. Okay? And here's the thing about art. The people that try to cancel any of us, the people that will try to cancel any of you, remember this, they don't understand that what you're doing is art. And art is the universal language. There's like we're all sitting here. We've been words are the greatest thing we have to make people laugh, to make people joyful, to make people vibrate at the highest possible energy. Okay? Think about it. We're people that, like, we started out, we tried to communicate, we were writing on cave walls. John Norman was there. We were writing on cave walls. You get it, Lalini? Because I was afraid I was going to mangar that joke. We were writing on cave walls to communicate. So think about that. And now we have this elegant language, so many different ones, where we can communicate and make people laugh and make people think and make people, better. And other people will say, I don't like the way you said it. They're in the way of art. And art is, when you think about pure art, it's the universal language, like if I call someone a whore, no one's going to realize that if they don't speak, one of the Romance languages. But when you look at that famous sculpture, The Rape of the Sabines, doesn't matter what language you speak, those whores were asking for it. Am I right? So see that's going to go in the act. I can't do that in the TED Talk. You understand? But again, and thank you for bearing with that, because here's my point. That's a famous work of art, and it's called The Rape of the Sabines. Now, I don't know if you know this, but many of you will be working on YouTube, which is fine. But remember this. YouTube is suppressing free speech. YouTube literally has people saying R instead of rape, and no one here is a proponent of that awful, act, okay? They will have you say K instead of kill. They literally are controlling your speech. They are putting us in boxes like this and normalizing it. And this isn't me attacking YouTube. This is me just teaching you to be aware. of what gets in the way of free speech, of what gets in the way of that. And don't get me wrong, people are very good at the YouTube. You know, like if you just want to talk about whatever and stay away from things that, here's YouTube in a nutshell, okay? And you can agree or disagree. They want to separate people from people, but they don't want you to badmouth the government. Do you understand? They don't want you to badmouth not even the government, the elites. Okay, got too political. Let's get back to this. So when you're creating, this is the other thing I love to point out, okay? I forget where I heard this. It was either the Buddha or Conversations with God. And this gets into my friend that I was talking about. When you create, I've always said this, I've always repeated this. I'd love to take credit for this brilliant phrase, but once you get it, you get it. If you don't go within, you go without. It's cute, but once it's explained, you'll get it. There are two, I've always said, in any industry, especially comedy, especially acting, especially writing. Look at late night TV. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but anyone that remembers Johnny Carson or David Letterman, although Letterman's got a little loopy too, compare him with Jimmy Kimmel. Do you think Jimmy Kimmel gives this much of a crap about politics and medicine? Guy used to be on The Man Show putting women on trampolines with Adam Carolla. What's he doing now? He's going on late night TV, shitting on people that aren't vaccinated and yelling at Donald Trump, which I don't care what side you're on with the vaccine or politics. I'm asking you, remember this. If you don't go within, you go without. This is a smarter way of putting it. Do you think that's what he wants to do? Do you think Jimmy Kimmel sits at home and says, oh, I can't wait to go shit on Donald Trump. I can't wait to make fun. No, he's beholden to some outer voice. That's called going without. That's saying, okay, I'm here. My art is in here. My passion is in here. The voice that's speaking through me is way up there and it comes through here. But I'll say it, but fuck all that. Fuck all that. I want money, which isn't real. I want fame, which is fleeting. So this is what you do. And you don't have to do it for any of that. I want attention. Okay? So you go without. You say, what do people want to hear? Well, the people giving me money don't like Donald Trump, and they like the elites, and they want, and they're beholden to big pharma. So you know what I'll do? I'll take all that stuff, and I'll make jokes, and I'll take what people don't like, and I'll stuff it down my throat, right? Right? Didn't mean to bring up your problem, Lalini. I know her well enough to do that with her. I'll stuff it. I know her well enough. This close to saying an Uncle Joe. Thank you, Jamie. I'll stuff it down my throat, and I'll regurgitate it. And I mean it. I mean it. I may have been hyperbolic. That's a big word for a drunk guy. I may have exaggerated. But do you guys, like, does that seem like fun? Or does that seem, and don't get me wrong, I think Jimmy Kimmel's got a little cash on him. Does that seem like fun? Or does that seem like work? And don't get me, it's work. Thank you, April. It's work. And don't get me wrong, work's not a bad thing if you love what you're doing, or you can go within. By the way, I'm banning Donna Draper with that KC Chiefs thing. Banning her. Banning her. I'm a Charger fan. It's a nightmare. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, yay. Whatever. Or do you think Taylor Swift wants to be at all those? I'm kidding. She does. Or where were we? Or you can go within and you could say, this is what I have to say. This is how I want to say it. And there's an important part to this. You know, you have to want to spread the positive energy, you know, like I'm realizing as I get older, you know, and this will tie into the TED Talk. And I want to thank you guys all, because this is how I work, and you're really helping me flesh it out. I mean it. I really do. But as much as I would love to sit here and tell you, I came up here because I want to be a stand-up comedian, and I am, but I like being the guy in the room that makes it easiest for everyone to laugh. I really do. And maybe that's a cop-out, but that's what I've always done. That's what I've done on stage. That's what I've done behind the desk when I was over at In Hot Water. That's what I've always done, and that's my passion. So that is the getting back to, if you don't go within, you go without. So when I say things, it's really to bring joy. And if I'm doing stand-up, And maybe I'm giving myself too much credit, but I mean, if I'm doing stand-up, obviously you want to make people laugh. But the most important part is when people leave, and this is where my act has evolved to. When people leave the room, that's why it's evolved into this TED Talk kind of thing. I want people to not only be able to laugh, but now more than ever, and I know it's going to sound, I'll say hyperbolic again, just so it sounds smarter, that I want people to have the courage to laugh, because there are people that will try to take that from you. There are people out there now, and it's not everyone, but even one is too many, right? Right? Kevin says that about minorities all the time. Even one is too many. And what they do is not only do they not laugh, and I say this in my act, and it's true, but not only do they not laugh, they want to make sure you see them not laughing and actually feel bad for laughing. We've all seen it. There are people that arrogantly will look down on you for your opinions on, oh, I didn't want to get back, whatever. I don't want to make it about that. But there are people that will try and steal your joy, steal your energy. And that is what I'm, oh my God. Are you kidding me? On Sunday? Hold on one sec. Yeah. Now I know you're wondering why I did that. I know you're wondering why. Oh, because I don't have a doorman. What'd you think? There was a lesson in the fact I don't have a fucking doorman? Ooh, look at me. Amazon's here. I think that's our salt. So, yay, salt. Thank you, Liv. So what I'm saying is, that's always been my goal to I don't want to say increase vibrate, but that's what it is. Like when you're joyful, you're vibrating at your highest possible frequency. When you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, when you're totally focused and centered, and I know, and I can't even speak for the people that want to be actors. I can't even speak for the people that can sit down and write. But when you're totally focused, when you're totally in that space, that's when I'm sorry, but that's when you're vibrating at your highest possible frequency. And that's when you're drawing all the shit you need. Like I wound up here, in Manhattan doing stand-up in my apartment with my wife, with my cat, just by always doing what I wanted to do. And I'm a good person. I don't want to rob banks or beat up children. Not anymore. That 12-year-old kicked my ass, got out over my skis, as they say. But when you're a good person, then that really does fuel what you're doing, what you're saying, what your voice is, how you act. And that gets back to that word, authenticity. Authenticity makes it, authenticity is, and you can tell people or not, but this is the secret. It makes it so easy to do what you're doing. Authenticity leads to, and if you've ever read the works of Neville Goddard, I've been listening to some of him, although I always tell people to read The Power of the Subconscious Mind. Inspired action. It really is to the great, like, there are things you do because you have to when you go without, and there are things you do because you have to when you go within. You just have to, and that's called inspired action. That's called doing what you love. That's called, and that's called, if I may, feeding your soul. And this gets back to what the story I started 3 hours ago. God bless you. A couple of you dozed off. I don't blame you. I could use a nap. Friend of mine, he works for Seth Meyers, who's another guy that, I'm sorry, in my opinion, stinks. He was great at the desk on Saturday Night Live. They needed a snarky new guy to hang out late night, whatever. Although I do love that it's a tradition every Thanksgiving. He just interviews his family the week leading up and then takes off till the new year. God bless him. But a buddy of mine works for him. He's one of his writers, and I think he even does the warm-up. Yeah, Power of Imagination. Shout out to Kirsten Ballard. She gets it. And he does his warm-up. But whenever you see him, and this was before he even got that gig, and the way he got that gig was incredible. I'm pretty sure when, and now I'm just marveling at it. This is inspired action. When the guy left the desk, this is how hard he works. Whenever he was about to start, Seth Meyers, he just kept calling the office saying, I'm calling about the warm-up job. I'm calling about the warm-up job. And I think finally the woman's like, just fucking take the warm-up job. So he's the warm-up gig. God bless him. But whenever you see him, hold on, I'm muting it so I say his I wish you could have seen me yelling on mute, unmute me to Deneen like she could hear me. I wish that's what I was doing.
I saw you. I'm always watching, Gina Bisconti. I'm always watching.
See that? We planned that. But that was my best laugh. We planned that. I just, like, anyone knows who the guy, at any rate, every time you see him, he looks like he's got the weight of the, am I wrong, baby? He looks like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. And I mean, I guess that's, I don't even know if that's authenticity for him, but that's work. Okay. That's going without. And it is the best joke I never heard. John Norman, I can't follow that. But that's, to me, that's going without, you know, and creating. But when you definitely create your voice, when you're authentic, you know, you'll wind up where you're supposed to be. You have to, because, and I know it sounds dumb, but it either clicks or doesn't. It's where you're supposed to be. Otherwise, you could get a job. You could. My brother is the complete polar opposite of me. He was a teacher. He was a vice principal. He had a house. God forbid. He has a beautiful home. His two kids are, one just got out of college. One's halfway through. And he's always been like that. But that's never been my authentic self. I tried that. I had a job at a bank. And again, like my brother just retired. I'm sitting here doing this and like, it's that story that, I'm going to read it because I found the story. If you've ever seen the movie Comedian with Jerry Seinfeld, there's a scene in it where he tells this age-old story, and I'm going to read it word for word because I've said this countless times. And my wife, I like to think, is the same way. She lives with me in this apartment, and I think she likes it. I keep her drunk and doped up and tied up. But there's, like, I've always said this, I would I'll go to my brother's house. It's beautiful. I'll hang out there a couple of days. And I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I used to work at a bank in Wilmington, Delaware, Chase Manhattan Bank. And I would just put my head against the window like I was in a 14-story cage. It's insane. And so here's the story. So Glenn Miller's orchestra is doing a gig somewhere. Famous, you know, orchestra. They can't land the plane because it's winter, a snowy night. They have to land in this field and walk to the gig. They're dressed in their suits. They're ready to play, and they're carrying their instruments. So they're walking through the snow. It's wet and slushy. And in the distance, they see this little house. There's lights on inside. There's a curl of smoke coming out of the chimney. They go up to the house and look in the window. Inside, they see this family. There's a guy, his wife. She's beautiful. There's two kids. They're all sitting around the table. They're smiling. They're laughing. There's a fire in the fireplace. And these guys are outside in the snow. They're standing there in their suits. They're wet. They're shivering. They're holding their instruments. And to quote Jerry Seinfeld, they're watching this incredible Norman Rockwell scene. And the one guy turns to another guy and goes, how do people live like that? You understand? Like, everyone's made to live a different way. And I'm sure most of you, I would like to think, are normal. But don't ever doubt where you've found yourself, what your surroundings are, if you're able to joyfully create. That is so important. Like when I told this, went through a breakup ages ago. And actually, let me tie this back into my brother, because yes, you have to be authentic. Okay. You have to be authentic. You have to listen to your true voice. And when you do that, you will draw in people that you know, respect and appreciate and are trying to push that for you. And these are the people, these are your ride or dies. These are the people you will listen to. And I'm lucky enough to have, speaking of Norman Rockwell paintings, I grew up in one. And I have one brother, the guy just spoke of, 1.5 years older. We actually, I do a podcast now on my Patreon and stuff, and I talk about him so much that my fans have come to know him, and I literally stream with him 1 day a week. And believe you me, don't watch it because you'll realize I'm not even the funniest one in my family. I should say funnier. Well, it's funny. But he is that voice, and he is the one that, you know, there was a time I was really at a low point after we lost my parents, and I was just being a fuck up so long ago. And I wish everyone would have, but he said to me, I've known you longer than anyone. I've never been this worried about you. And boom, I snapped out of it. I stopped fucking around. I stopped messing with shit. And another time, Another very important part of my life where I was lucky enough to have this ride or die that you drawn through being authentic, that you drawn through not surrounding yourself with yes men or lying to yourself so much that you think yes men are authentic. When I went through a breakup, this was like 12, 13 years ago, packed up all my shit, put it in my aunt's house, and just put all the stuff I needed into my car, and was basically driving to New York a couple days, staying on couches or getting a hotel or subletting, and then going back to New York and all this stuff. And I thought I was a mess. And I sat with my brother, and he's like, I don't care what you're doing. I've never seen you happier. I've never seen you getting more shit done. It's when I started touring with Artie Lang. He's like, you're always here with your niece and nephew, and family's very important, you know, to us, hopefully to you as well. And that's how being authentic gets you authentic people. And there are so many people in this business. And you know what? This might even be the most important thing I'm going to tell you, because you know this. There's so many people in this biz. There's so many weasels in this biz. There's so many users. And I shouldn't even say this biz. In life, my mother used to always say to me, not everyone's your friend, Eugene, you know, and yeah, not everyone's your friend. Kelly gets it. And the story I love telling, because I'm sorry, like a lot of people are nice to a fault. And I grew up on a farm in South Jersey, and my wife will tell you I say this phrase all the time. But I grew up on a farm in South Jersey, and my dad was a farmer, but he was also an electrician. And my Uncle Frank lived across the street. He was a plumber, you know, because my mother, and you don't understand what a Norman Rockwell painting is. My mother and her sister, who are as close as me and my brother, no coincidence, given how they lived across the street from each other. So my dad, my Uncle Frank, grew up, you don't realize it. You think everyone has that. You think, yeah, they're tight. And my Uncle Frank would, in the middle of the night, people in the neighborhood would be like, yeah, my hot water heater broke. And he'd get up at 4 a.m. and he'd go fix it. Yeah, my power went out. My dad would get up at 2 a.m. and go fix it. And come back, and you'd be like, Dad, Mom, why did Dad go fix that woman's electric at 5 a.m. for no money? Why did Uncle Frank, you know, leave the house? And I think one day he came back with a check. And my mom and Aunt Olga would always say the same thing, because he's a jerk, Eugene. Because he's a jerk. But she said it in a complimentary way, because, you know, good people will do anything for good people. And this is the authenticity that you will attract in to your lives by being authentic, by staying true to your voice. And really, I guess now's a good time to tell you, you don't have any other option. You really don't, because you're not going to produce what you want. I used to say this when people had auditions, and it was easy for me to say, because I suck at auditions. I'm good. The only audition I ever got was being an annoying sports broadcaster or hawking TVs, because the guy knew me from Howard Stern. But when people would do auditions for stand-up, I would say, they'd say, they're like, I think I bombed on it. They didn't like anything I had to say. And I said, did you say what you wanted to say? And they said, yeah. Then I'm like, good, because think about it. The only thing worse, I've always said this, and this applies. This gets back to this is the core of authenticity, because you can create your own hell by being good at being inauthentic. Think about this. Because I said to the guy, would you rather not get something? I think I told him, actually, I'm like, trust me, you'd rather not get something, speaking your mind. And I'll say being authentic here, so it looks like, you know, I did some work. But you're better off not getting something for being authentic. You're better off not getting the audition or the festival for saying your act than you are for getting the audition for saying what they wanted to hear, for saying someone else's act. You're better off not getting the gig for being, you're better off than you are for getting the gig for being inauthentic and saying something that you don't believe, because guess what? You're hired. Now I'm going to need you 24/7 to keep spouting out that shit that you don't believe. I'm going to need you 24/7 because you got the gig for being inauthentic. You got the festival for telling jokes that you don't even like. You get to suffer. Sisyphus, get your rock and push it up the hill. I'll try and impress anyone. You know what I mean? You don't want to get work using things that you don't believe in. You don't want to get hired for being inauthentic. You want to be your true self. You want to say what you have to say. Otherwise, you just hired yourself into something that you don't want to do. You know what I mean? That's why I love me some black coffee. That's the thing about being authentic. And that is why I always think about that. And yeah, and oh, the other thing I can't stress enough, and I'll get back to Jimmy Kimmel. And I used to have or anyone on late night TV now, because this is another thing. Because this gets back to, I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but I talk about energy a lot. I do, because you cannot convince me otherwise. I like, once the book I always recommend is, here it is. Oh, look at me. Look at me being a professional. All these books, Neville Goddard's great, whoever, or is it Goddard? It's Neville Goddard is great. If you ever heard of Joe Dispenza, brilliant modern mind. There's one more. Oh, Wayne Dyer. Love Wayne Dyer. But the book that started it all, you cannot convince me, is The Power of the Subconscious Mind. Okay? And it's by Joseph Murphy. It's on Books on Tape. It's like, anyone that's ever heard of The Secret, I always say this. The Secret is just a modern day hack of this book. And trust me, I listened to this book. I've never read this book I'm holding. I've listened to it on YouTube more times than I can count. Not going to lie to you in case that makes a difference. But once it clicks, we're all energy. And I say this same thing makes up me, you, this microphone. It's energy. And when you're vibrating at your highest possible energy, you draw in like energy. And don't you want to draw in normal things like that? All right, well, let's bring it back now that half the people are like, okay, he's drunk. I'm kidding. But once it clicks, you get it. Okay. Well, there's other times, and I've said this, and actually, Seinfeld talks about this in his movie, Comedian. Actually, I'll never understand this. This is actually in one of this movie, Comedian, is so old. I remember watching it on DVD, and I clicked on the deleted scenes. It's in the deleted scenes, and he talks about jokes, but this works with everything, okay? He talks about jokes that literally come through you. You understand? It's like we all have these jokes, and he's like, and we think they're funny, and we wrote them, and we try and tell them on stage, and they don't work. And it's like, we want them to work so bad, we just keep trying to tell them. And he makes this analogy. It's like they're birds, and every time you want to fly, it sinks. It's like you're so desperate, you put on a bird suit and you're flapping, and it never works. He's like, and then there's times you're on stage, you're just doing your thing, and you say something, and it just comes through you. You didn't even think of it. And it was like a joke that was like, fuck you, I'm important. He says those words, and it comes through you. And I believe in that. I believe that some things are like, you're just a vessel for these words to come through, for these thoughts, for these actions, for these books, for these roles, for these anythings. And when you are joyful, when you're sitting where you want to be, when you're standing, whatever, when you're in the space you want to be, you allow for genuine creativity. And that's important. Creativity, authenticity. Think about this, because it is so fleeting when you understand the energy. I would say this all the time, how lucky I was to sit at that desk over 8 years at In Hot Water, because I was behind a paywall. I could say whatever I want to say. And when a thought comes through your head like that, you're allowed, you don't even have a second thought, you speak it. But think about the shackles, the golden handcuffs, everything that's going on a guy like Jimmy Kimmel. And I'm not saying don't pursue that, but you cannot argue. If you are Jimmy Kimmel, if you are Jimmy Fallon, and I'm just using late night host because that's what I've done for 8 years. So that's how I relate it. But I'm sure you could relate it to anything else. If you're writing a book and say, well, I don't want to be unpopular, I don't want to go against the beliefs of my publisher, and you have a literal damper on your brain. And every time you have a thought, let me rephrase that, every time you're given a thought, and trust me, you'll have thoughts, but when these thoughts come through you and you immediately say, well, and you second guess it, and you hiccup, and you say, I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be said, it's gone. It's gone. And that gets in the way of genuine creativity, of the rush, of the joy, of the reason we fucking do this, rather than do a 9 to 5, or rather than live that normal life. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure some of you are supplementing a normal life, but just so you understand, that's the sacrifice you make by going without, by being inauthentic. And I've never taken that for granted. And by saying I've never taken that for granted, this applies to everything. Welcome, Andrea McDonald. You just popped onto my screen. Hello, how are you? Gratitude. Like gratitude is the most, yeah, Kelly, I could tell you've had 3 shots of gratitude before we even started. She probably put a shot of gratitude in her coffee. But it really is like the more shit that you're grateful for, this is an undeniable fact. The more shit the universe gives you to be thankful for. And sometimes like when you choose, thank you, Deanna. You're used to clapping being a Chiefs fan, you bitch. So anyway, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Well, I knew we were going to lose to, excuse me, I need 1 minute. Excuse me. I knew we were going to lose to you Sunday night because we have that mentality. How do you bank a fucking field goal off a post? So authenticity is what we're talking about, people. We're talking about authenticity. I'm authentically troubled being a Charger fan. I have a tattoo. It's like a mark on my soul. When you're like, where was I? Oh yeah, gratitude. When these fucking Chargers get, the more you're grateful for, the more the universe gives you to be grateful. And sometimes I'm telling you, the universe provides, and sometimes it provides challenges. And lately, since I lost that gig, I didn't like how it ended. I was a little angry, and it becomes a challenge you have to practice gratitude sometimes. When things are going well, it's the easiest thing in the world. You just wake up, you're like, how great is this? But when things aren't going well, you have to take a step back and fucking realize where you are and realize how you got there and then say, oh yeah, so fucking grateful for this. And then you put on the Chargers and they go up 2 points, but you know a field goal is going to win it. You know they're going to go downfield. You know 3rd and 12 on Patrick Mahomes and he's going to do some shit behind his back and they're going to show Taylor. I'm grateful for the 8 wins. I'm grateful for the 8 wins against shitty, low-quality teams. I am. Oh, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful we're going to limp into the playoffs and get our ass fucking spoon-fed to us by a team that can... Gratitude. So that's what it's all about. Now, this is where I think we've covered the authenticity. I think we've covered about how the fun is in talking to people, in fleshing out what you want to say. And really, I'll say it again, this is the thing, and I want to thank you for helping me. I really want to start my TED Talk like that. Now I only need the other 17 minutes, but you really have no choice. You really have no choice. I mean, you have choices, but you either go within or you go without. You're either authentic or you're inauthentic. You're either going straight, to the moon, or you're like, I can tweak one thing, and then you're going to go right by it and be like, how the fuck did I wind up here? And maybe when you wind up there, you're like, well, I like it, but whatever. Now, did anyone have any questions about that? The answer to the first one is obviously whiskey. I was drinking whiskey. I'm kidding. Any questions? Raise your hand, and I guess Deneen will put them up. And if there's no questions, that's fine, because I think I covered everything. I think we've solved the world's problems, right? I think we all agree that the Chiefs are overrated and very beatable. Am I right? What? All right. Deanna's like, I'm never wearing this again. All right, whatever.
I love the football interludes. Like we're talking, we're serious, and then you start swearing about the Rams. That's how I feel too about football this year. All right. So Jamie Hatcher has a question. So this is what you're going to do for your questions, because we have about 5 more minutes. What you're going to do is you're going to introduce yourself, ask your question concisely. Okay. All right. Jamie Hatcher, you are first up.
I don't have to do anything, right?
You don't have to do anything. Just answer the question.
What I'm great at.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to say, Gino, I love you, man. You are an invaluable individual. You are just hilarious. And you're quite exquisite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was pretty much all. I'm sorry, that wasn't a question, but
no, that's exactly what I told you to say when I opened the floor to questions, and make sure Denise.
That was not what I would.
That's exactly why I called on you first, Jamie Hatcher. Thank you.
It would have been funny if he's like, I want you to know that I am. Oh wait, you are Gino. You are. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. And like, you guys are great. Like, I cannot compliment all of you enough, especially Deneen and Allie and Mike, because like, I know it's just the screen, but I see your faces. You're like all like third base coaches going, go, no matter what I say. And it really does help me. It really does. So thank you, Jamie. And thank you, everyone. Awesome. Even Deanna.
Awesome. All right, one more question. Lalini. Let's see.
Lalini, Mangar. What's up, young lady? What's your question?
How are you, sir? Thank you so much for everything that you shared. So basically, really fast, you might have touched on this, but my thing is, what was that turning point for you where you were like, F this, I'm gonna speak my mind, I'm gonna do this? Because there is so much around that's censoring right now, like you said, right? So like what was that for you where you're like, I'm just gonna stay this way and continuing
and
to
that's
stay
a
that
great
way?
question, Lalini. And to be honest, I've said this. I don't remember. In fact, when I tell the story, I always say, and I'm answering. I'm looking for the answer as much as telling it to you. I mean it. Like I always look back and say there must have been a moment where it just clicked, and it's and here's your answer. Thank you for helping me get to it. It's not. It's not one. It's well for me it wasn't. For many of you, it's not going to be one giant moment. It's going to be like it's maybe it's not easy to just snap your fingers and become authentic or all that stuff, but there's just going to be little bits and little bits, and this is where finally you're like, I'm done, and you stop giving. You're giving so much of yourself for something. You're like, I'm not going to give this part anymore. I'm not going to give this part, and I think finally you just get to the point where you're like, I'm not giving anything, because every time you give a little bit more back to yourself, makes you a little more stronger. Hopefully if you're doing it right, it makes you a little more confident, and when you get, every time you become more authentic, gives you a little more passion and push in what you're doing until finally you're full speed ahead. So that's a great question. Hopefully that's a good answer, but that's how I would say it the best I could.
It's a perfect answer. Thank you very much.
All right,
thank you for that question, Lalini.
That was great.
All right, does anyone else have a question for Gino? I have a question for you, Gino.
Yes.
First of all, where can we find you on social media if people want to follow along with your journey?
I just started a Rumble page, but the best place to find me for everything, I would always say, is go to my God, I hate Twitter. It's so toxic in a lot of ways. But if you go to my Twitter or my Instagram, GENOBISCONTE, the link is my link tree, which takes you to I'm solely on Rumble now. I'd love to say that I told YouTube to screw off, but I talked about the vaccine too much and they told me to screw off. So I'm on Rumble. I have a Patreon, but follow me on the Instagram and the Twitter, but it's GEN. Look, it's just, I'm so stupid. That's my name. On Twitter, put a little underscore between the O and the capital B. On Instagram, it's one word. Please, I recommend the Instagram. Shoot me a message on Instagram. Tell me you followed me. My boss, Allie's looking. Act like you really had a good time.
Obviously, if there's any bookings, you contact his agent.
Yes. Always reach out to Allie. She gets
always reach out to me.
Yeah, they get me the work. So there you go. But it's just, I'm so dumb. It's this name. Look at that. I'll pretend I'm this name underscore on Twitter, no space on Instagram. That's everything. You guys are great. Thank you so much.
And on Rumble, is it just Gino Bisconti? Because I'm on Rumble. I'm trying to learn how to Rumble.
It's coming along, but it is the free speech alternative to YouTube. Actually, it's on my end. I have to update because they do a lot of ads. But if I think if I make it a professional thing for like $20 a month or something, it's no ads for the people that watch. But now I'm getting into the specifics of my new world. We'll talk about it next time I'm back.
Okay, that's awesome.
World. Wait, where can we see you next? Where are you performing next?
I am doing my birthday show December 29th at Rodney's, the former Dangerfields on 61st. And if you want to hang out New Year's Eve, I'm doing 2 shows at Governor's in Levittown, Long Island.
Ooh,
very nice.
Fun.
Oh my gosh. It was so awesome to come out and see you the day after Thanksgiving too in Princeton. That was
and yeah, and by the way, didn't one table get up and walk out because they didn't like a joke?
I heard about that. What happened?
Okay. Yeah,
all we did was make fun of them during my entire set. That's all we did.
Hold on.
You know this is gonna happen.
But here's the thing, like it was okay. So Mike and I now have something. So you know how there are Karens, those women who are like, so now we have Karens and we have Bobs. Okay, so if your name is Bob, I do apologize. But this man Bob stood up and he was like, it was after Keanu said he was like, "We're leaving," and all of a sudden they stood up. He did the check thing, and out they walked. And we were like, why would you bring your whole family to a comedy show if you just want your ears tickled? Like, go tune into like the Hallmark Channel and go be numbed like the rest of the world.
And he was such a Bob. First of all, when we say family, just so you know, the kids were probably like 20, 21. One of them, maybe both of them were drinking. They're having a good time. And the mom
and the wife too is having fun.
Yeah.
But Bob was like, he had a stick so far up his took us. He walked out. He was like, "We're out. Give us the check."
Yeah, and I always call it it's a verb, Pied Piper. They try and just we're leaving. Who's coming with? No, go. No one's going with you. We're telling
even his family didn't want to go with him.
Yeah. Oof. Oof.
Shout out to Bob.
Yeah. So Bobs and Karens, don't hang out with Bobs and Karen. And again, if your name's Karen, we love you, but you know, awesome. All right. Well, Gino Bisconti, thank you so much for this. Thank you for bringing the energy. This was absolutely amazing, and I can't wait for that TED Talk to come to fruition.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the first draft together this week. I think it's just gonna be that's definitely the intro. I think that's a great intro, don't you?
Yes, I think it's amazing. We just have to trim it down by a lot.
I'm getting out on that. Later, everybody.
Bye. Go Rams.
Bye, Gino.
Go Rams. How do they?
Thank God he muted himself. He can't retort to that one. Awesome. All right. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn laughing your butts off in the last hour? 10, right? So again, what I want you guys to do, I went into school. I saw you guys commenting. Go into school and definitely share your biggest takeaways from Gino in the school community. Let me ask you guys a question too. Kevin, I got your 7,000 messages. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Gino on a consistent basis, maybe like doing like a 12-week series where he walks you through not only comedy, but authenticity? How many of you would that be a benefit? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. Because I mean, Kevin Stanton, it was so funny. I'm like sitting there, I'm like doing other things in the background, and I hear, I'm sorry to bother you during boot camp, but can we please? The answer is yes. That's something we're absolutely in the works for, because you know what? Especially with what's going on in 2025, with the new trends, with the way the world is. How many of you know that like now is really the time to step into your authenticity, right? That's what we want. Again, at the beginning of yesterday, at the beginning of today, I told you my goal for you by the end of this weekend is for you to be completely transformed, for you to become the new version of you, and allowing raise the vibration, but allowing yourself to step into who you truly are. That definitely is going to be a trend for 2025, because you know what? No more hiding from yourself. Let's step into your true self. And so, yes, the answer is we will be having Gino do some coaching for us in 2025. And Inner Circle, I'll just make this announcement right now. On Wednesday at 8 p.m., he's doing a call just for you guys where Alicia's going to put him on the hot seat. He's going to be in some hot water. So Inner Circle, make sure you check out the school community, because that is something that we're going to be doing for you, on Wednesday. Awesome. All right. With that thought in mind, speaking of authenticity, there's a man that I'm going to be introducing next, who he has no choice but to be truly, fully authentic, because whenever he knows nothing else. And he's going to be talking about the trends of 2025. How many of you want to be ahead of the curve for 2025? Not like, how did that happen? But you want to know what's coming for 2025. So let me introduce our next guest, and then we're going to get him going for the trends of 2025. So our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. At the age of 15, he opened the Emanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through good times and bad times, he never wavered. He had a record number of covers for his agency, totaling 72 in 1 year. Also, for 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, one of which I saw on one of my favorite movies, Love Actually, last night. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hi.
Hi. I love how you don't even listen to the intro. You're just like, yeah, I know, I'm fabulous. Deneen, I've heard this 1,000 times.
Who is in Love Actually? Liam?
Yes.
I've never seen that movie.
Oh my God, that's the second time in 2 days that you've said something that shocked me.
Now, and have you seen?
I don't do rom-com. So if it's a rom-com, I have no interest.
Okay, hold on. Excuse me while I beg to differ with Mr. Ryan Colby just for a moment.
I have no interest.
Downton Abbey is like, I know it's a lot of more drama but there's a lot of romantic comedy going on.
Oh no, there isn't.
Oh, there is.
Downton Abbey is the epitome of a drama. There is romance elements because somebody's married and they gotta kiss them, but it is not a rom-com.
There's definitely some elements of it. I would say Bridgerton, but you hate Bridgerton, so we're not going to go down that.
You couldn't strap me to a chair. There's no way I would watch Bridgerton. That is the epitome of a show that I cannot stand.
Well, so now trending for 2025, we know Downton Abbey is in, Bridgerton is out, but other than that, Ryan. So now that we got all of that out of the way, and now I know two. Yeah,
I've never seen that movie. Liam's done a lot of movies I've never seen. In fact, on Amazon the other day, I was looking for Die Hard, and I came across one of his movies. I've never heard of it, never saw it. I was like, what is this?
But you probably dressed him for like the premiere or like the press junket.
No, I don't. I buy a lot of clothes, and then he just wears them. So I don't specifically dress him for anything. It's just we buy clothes for the season and he wears them when he wants to.
Okay. Well, speaking of the season, what are some trends that are coming for the current season coming up in 2025?
Trends. Okay, I used to be really into trends like in the 90s. They used to have a trend store on 37th and 6th. It was right on the corner, right above the pizza parlor. You had to walk up the stairs and you would buy the trend books, and they were this big and they were like $100 and they would give you the trends for the year. And the place would be packed with like editors from Vogue and Cosmo and Bazaar and Elle and Mademoiselle. Any magazine, all the editors were there because no one wanted to buy the books. So we would just sit there and read them. And the guy let us do it. He was really nice. He actually offered me a job there once because he saw that I was like cleaning up and organizing the books after everyone demolished his shelves. I thought it was cute, but I'm not working in a bookstore. But he was a very nice guy, and he would let us read the trend books. Every once in a while, I'd buy something, that was a little more permanent than just a temporary trend. But they don't make those books anymore, which is unfortunate. I think I don't know when they closed that store, probably in the early 2000s or 2005, something like that. And so now the trends are kind of like you just have to be at the fashion shows and remember what you saw and the repetitiveness. And then you're like, oh, that's going to be a trend. That's going to be a trend. But here's the thing with shows and fashion shows in Europe. They may do a lot of things, but not only 10% of it, 20% of it will become a trend. The rest is just for the show and will never see the light of day and will never be produced and will never become a trend. And also trends take years to come here. What is hot right now in Asia and Europe will trickle down and will take 2 seasons, 3 seasons, maybe even 4 before you decide to go purchase it at whatever store. That scene in Devil Wears Prada is actually 100% accurate when Miranda chastises Andy about the blue belt, because it takes that long before you go walking around TJ Maxx and buy a blue dress that was a trend 3 years ago in Europe. So that is actually accurate. That's how kind of it works. Obviously, she said it in a very demeaning way on purpose, but that is how it works. Anyway, But there are some trends that I've noticed without the help of my trusty bookstore, which I miss and love. And they had really good pizza on the first floor, and then you'd sit up there for an hour or two and read the trends. Is what did I notice recently that I thought was different? Because all people always say trends with lengths of sleeves and lengths of skirts and lengths of pants. I don't really feel that is a trend. People have to wear pants, and people have been wearing shorter pants, longer pants every season. So that's not really a trend to me. Trend is something that is unusual, that wasn't happening a year ago, that is going to be kind of seen everywhere this coming year. And one of the things are statement jewelry. Statement jewelry is going to be huge. Big brooches, big earrings, big bracelets, big necklaces on men and women. As far, men wearing brooches are becoming a thing. Masculine brooches, like just a big piece, a big something silver, gold on your lapel of your blazer or coat. Accessorizing outerwear that normally men would never do. Even women would never do it. But accessorizing your outerwear, if you have a black trench, a beige trench, a camel trench, a coat, just because it's cold out, it's winter, and it's cold out, people just put it on and walk to their car or walk to the store. They don't really think, should I make this look cute? Well, one of the trends is to make it look cute with a big belt or a big brooch. Another trend that I've noticed is a lot of cinched waists for men and women. The cinched waist suit for men is a thing now, where it kind of gives you a slight androgynous silhouette. It is hard to pull off if you're not slender. So I'm not quite sure if that will pick up, but it is a trend. And I've been seeing it, in smaller lines and in more big box stores like Zara and stuff like that, where you pick up the black suit and you notice that it's going in like this, and you think, oh, is this for the female side? But it's not. It's supposed to be here. So, so that is a trend that we'll see if it takes off. I think with the young people, it will take off because these boys these days don't care to wear anything. But we'll see. We'll see. Also, what is another trend? Multiple zips. A lot that's been going on for a while now, and now it's becoming like a real thing. I saw it last year, even 2024. I even saw it in 2023. So it's becoming like a real thing. It's multiple zippers, meaning like if you have a cardigan or a jacket that zips, now there's like 4 of them. So as if life isn't complicated enough, now we have multiple zippers.
I was literally just thinking I struggle with one zipper, so now I'm going to have to zip multiple times on my jacket starting in 2025.
It's more decorative, but it's also to cinch. It's kind of like a mock rope, wherein, back in the day when they would tie the females back, they would tie it like this to get the corseting. You just put the zipper in front, and it kind of gives you that look as well, like a minor corseting. So that is something I've seen a lot lately, but I saw it a lot last year. I thought it was going to go away. It's not. So I've been seeing that. What else? The boyfriend jacket, I've noticed a lot on females, which I do not like, which is crossing over into the bohemian look that is coming back as well. The 90s bohemian boho chic thing that I hated then is unfortunately returning.
So you like men wearing cinched jackets, but you don't like women being comfortable.
No. I don't like the sloppiness of it.
Okay, got it.
There are ways to wear a big jacket as a woman and make you look chic, but you have to have a stylist for that. It has to be done right. You got to pick the right jacket for your height, for your waist, for your breast size, etc., etc. And unless someone tells you which one to wear, then yes, it looks chic, it looks right. Most people just would be like, oh my God, it's a big jacket, let me just slap it on. And it doesn't work, you know. So we'll see how they're gonna tweak this trend to make it less messy than it was in the 90s. Because in the 90s it was a full disaster. And we'll see if they'll make it a little less disastrous for the 21st century, because that's what we're in right now.
Yes, I remember. I look back on photos of me in the 90s. I was like, why?
Yeah.
Just why?
Well, yeah, the big blazer, the big jackets, the big sweaters. The bohemian chic is returning, but in a more updated luxury way, with jewel tones and less drab tans and
less Carhartt, more jewel tones.
Yeah, less Carhartt, exactly. Oh my God, I saw one of my boys wearing a Carhartt jacket today on Snapchat. I was like, do not post this on Instagram. He looked like a hot mess. And yeah.
Well, maybe he's a fan of Yellowstone. They advertise heavily on Yellowstone, so that could be why. All right, so clothing trends. Let's talk about like maybe some hair and makeup trends for 2025 for the ladies, for the gentlemen.
Hair and makeup trends. There aren't really any hair trends that I can think of. Makeup trends, a lot of like, you know, heavier makeup is returning. Lots of heavier makeup, heavier lids, heavier, eyelids. It's not really believable for the everyday person. So for the everyday person going to work, dealing with children, you got to have 90 minutes to pull off these trends. And who has that? Nobody. So and you gotta have skill. You gotta have 90 minutes in skill. If you don't have the skill, then you have to have 3 hours. So and who has that?
I'm still trying to get the wings. Like every time I get wings, I look like I got caught in a rainstorm and I was crying. So,
but what you can do to minimize it and make it more believable for every day is do a liner. Colors liners are returning, which is a harken back to the 80s. The blues, the pinks, the yellows, the greens, purples, stuff like that. You can do that in a fun way and in a business way too. If you have a job that requires you to go into an office and speak to people and, have a desk and, you don't want to look like a clown and be talked about at the water cooler, but, you also want to look stylish. And, this was my mother's job when I was a kid, was to teach women how to look amazing and not be afraid to compete with men and still look feminine. So this is in my wheelhouse, is to take a trend and water it down so you don't look like a clown, because you don't want to be that woman in the office. It's like, what is she doing? Why is she wearing so much makeup and looking like a weirdo? But you also want to look amazing, because make no mistake that when you catch attention visually, people will listen to you a teensy bit more, as far as if that's your job, is to be a salesperson or you're the head of a floor or, whatever your job is. People will tend to listen to you more if you visually look alluring. And I'm not saying to like wear short skirts and, do that. I'm not saying that, but still put together, you could be covered from head to toe, but and still be alluring. And people will listen to you more. It's just a fact of life, whether you're a man or a woman. Everybody knows this. It's just the way the world works. Is attractive people will carry more attention as far as whatever's coming out of their mouth. So colored liners can be helpful for that. Just don't overdo it, where you start looking clownish. Shimmer is becoming a thing, and it's not just for the holidays. A lot of people take December as their month of shimmer, and they forget that you can do that anytime you want. You don't have to just put shimmer on your eyelids because it's a Christmas party. You can do that in May. You can do it in August. You can do it whenever you want. Again, you just can't look clownish. You just have to be schooled and know what to do. And that's hard because the average person doesn't know a stylist. They just, they don't know a stylist. So, luckily I'm one, and I am telling you not to go crazy and do too much because it can make you look like a clown. Now for hair, the one thing I can think of that I have seen a lot, and I'm not quite sure if it's going to be a trend, but it's like this really intricate high pony that is really styled nicely, pristine hair in the back that's, put, slicked down, pristine, and a high pony. I've been seeing that a lot on runways and a lot in magazines. So maybe that will be a trend. We shall see. I'm not quite sure how that will cross over into real life because, again, that takes skill and time that people don't have. But I do find that when trends come along that are so extreme, I think that if you take a nugget here and there, say there's 10 trends out there, 8 of them will not be any relation to you. You cannot do them. Don't even try, but pick 2 that are a little more grounded and believable and work on those. And you'll see that, it'll make your wardrobe interesting. It'll make your face interesting, your hair interesting, because, you can't always look the same and you always want to change things up and, just be more interesting and surprise people. You don't always have to look the same for decades. There's no need for it if you can help it. I mean, people do have busy lives and, but still, you only have one life, and just make it fun for a minute. It's not going to hurt you, and it doesn't cost anything to change things up with a curling iron or a little bit of makeup or a couple of cheap pieces from, Goodwill or Amazon, or, it doesn't really cost anything. You spend more on Netflix monthly billing,
True.
So those are a few things that I've noticed without the luxury of my trend books. I've seen a lot of cardigans, which I like. I like a cardigan. I've been seeing more cardigans out on the street and out in the magazines. So jewel tones, period. Just jewel tones covering anything, whether it be pants, dresses, sweaters, coats, suits, lots of jewel tone suits for men, the silvers, the burgundies, the blues, but with a teensy bit of sheen and giving it a jewel tone look. You can wear these to work and during the day without looking like a game show host. You just have to make sure you do it right.
So PT Barnum's here.
Yeah, you don't want to look like a circus, host or a game show host going to work if you have to wear a suit to work or some sort of blazer. But that's actually changing things up. I find men are the hardest to get with the trends. They're very stuck, and there's a uniform that men are to wear. But with this younger generation, they're taking chances, and which is a good thing. They're wearing colors. 50 years ago, you would never catch a man in a rust suit or some sort of orange sweater or something, like never. Now you see it every day. So that's a good thing. But jewel tones for everyone is popular, whether it be just simple day wear or an evening wear. It kind of crosses over into both. You can work it out with both wardrobes. You can wear it to school. You can wear it to work.
Awesome.
The pewters. I love a pewter piece. I love ruby. I love the teals and the topazes, and I love all of that. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear colors coming in, because you know what? Black is generally my wardrobe, and I'm so bored of it right now. I'm like, okay, but I need to bring some colors, and so I'm excited. And jewel tones look good on pretty much everyone, which is amazing too.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
You definitely find a jewel tone that matches your skin type.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So we've covered style. Now let's talk about the entertainment industry trends for 2025.
Well, trends for 2025, a lot of casting offices are opening up. A lot of casting offices are opening up in smaller cities. Mexico has about 3 new big firms in Mexico City that have opened up this year, but are obviously going to gain legs this coming year. That in Cast Partner opened up in Mexico City. So did who else opened up in Mexico City? Somebody else, a big one. I can't remember, but I can think of 2 big ones that opened up in Mexico City in the past year alone. So, and they opened up like offices with, with offices. So like someone's sitting in there. So, and they're seeing somebody. So, yeah. So, I hope that is a trend. I do need the return of office visits. I like visiting offices. I like going to see people in offices. So I hope that is a trend. And the agencies are working 4 days a week. That's becoming a trend, which is actually a good trend. I like that trend. They're doing the 4 days and Friday from home, which is fair and fine. I feel the Friday from home is a good thing because Monday and Friday are the 2 busiest days of the week for any office, but especially modeling agencies. But I think Monday is a more important day to be in an office than a Friday. So I like the Monday to Thursday and then Friday from home. And a lot of the agencies are adopting this. So that's a good thing. I like that. And I'm just seeing the trend of, and I think the in-person will cut down on the lack of a little bit of talent that's lacking from television and film. A lot of people got breaks this year and last year and the year before that probably really shouldn't have. They aren't that good. And, because sometimes these companies were desperate, they had to book somebody. So you have 20 people who are lackluster, pick the best one. So the in-person appointments will cut down on that because it's harder to fake mediocrity in person than it is on a self-tape. It's easier to do on a self-tape.
And it's easier for someone who has talent, who also has a charismatic personality to walk in and land that role as well.
And command the room, because sometimes memorizing lines obviously is 100% important, but sometimes the personality is more important. I'd rather someone engage me for a month, if I'm shooting something for a month, say, just hypothetically, and work on those lines than someone who just is a machine and remembers lines, but you're boring.
Yeah.
So it's, most people would agree with me that having someone who's more engaging is more important. And it's hard to do that on a self-tape. Self-tapes are important. I'm not saying they're not important, but I'm saying there is a limit to their importance. You cannot get the star quality out of someone in a self-tape. You can do it in person. When someone walks in the room and they're a star, you know it.
Yeah.
You can't do that on a self-tape. So the mixture of the two should be married more this year. I'm hoping, where, they're still going to give people chances that live in wherever you live. But the people that live in New York and LA, or that can get to New York and LA, come on in. We need to see you.
I love that. So let's talk, since being in person is going to be more of a trend for 2025. Let's talk about, like, how do you walk into a room? Okay, so you get your sides, you show up to the audition, or you show up to an open call. Like if an agency has an open call.
And I've been noticing open calls at agencies again, which is scary. I'm seeing that a lot lately, especially the Europe agencies. I've been seeing it way more in the Europe agencies than the American agencies, but the Europe agencies are going on a open call
tear
frenzy. They're having open calls like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm not quite sure why.
Is this a trend we're going to see with Colby Model Management?
No, absolutely not. I'd rather eat glass. No, We're not doing that.
Okay, well, there you go. Now, is anyone unclear on how Ryan feels about open calls? Because if you are, we can ask him again that question again. I think I understand.
Absolutely not.
Okay, but
I didn't like them then. I was happy when they left, and if they return, I'm not getting on that. I'm not getting on that boat.
You're not getting on that bus. Got it. Okay. So for the people that might not be interested in working with Colby Model Management for other agencies, how do you walk in and nail an open call? Because when you're walking in, like there's so much.
I used to have to run the open calls in IMG, so I will tell you how.
Okay.
When I worked at IMG, we had open calls every week, and it was, yeah, it was a lot. So, but the few people that got in through an open call, you know, out of all the times I did it, I'm not saying I never took anyone because I did. They were the ones that just kind of were quiet storms. I don't need jazz hands. I don't need Liza Minnelli. I don't need that to get my attention to see you. And some people think because this is the entertainment industry, even modeling falls into the guise of entertainment because you're providing fantasy, you're providing an image. They think they need to come in like it's the first scene of Cabaret, and it's like, you're wrong. And that's exactly what you shouldn't be doing. You know, sit there, wait for your name to be called, however the process is with the agency, and just answer their questions nicely. Be quiet, confident. Quiet confidence is way more attractive and interesting and more easier for the agent to think while they're talking to you than if you're trying to be, you know, trying to do the remake of, you know, of Bob Fosse's, you know, you know, trying to be jazz hands for, you know, and talk too much. And oh my God, I can sing. Oh my God, I can dance. Oh my God, I can do this. Like, I didn't ask you all that. Sometimes I'll ask you one question or two questions that have nothing to do with modeling just to see what kind of person you are. I can visually see what you look like. I know you can wear a size 2, or I know you're 6'1". I know your hair is blonde. You know, you have blonde hair. I know you have brown eye. Like, I'm not stupid. I can tell things without asking you. So if I just ask you, what was your favorite subject in college or school? It has nothing to do with your modeling career, but I just want to see how you talk. I want to see how you respond to a stranger because I've never met you. You never met me. I'm not interested in your 6th grade play. Like, I don't care. You know, so sometimes the quiet confidence is more attractive than just rattling off a resume that has no value to me whatsoever. So that's a good way to,
because you can also read. If someone brings in your resume, you're like, yes, I know. In 6th grade, you played a tree. That was good job. Yay, go
exactly.
you.
I can also read. I don't need a retort. I had a very good education, probably better than yours. So I'm not interested in you telling me what I could see right in front of me.
Yeah.
So exactly. So just be quiet and kind of take the lead from the agent. You kind of need them more than they need you, to be honest. I mean, yes, agencies want stars and they want a big actor and they want a big model in their agency 100%. And so if one comes in, you're definitely like, agents have poker faces. So when a star walks in, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, there's a star. Like, that's never come out of my mouth because that's stupid. But at the end of the day, the average person walking into an agency needs the agency more than the agency needs them. Because at the end of the day, the rotating wheel of the door is so many people. I really only need 1 or 2 or 3 people a year. Or, you know, maybe half dozen max. You know, so therefore, you kind of have to sit there and take the lead from the agent. Meaning they ask you a few simple questions about your schooling, your background, where do you live, are you married, what kind of car do you drive? I don't know. They can ask you anything they want to ask you. Where'd you get those shoes? I don't know. Who cares? They can ask you anything they want, and be prepared to answer those questions. Not everything will be entertainment related because I already know everything about the entertainment industry. There's nothing you can teach me. So if I ask you a question about, you know, your shoes or where do you live or what kind of car you drive, that's information I don't know. So tell me.
Yeah, I think what you're describing is emotional intelligence or even social intelligence, because so many times people come in and they have an agenda of what they want you to know, even though you already know it, and they feel like hearing it in their voice is going to solidify what you're reading on paper. So I love what you're saying right now, because we even have this, like when Alicia and I interview people, we're like, okay, we ask a question and then 15 minutes later, they're answering whatever question they thought you were going to ask. It kind of reminds me when I took my driving test. So they on repeat, they took us on like the route that they were going to take. And I was driving and there was this one point where I was supposed to make it right, but the guy didn't tell me to make it right. He was like, "Why did you turn?" I was like, "Well, that's because that's what I was supposed to do." And because I was able to recover is the only reason I got my driver's license, thank God. But like I think a lot of people do that in life too. Like you walk in, you have already preconceived what you want to say instead of reading the room and seeing what the room wants you to say.
Yeah, exactly. And especially in this industry, because again, like I said, you need us more than we need you. So it's not a party. You're not walking into a room where you're like, oh my God, it's a social event. You're walking into something where you really want this person to be interested in you well-roundedly. And so you kind of have to take the lead from them because again, we've got to make that space for something that we don't need.
Yeah.
You know, unless you're a brand new agency building your board, the space it takes to bring another person in is actually a lot. So give me a reason to squeeze that bench even tighter.
Yeah, and for an agent, it takes a lot of energy. I mean, you want people who obviously have training, you want people who are able to hit the ground running, because you don't make money until they start making money.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like there is a lot of energy bringing someone into your agency and effort on your end.
And if someone's amazing and I feel like, oh my God, I can get them going in 30 days, 60 days, then I'll make that room. It's like Thanksgiving table. Like, why is this person here? I have room. I have enough food for 20. There's 21 people here. Someone has to go.
Someone's not eating tonight, and it's not going to be me.
So there's like, why are you here? Like, why am I making more room at my table for you? You have to give me a reason.
Yeah. So how many people do you think have lost opportunities because they didn't have that social or emotional intelligence?
Oh my God, a lot. I mean, in the early 2000s, I was the convention queen. I was going to a convention a week. So you know how many people I didn't take because they were annoying as hell, because I didn't like the way they spoke or answered questions, and I just moved on to the next person until I found people who were more akin to me. And yeah, lots of people ruin their opportunities.
Yeah.
And the way I act, it may seem crass, it may seem slightly bitchy or slightly off-putting, but it's pretty average. Most agents kind of act like me. I'm not some anomaly that I'm the only one that acts like this. No. I most of my friends who are agents, we pretty much are all twins. You know, we all pretty much act the same with slight tweaks, but we're really not any different than each other as far as our demeanors and as far as what we like. So if I don't like you, the chances of the rest of the room, they're probably not going to like you either.
Wait, I have to say something really quick. So I was somewhere recently, an airport, and somebody was talking about Don't Fuck with Cats, that Netflix show. Remember that?
Documentary, yeah.
Where the guy was like really crazy, trying to become famous, and he started killing things on YouTube, and he's like, don't tempt me, I'll kill a human. And he did. But true or false, when someone is that crazy, which again, we get people all the time that email, the warning signs are on the wall. Do the agents talk about that? Like, hey, there's this weird guy coming in. I remember you and I had a conversation going, oh my God, that guy from that movie who was an aspiring model.
He was, he had emailed every agent on planet Earth.
The other agents. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember him. Desperate. I remember him. He had emailed every agent on planet Earth. So we don't really talk about it unless I really know you. Like there's like 4 or 5 agents I know their phone numbers. I'll get on texting. Like the other day I texted Gaspard from Next because I had a question about what he would do in this situation, and he wrote me right back and told me what to do, which I already knew the answer, and I just wanted to see it in print. But So there's only like 3 or 4 or 5 agents I do that with, where if there's a bad experience or something really annoying is happening, I will ask advice. It's really, we don't have like a newsletter. I wish we did. It would be amazing.
You can have a closed Facebook group. This is the
There is
a
closed Facebook group. It's not as active as it used to be because of all the woke people on Earth, but back in the day in 2000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, that page was popping. Like, it was every hour on the hour you could go on there for gossip, because it was an internal agency page on Facebook where you could gripe about talent. You could put pictures up of them. Have you seen this boy? Have you seen this girl? Do not represent them. This is what they did to me. Here comes a laundry list of.
You had that happen.
Here comes a laundry list of things.
Tries to, right? And then that talent goes and they start talking to somebody else behind your back, and you're like, no, warning.
You don't represent them. So, but that page hasn't been so active. But I actually haven't looked yet. I'm not really on Facebook like I'll have to look and see. But I'm not really on Facebook like I used to be. But back in the day, that was my TikTok. I was on there like, girl, I don't have, I'm glad I don't have that problem. So it was, but it was also informative because I recognized some faces of people that had emailed me, and I'm like, oh my God. Oh, thank God I dodged a bullet there, because the agent that took that person is now on there telling the world what they did, so.
Grass is always greener.
So.
And not only that, you're always on stage. So the lesson to be learned here for everyone listening is be a good person. As Alicia likes to say, Hollywood and New York has a no asshole policy. So just have the social and emotional intelligence that you need so that when you're interacting with the agents, everyone wants to work with you instead of no one wanting to work with you.
And it same goes true for the other way. When there's a big star that comes into New York, like a brand new face who's killing it, who's amazing, every photographer is like falling all over themselves to shoot. Every client is like fighting to get them. That too spreads quickly. So it works both ways. I mean, obviously bad news travels faster because it's more fun.
True. Very true.
But it does, the good news travels too, especially when it's someone new and deserving, who was plucked from obscurity and now is doing really well. People like to talk about that too.
So you mentioned the woke movement. Can we talk about trends for that too for 2025? Not trying to step on any toes or anything like that, but do you see that kind of like dying down a little bit?
Yes, it's dying down. Thank you, Jesus. It's dying down, yes. You'll still be accountable. I'm not saying, it's going to be wild west and you can just do whatever you want, but the excessiveness of it will start to die down where you can just kind of be yourself and not everything is so sensitive, and you can say, you can make a mistake and it's not the end of the world, and I don't know. It's just it's going to die down. I've already seen evidence of it. I've already seen, it's slowly. I've been saying it for a while now. Everyone knows I've been saying it, and now it's really ramping up into fruition. So yes, and I would love my page back on Facebook talking about the models. I didn't see anything wrong with it.
Maybe you just need to
spark something.
Spark it back up, Colby.
I didn't see anything wrong with it, but
well, Colby, we're talking about the woke movement, but do you think now that things are starting to go back, do you think it's a wise thing to put your pronouns? Because we saw that on every applicant, like for their headshots and the resumes, or do you think now?
I am not a fan of it. I will just be honest. Until I'm representing you, I don't care. So I just need to see the information. I need to see your face. And it may not be politically correct to say that, but I just don't care. So, and if I'm representing you and you feel like telling me, absolutely, I'll listen. But to just smack me with that like a salmon in the face when you walk into a room, there's no need for it. and it's disarming, and it's not attractive, and it can be presumptuous, and it makes me indicative to think that your personality is going to be too much, and all you're going to do is start slamming people in the face with information they didn't ask for. And you're not going to my clients like that, so you can leave.
Yeah, I think if anything now, because I was having a conversation yesterday, I think with anything now that the movement is going back to, I don't even want to say no, I'm all about LGBTQ, but I think that
You
when
better
people
be. Who do you think you're talking to?
But I think that when people now are putting the pronouns on, especially coming into 2025, I think now casting directors will look at them and say, I'm not walking on eggshells. We're not doing that. You know what I mean? And I think it's
Well, look, there are millions and millions and millions, and there are millions of LGBTQ people in the world. And the problem is if it's just like with anything, there are very, very militant Spanish, very, very militant Blacks, very, very militant LGBTQ. And if you feel like, oh my God, I can't even breathe around this person because I'm going to be recorded and canceled, whether you're Black, Spanish, Asian, or gay, that's not cute for anybody. So nobody wants that feeling like I can't even, when you're on set, like it's a mini family for a temporary short period of time, unless it's a long show or something like that. If you're on a soap or if you're on a long running series, then it's years and these people are your family. But if you're on a movie, it's 12 weeks, 16 weeks, whatever. You want to be comfortable enough not to break the law and be weird and say weird things, but you cannot be like every morning, oh my God, I have to, watch every movement I make because, one person on set is going to be recording everything I do and report. So if that is you, you're going to find it hard to get a job because you've got to relax a bit. The world is full of people who are humans and no one is out to get you. No one is out to get you. A lot of it's involuntarily made up where you're like, you're out to get me because you didn't remember from Monday to Tuesday that my pronouns are they, them. Like, you got to give people a minute. And if you can't give them a minute, then I don't know, start your own job from home.
Go work at Wawa. They're always hiring.
Work from home or something. I don't know what to tell you, but this may not be the industry for you because you're gonna be on set with 100 people. 90 of them are going to be super engaging and super accepting and do whatever you want. But there are going to be 10 people on that set who are like, I have the memory of a goldfish and I don't have time for this.
Yeah. I was just curious because I get a lot of headshots and it has all the pronouns and I'm like, I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not doing that. And when I don't even notice it anymore. And if I do notice it, unless you're like have a killer resume, I am moving on.
Well, one of our good friends, Robert Galinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach, who's part of VIP Ignite, one time he got reprimanded because he was looking for an African-American grandfather for a role, for something he was working on. And he had women, like literally Caucasian females, freaking out that they weren't having equal opportunity to get seen for a role that was based on an African-American family, grandfather, like a Blackish type scenario.
And that's the point I'm making. Like, yes, everyone needs to be given a chance. If we say, okay, here's two examples. Yeah. We need high school students for a scene. We need a high school class filled. We need this, that. Anyone should be able to apply that's high school age. Black, white, Asian, small, large, white, black, whatever. But if you specifically are doing a movie about a patriarch from a Black family, why are you yammering about not giving a chance to audition when it has nothing to do with you? So that's what I mean. That kind of person is a person I don't want on set. That would yammer about that. That would like raise a ruckus. If you're going to give me grief about my project about a Black patriarch and you're a 45-year-old white woman and you want to go online or do an Instagram post about how you weren't given a chance to audition for this role, I am glad you did, because now I know I will never speak to you again. And I hope everyone sees this, because I don't want anyone working with you and giving them grief. Now, that's what I mean. Now, if they're hiring, say they're like, we need an office, we're doing an office movie and we
Uh-oh. I was so engaged. Oh, there we go.
Did my
Okay.
screen just freeze?
Yeah, you were doing an office.
That wasn't me. I don't know.
It was your internet. You were doing an office.
And you don't get the chance, then complain your ass off, because an office is supposed to be all inclusive. There's everyone working there, so that's different. So pick your battles on something that actually matters.
You guys, I feel like Gino Bisconti kind of like popped, you know what I mean, the bubble for us, and I feel like this was a great conversation. How many of you guys got a lot out of that?
True.
It is true.
It's very true.
Awesome.
Well, those are the trends.
Those are the trends. Does anyone have any questions for Ryan? We have a couple more minutes. I know April had a question too. Currently, she's going through some treatments, so she doesn't have any hair. So she was asking about makeup for her. Like, what type of makeup should she be donning at the moment? Here,
Who's going through treatments?
Here, I'm going to.
What?
Here you go. Unmute yourself, April.
Hi, Ryan.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm good, honey. I'm going through cancer treatments.
Okay.
So I have no hair.
Okay.
And I'm obviously indoors a lot because I can't be around people because of the germ factor and that I have no white blood cells. So I'm getting whiter, and I'm not really sure what colors, like you were talking about all these new colors coming out and stuff like that.
Well, it depends. I mean, you need to be healthy enough to be around people. I mean, there are people who work on movie sets and TV sets and who are in treatment. It just depends on where you are in treatment when you can leave the house and be around people and stuff like that. I don't know much about cancer, but I do know I've worked with people with cancer. I've worked on sets and fashion shows with people who were in treatment for different types of cancers. But they were in treatment where they can go to work and maybe work a couple days a week. So it just depends upon when can you work, then you can worry about that. But if in your state right now, if you're confident with the visual of no hair, I would work that. If you're confident out in public, meaning if you're not, I would recommend a nice lace front, a nice believable lace front. Sometimes, I feel feel bad sometimes when I see these cancer patients when they're wearing these unrealistic, weird wigs, when there's so many amazing ones out there that can make them look assimilate better in society, because it's actually worse, because now I know what's wrong with you. Like, it's actually worse. I'd rather you just walk around with your bald head.
Oh, I do. I walk around. Bald is beautiful, baby. Bald is beautiful.
Okay, fine. Then that's great. So that's fine. But if you're going to put colors on your face, I would stick with earth tones for now, because you're very pale right now. So I would do a brown liner. I would do just a little bit of mascara, a sheer brown lip, maybe peach brown lip, a little bit of color on the cheeks. I wouldn't go crazy with any of the trends, because you're going to get better, and then you can embrace the trends once this is over.
I just wanted to make sure for like self tapes and stuff like that, and when I do go out in public and stuff, I just wanted to know what colors.
Oh yeah, I would start with just earth tones for now.
Earth tones, okay.
I would start with earth tones. Keep it simple until you're better, and then you can celebrate and do more color.
Oh, I'm gonna be better. I'm going into the surgeon actually on Tuesday and telling him he's taking it out and I'm done.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good.
So my mom,
love you, Ryan.
Okay, good. Well, good luck, and I wish you a quick recovery.
Thank you, honey. Thank you so much.
Thanks, April. So my mom, my mom had cancer and she went through chemo and she refused to wear wigs. She was a character. She had a Bob Marley cap that she wore with dreadlocks. I was like, why, Mom? Why?
No.
You would have loved and hated my mom all at the same time.
I don't like. I would have.
I did not like either. I was like,
I would have had a
"Mom!"
sit down chat with her. I mean, like, please don't do this.
Every single trend that you said, my mom like did in the wrong way. So it was like, that's why when you were loud, I was like, oh my God, I just kept seeing my mom's face. It was hilarious. But anyway, awesome. Well, Ryan, thank you. Thank you so much for getting on and talking about the trends of 2025. I'm really excited to embrace jewel tones and maybe start experimenting with some more sparkle and some colors. But everyone give it up for Ryan Colby. Thank you so much, Ryan. We really appreciate you being here today.
And have fun for the rest of the day, people.
We will. Thank you, Mr. Colby.
You're welcome.
Awesome. All right. So what did you guys learn from Ryan Colby? Let me know in the comments. Let me know on the school community. What did you guys learn from him? All right. And I don't know. There's just something about Ryan talking about trends that just is so exciting. So let me ask you guys a question. How many of you would love the opportunity to get on weekly calls with Ryan Colby and have him walk you through not only the trend, the fish slap was hilarious. I'm the person that needs to turn the comments off, okay? I made fun of people for that, but I'm like, I'm in the middle of a thought and then I see fish slap and I'm like, I can't help myself but not get distracted. But how many of you would love the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby on a weekly basis? Maybe have him walk you through styling, the trends of the industry, get you ready for an event, just get you ready for the industry in general. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments, because that's an opportunity that we have. A lot of our talent are currently working with Ryan Colby. And if you're currently working with him consistently, like how much does he help you? Like I know I do a call right after his call and everyone's like, oh my God, Ryan said this, Ryan said that, Ryan said that. I'm like, okay, Ryan, yay, that's awesome. But having the opportunity to work with the former art director of Vogue, like to build up your confidence. Also, Alicia likes to talk about how you need to build up your thick skin too, building up your thick skin, because he doesn't hold back, right? He's not going to be like, oh my God, like you're so amazing. Like if you are not good, like he will tell you like it is. How many of you need that in your life? If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments, because that's something that we're going to be talking about. Mike's actually going to talk about this in just a moment. Okay. But so I'm going to bring Mike back on, but before we do that, I need you guys to move around a little bit, because you know what? We've laughed. We've learned a lot. We've gone through a lot of different iterations of today, but what I need you guys to do is everyone please stand up. I feel like with a real Slim Shady, please stand up. I'm not going to rap for you guys. You're welcome. And what I want you guys to do, let's do this. We haven't done this yet this weekend. Are you guys ready? We're going to get our adrenaline going, because Mike's going to be speaking to you guys about an amazing opportunity to come meet with us face to face. Live, okay? But before we do that, I want to get our energy up for him, okay? Because let me tell you something. Mike puts so much energy into these every time he speaks, every presentation, he puts so much time and so much energy into it. So now what I want you guys to do is I want you to bring him the energy. So I'm going to help you lift your energy. Is that okay? So everyone stand up. Your pants should be on. I told you this morning to put your pants on. Everyone, please face the left. Face the left. Put your left foot forward, your right foot back. I feel like we're going to do the hokey pokey, but we're not. What we're going to do is we're going to do the running man. Here, let me lower this a little bit. So what you're going to do is you're going to move your arms at a 45-degree angle as fast as you can for 15 seconds. Are you guys ready? Ready, set, and go. 15 seconds as hard as you can. Come on, get your energy going. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Hopefully my watch doesn't hit me in the face. All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Good job. All right. So, because I can't have you being half balanced, everyone turn to the right. Put your right foot forward, your left foot back. And we're going to go as hard as we can for 15 more seconds. Are you ready? Ready, set, and go. As hard as you can. Come on, 15 seconds. Come on. Come on, move those arms. Deanna, you look like you're going. You look like you're going in slow motion. Are you in slow-mo? 3, 2, 1, and stop. Woo! All right, good job. Do you guys feel energized? Do you feel better? Do you feel ready to go? Okay, everyone sit down, take a sip of water. My water is not in the room right now. Tisk, 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 Deneen. Okay, awesome. Made my bald head sweat. Well, you know, that's our goal here. We want to help you physically, mentally, emotionally, professionally, every which way we can. Awesome. All right, so are you guys ready to hear from Mike? This is what I want you to do. When he starts speaking, and this has been the trend of the weekend, I want you to enter into the next period of time with Mike with curiosity. Okay, I want you to enter in with curiosity. I want you to enter in with the thought of, okay, you know what? What can I learn? What can participating in what Mike is going to say, how can that potentially up-level me? Because again, we only have 16 days left of 2024. I want you guys to start 2025 in momentum. Okay? I want you to start 2025 in momentum. So I want you to enter in with curiosity. I want you to open up yourself to what he's going to say. And I want you to start thinking about, wow, how this is going to help me in this way. Okay? If you are willing to do that, if you're willing to not put your walls up because he's talking to you, but if you're willing to go and open with curiosity, type yes in the comments. Type yes in the comments. All right. Are you guys ready to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin? If you are, type yes in the comments and show him your energy. All right. I love the energy. You guys are awesome. Awesome. All right.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. All right. What a great day. And we still got Nikenji coming up next. Going to get some Broadway training and vocal lessons soon. So that's going to be really fun and exciting. I can't wait for that. All right. Well, what a great weekend. We're coming down to the wire here. Obviously, there's only so much information we can go over in a weekend. So I put together something with your permission. I'm going to go over it with you. It's an opportunity for you to actually come out to Hollywood. This is something a little bit different. So like I say, every once in a while, usually once a year, I do something. We put something together that it's a one-time offer. You'll never see it again quite the same way. So if this is something you're serious about, today is your day. Today is your day. So with your permission, I'm going to show it to you. It's not going to take that long. I like to call it, it's like a no-brainer offer because this one here is definitely an incredible opportunity in many different ways. So let me pull up my screen so I can show it to you. All right, so this is called the Hollywood Fast Track Improv Mastery and Spotlight Headshots. So this is a very interesting offer, and I'm going to go through it. So if this is something you're interested in, you're already part of the company, this is something you can do as an add-on for Hollywood. If this is something you're brand new, this is going to be a fast track to getting you from where you are to exactly where you want to be. So I'm going to go through everything. And then there's a nice couple of little bonuses that I'm going to go over that I think for a lot of you on here will change your life, and not only from the entertainment industry, but from a financial aspect also. So I'm really excited to share this with you. So this is pretty exciting. So first thing you're going to get is 6-week improv training with Haviland, plus a bonus live training in Hollywood. So this is something that's really unique. So we're going to start this up the end of January, early February. This is going to lead into the Hollywood event. So you're actually going to begin your training with Haviland. For those of you not familiar with who Haviland is, she's a Broadway star, TV and film actress, producer, voiceover actress. She's probably one of the best I've ever met in my 18 plus years of doing this. So you'll work with her each week. Okay. So this is going to be very limited. We're only opening up 10 spots for this. So you're going to have the opportunity to work with her virtually. Then you'll actually come out to Hollywood. You'll work with her live in Hollywood, live training, and then there'll also be 2 additional sessions afterwards to kind of bring everything together. So for those of you who are looking for that quick start to be able to get really down to the nitty gritty on being able to perform on camera, to really understand improv, to understand like the foundational aspects of acting, to be strong enough that you can be signed and start booking work, this is your opportunity. So first, you're going to get a 6-week improv training with Haviland, plus the bonus live training in Hollywood. So you get to come out to Hollywood, get to work with myself, Alicia, Deneen, Ryan, and everyone else. Value of that's $12.97. Then in addition to that, you're also going to get 12-month training with Ryan Colby. We like to call this our prime mover sessions. Value of that's $19.97. So every week, Ryan is doing training online on Zoom. And he goes everything that's really important to what's going on now. So now that you have the opportunity to work with Haviland, come out to Hollywood, work with her live, but then now you're also going to be working with Ryan on a consistent basis. So everything there is to know about TV and film, the modeling industry, really getting to, be aware of what's going on in the industry, where the industry's headed. This is like having like your personal Jiminy Cricket right there on your shoulder, who's at the heart of the industry, and you're literally in a small private setting moving with him. The reason we call this prime movers means prime movers is that you're moving, you're making a movement. You're the first to make a movement. You're the one who other people will follow. You become the leader. So now you're going to get the 6-week improv training with Haviland, plus the bonus live training in Hollywood. You'll get the 12-month training with Ryan Colby, prime mover sessions. You're also going to get this is going to be part 2 of what we did today, but we're actually going to go through an in-depth breakdown on each individual person on your character. So this is going to develop your 6 characters. You're going to have a character sheet. We're going to break down the different looks. We're going to go through rehearsing the looks, rehearsing the characters where you can step into these characters. We're going to go and help you have professionally done recommended monologues, characters, and also style. So you're going to know exactly where you fit in. And of course, this changes over time, a year from now, 2 years from now, as you're booking TV shows and you're booking films, your repertoire of characters will grow. But this will be the strength that you can lean into. This is something you're going to be able to take with you and really run with it. So value of that's $4.97. So now you're going to get the 6-week improv training with Haviland. And the live training in Hollywood. You're going to get the 12-month training with Ryan Colby, the prime mover sessions. You're going to get the 6 character development and character sheet with the looks, monologues, and recommended characters and styles. I'm going to do that training, so it's going to be super exciting. In addition to all of that, you're also going to get your character development headshots live. We're going to do a special day in Hollywood. Put the value of that as $14.97. So we're going to take those 6 characters and we're going to shoot all of your headshots. So everything that we went over today, we're going to shoot all of those different characters. So you're going to get to come out to Hollywood. You're going to get to meet with us. You're going to get to work with Haviland. You're going to get to meet with Ryan. And you're also going to be able to now get all the headshots you need. So we're literally building the foundation of everything that you need. You have the training, you have the headshots, you know what characters to lean into, and so forth. So now you're going to get the 6-week improv training with Haviland, the bonus live training, 12-month training with Ryan Colby, prime mover sessions, value $19.97. 6 character development and character sheet with the looks, monologues, and recommended characters and styles, $4.97. And then you're also now going to get your character development headshots, which we're going to do a special live day in Hollywood just for this. You're also going to get access to the Truth Management Acting Division. We're going to be doing weekly success training on this. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. Why? You guys are going to have a really in-depth understanding of the industry. You're going to have an in-depth understanding at the same level, if not greater, than myself, than Ryan. We're going to really drill down and understanding how the industry works. When you're able to start really having a lot of product knowledge about the industry you're in, you become masterful at it and you become more valuable. So now you're going to get the 6-week improv training with Haviland, plus the bonus live training, 12-month training with Ryan Colby, prime mover sessions, the 6 character development, character sheet looks, the monologues, recommended characters and styles, your character development headshots. I'm going to do a special live day in Hollywood. You're also going to get Truth Management Acting Division, priceless weekly success training. You'll also be represented by Truth Management on our acting division. If you feel you're also interested in modeling, we'll represent you in both divisions, but this right here today is geared towards our acting division. So you will have representation. So for those of you who do not have representation, Truth Management will become your agent. You will have all your marketing materials, your online portfolio, everything will all be done for you. So you will handle everything for that in addition to the weekly training. And that's what I'm really excited about. This is launching in 2025. We're trying to get this up and running. I'm actually testing it later this week. It's all built out. So what we're doing is we're setting up what's called a VIP Eco Partnership. It's going to be a model and talent scout training. So you will actually be trained and certified by us to become an actual model and talent scout, which means you'll have the opportunity to earn anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 a week. This is something that we will be launching. This is now going to be exclusive to the people who are on this call. So there are 10 lucky people who will be able to take part in this. Okay, being a model and talent scout is how I started. It's how Ryan started. It's a lot of people in the industry started. But what's great about this is you have the opportunity to go to concerts, ball games, just like living your life and literally being able to go up to somebody and offering them a free opportunity to learn more about the company. It's just something as simple as a QR code or a business card and so forth. But what's great about this, not only do you have the opportunity to get paid on every single person you scout, but those people, literally, you become one of the people who can snap their fingers and change somebody's life. Because if now they get signed to a major agency, as a talent scout, you can earn anywhere from 5 to 10% of their earnings over like the next 5 years. Okay, so not only do you get paid on the scouting part, but then because you're going to learn now what to look for, how to scout, how to approach people, how to meet people. Just think about it. You know, if you could go out to a ball game, you could go to a concert, how many people do you think you can talk to in an hour? Okay, could you talk to one person an hour, two people an hour? So this is something that's literally going to be life-changing. This is going to be huge. This is going to make a shift in the industry. So I am totally excited about this because this gives you a guaranteed income right out the gate. Okay, and I'm talking on the low end here. You know, we will have people within our system that'll probably be earning 20, 30, 40, $50,000 a month who really go out there and push this as a full-time opportunity. But even doing this part-time, 1 day a week, just working on the weekends, this will give you something where you have an excellent opportunity where you're not only partners with VIP and our brand, but also now affiliated with some of the biggest names in the entertainment industry. So this is a life-changing event. And just think about the opportunity when you're going on auditions and castings and so forth. You're now not only just being a part of the industry, you are the industry. So this is something that's super exciting. So now you're going to get the 6-week improv training with Haviland, plus the bonus live training in Hollywood, $12.97, 12-month training with Ryan Colby, prime mover sessions, 6 character development and character sheets with looks, monologues, and recommended characters and styles. Your character development headshots, live special day in Hollywood, truth management. You'll be signed to truth management. Both our acting division and nutrition and modeling division will add you to our modeling division. And then, of course, our priceless weekly success training. You'll also be a part of the VIP Eco Partnership, Model Scout training. We'll give you access to business cards. Everything that you need will be provided for you, including the training. The training is a week-long training. We will break it down so it's convenient to everybody. Of course, you'll have the recordings, all the documents and everything that you need to have access to that, logins to the website, whole process for it. Super simple, super easy. We'll show you how to do it, but it's going to be a game changer for a lot of you guys who this will be a real way to, instead of doing DoorDash or any of these things that are just not providing a real income, here you'll be able to provide yourself with that 6-figure income while working part-time. This will be the highest paid part-time job earning a full-time income that you'll ever find out there. So when you add all of that up, hold on. It comes out to a total value of $11,882. It should be priceless because this gives you unlimited earning potential. This gives you everything you need to break into the industry. Obviously, because you guys are here this weekend, I just wanted to do something so silly, so ridiculous, just because I wanted to have 10 people to work with to give them the opportunity to change their life. So you're not going to pay $11,882. But if you think about it, that literally, if you had to, just being a part of the Model and Scout training program, you could literally earn that back in a month. Okay. You know, being able to have the correct headshots, being able to have the correct training, being able to have the relationship capital, everything that you need. If you just took any one of these, the value of that would be even greater than that total value. But today, for everybody that's here, you're not going to pay $11,882. It's only $997. Okay. And it's just kind of a way I just wanted to have people to give them an opportunity to really have a fast track to Hollywood, to be able to be a part of the Model and Scout training program. Like I said, this is going to be limited to 10 spots only. because we want to get this all up and running. For a lot of the people who will be a part of this, not only will you have the opportunity to not only learn the modeling and scout training, you'll also have the opportunity to be what's called a scout supervisor. So you actually will have the opportunity to have teams of people that are working for you. So this is something that's going to like really grow. This will probably make us probably one of the largest scouting and one of the largest talent networks probably within the United States, if not the world, probably by the end of 2025. We already have quite a few people who are interested in partnering up with us on this. So it's actually going to be a super game changer. Obviously, a lot of the things that you've been seeing us working on with entrepreneurs and businesses and Michael Gerber and Brian Tracy and all these amazing partnerships that we've been creating and branding with and creating eco partnerships with them will all come into play with this. This will be a game changer for you guys. So for those of you that are interested in this is going to be very limited. You do have to go through an interview process. My assistant will drop the link there. You can see it on the screen. This is a new link, so do not use the old link. I'm not sure if there's a secret word today. Deneen will let you know if there's a secret word. If there is a secret word, we'll just make the secret word Hollywood for today. So the secret word will just be Hollywood for today. But if this is something you're interested in, guys, 10 spots. I'm not gonna go over in super duper detail. If you have any questions, they'll take some questions on it. I know Allie had a presentation she was supposed to do earlier, so I wanted to give her some time and respect to be able to do her presentation before Nikenji comes on. So that way you guys get the full training for the weekend. But this is going to be a great opportunity for those of you. If this is something you're interested in, type a 1 and 1 in the comments. But guys, I will talk to everybody who's in the program before Christmas, but for the rest of you guys, have a happy holiday and a Merry Christmas. If I do not talk to you, this is the last boot camp of the year. Our next boot camp will be in January. Totally new boot camp, a lot of new content, a lot of new exciting things. But this offer is today only. So if this is something you're interested in, being part of the Model Scout training program, jump on this today. Trust me on this. You will see something about this later in the year, but it won't be $49.97. It's going to be closer to $99.97. So it'll be available for at a much, much higher price. So for those of you that are interested in learning this, trust me on this, jump on this opportunity today because that there is just priceless. But getting the 6 character headshots, getting all that done, there's a huge expense for us to do all of this. Just so you know, I have to get the space and the photographers, the makeup artist, and the time, the software, all of those things. So I'm offering this at $9.97, literally just to make this a no-brainer for anybody who's serious. If you're even on the fence about this and you don't know, this is not for you. Trust me, this is work. I'm going to put you to work. You're going to be working with me on the Model and Scout training program. I'm all about no excuses, just results. So, but you're going to learn a lot. Like you're going to get to spend a lot of quality time with me. And, let's be honest, people have offered me $40, $50, $100,000 a day to work with them outside of this industry. So for me to dedicate my full amount of time, do realize I'm giving you like $100,000 of my time that I could be utilizing towards other projects and so forth. But that's how much I believe in this and how much I want to see it be successful, because I know this will create impact. We talked a lot about impact, making a difference in the world, being able to make changes, being able to have that financial abundance, being able to enjoy your life, being able to be a part of the entertainment industry. So when I sat down and I created this, I created something that there's not anyone who's not professional, reliable, who understands, has vision, who has drive and determination. They will be able to take this and run with this. Plus, we'll get to spend time. It gives you that opportunity to come out to the Hollywood event. The Hollywood event is completely sold out. It's not something we're going to offer again. So if this is something you're like, oh my God, this is my chance. This is like that big Hollywood event. This is your chance to be able to come out there, be there, work with Haviland, get to meet us and so forth. So guys, with that thought in mind, just make sure you click on that link if you're serious about this. I will turn this back over to Miss Deneen and Miss Alicia. I know Alicia's got a lot of great stuff to go over with you. After Haviland, we will do a Q&A on this. If anybody does have any questions and answer, any help with this, but this is pretty much, like I said, a no-brainer. So this is something you're serious about, jump on it. There's only 10 spots. Other than that, I will talk to everybody during the week and next week. And then for those of you that are not a part of the company, I will hopefully see you guys in January at the next boot camp. All right, guys. Talk to everybody later. Bye. You're welcome, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike. All right. So a couple things for my current talent. This is what we're going to ask you to do. We have really limited appointment slots as well. So if you're already a talent, you should have my phone number or Alicia's phone number. Text us if you're interested in doing this as well. I see a bunch of you.
Post it in the chat.
I wouldn't post it in the chat just because it's a completely open forum.
It's also being broadcast on Facebook and YouTube.
Yes. Yeah. So don't post it in the chat. If you have
our private phone numbers, it's a privilege. Okay.
Yeah. So we're not posting our private phone numbers in this community chat. But if you are a current talent, then you should have our information. So definitely reach out to us and just say, hey, I'm interested in what Mike just spoke about, because we do have some limited, I'm going to be traveling tomorrow. So we have some limited spots. Okay. So if you're a current talent, definitely reach out to us. If you are someone who is brand new, definitely use the schedule link. Okay.
And the secret word, we should just make it Haviland.
Okay, so the secret word is Haviland. Okay. So and again, I see, so what I'm going to do really quickly, Alicia, and then I want you to talk all about having a charismatic personality. Okay. So she's like, I got that. That's who I am, Deneen. But what I'm going to do really quickly is for anyone who is brand new and maybe you're like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to schedule my appointment. I don't know what to do. What I want to do is I'm going to walk you through the process, because it has changed a little bit, because we're always updating and innovating and making things better. Okay. So can you guys see my screen? And it's pretty self-explanatory. You might be like, Deneen, why are you walking me through this? I got this. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on the date that you want to schedule. And I'll choose this and then I'll cancel it later. So you click tomorrow, you'll click 7 o'clock tomorrow, for example. And then what you'll do is you'll put your information in here. Okay. And well, now everyone has my number because you'll all have it anyway. Oh, hold on. That's not. How did that happen? Don't be Deneen. Just know how to use the system here. So I'm in the United States. There we go. So you just put in your phone number. Okay. So we're going to push schedule event, and then it'll be. Okay. It's really not as hard as all of this. Okay. What's the secret word? Is Haviland. Then you click schedule event. Okay, and there you go. And then what you'll also get is you'll get a preparation guide. So what I recommend is, if this is your first time talking to us, definitely click on that preparation guide. It'll give you access to school, which you're already a part of. It'll also give you access to an interview guide. There's also a cool video that Alicia and I shot when she was here last week live in Pennsylvania with me. So definitely go through and watch that bonus video as well. Okay. So that just walked you through scheduling. So if anyone has any questions, again, we will go through this again one more time, and we will answer any questions that you may have. Someone just texted me and I have no idea who you are. Oh wait, hold on. I see who you are, Deanna. Okay, got it. All right. So definitely, if you have any questions or anything like that, if you have any questions, you can ask us afterwards. Okay. Alicia, do you have anything you'd like to go over before you start talking about creating a charismatic personality? And for anyone who put Hollywood in instead of Haviland, we're not going to reject you. Okay, April? Okay, we got you. I feel like Gino Bisconti right now. Okay, April. Okay, overachiever. I got you.
Well, since there's only 10 spots, I only want people really scheduling with intent, because of the fact the Hollywood event that we're doing is the end of February. So we're already coming into like January shortly. So we need to have an accurate head count for anything we're doing. It's almost like planning a wedding. We can't just do it based on. So just so you understand, it's the 997 to do this. At the time of the interview, you have to be able to either pay for that in full or be able to work out a payment plan with us. And remember, it has to be completely paid off by the end of January, because you're getting proprietary information, you're getting trainings. And if you don't know by that plaque back there, we're really good at what we do. We work with some of the biggest names. I mean, every year I kick and scream. We invest almost $300,000, and this is not a brag, it's the truth. Working with people like Russell Brunson, being part of his inner circle. His inner circle is $150,000 a year. Even working with Tony Robbins, that's another $125,000. So when you see us traveling quite a bit, we're paying to get into these rooms. And we're going to, even with the trainings that we're doing, I mean, we invested all this kind of money, and it's not 1 year we've done it. We've done it for like the past 10 years. You guys can do the math. That's over $3 million in trainings. And when we're working on like some of the trainings, even for the scouting program, a lot of the trainings that we learned, even some of the materials that we learned, we're going to be giving them to you. So that's huge. So even if you're an entrepreneur, you want to, have a side hustle, you want to make some extra cash, maybe your friends and family have seen you traveling or going to New York or going to Hollywood or getting a chance to go on set. I mean, this is a great way. I mean, you have vested interest in not only helping you, but helping others. And so I only want people scheduling that are really serious about doing this. Please don't schedule and say, oh, we did a free call all weekend. It was 16 hours. I hope you enjoyed it. But like, this is time spent, I posted yesterday on my Instagram, like, my mom is here. We're decorating the house for Christmas. We've been traveling for 3 weeks. So I only want to make sure, that anybody who schedules for tomorrow in Inner Circle, if you want to do this, please schedule for this. Because of the training aspect and Haviland's time. Just use talent. So therefore she gets compensated based on enrollment. So for anybody here that's going to be doing her trainings for the next 6 weeks, she's paid in according to how many people register for this. Okay. So find a way. If you're really serious about doing this, I only want people to schedule with intent. And we still have to do a personality test. We talked about this with Deneen and Mike and Colby. I know some of you guys are part of the company. Some of you guys are brand new. Our services are not for sale. We're not Netflix. We're not Starbucks. We really need to make sure you have the personality to be able to maintain these types of relationships. And it's also Haviland's time, our time, especially if you're scouting for the company, you're now a reflection of us. So there's a lot of really cool stuff that we're working on in 2025. And like Michael said yesterday, our company we're one of the top, 100 for Time Magazine, most innovative.
Yeah,
like,
one of the 100 most innovative companies in 2024.
I remember when Mike and I started this company like 18 years ago, I didn't have any resources. I had a Best Buy card and an IKEA card. Like, we had nothing. Like, even getting a $5 footlong at Subway was like a huge investment for us. And to be able to do what we've done and, literally have the world against us because they didn't understand our business model or they compared us with everybody else. I really want to express to you that like anybody can really do this business, but don't think that the word entitlement comes up a lot. We're gonna give you access. We're gonna give you access, and even with the types of money that Michael mentioned, there were scouts that worked for us when we first started that were doing $4 or $5 grand, and they were doing that a week with kids, even with a full-time job, but they happen to know how to scout. We're gonna go through a lot. This is gonna be a tremendous, tremendous opportunity. So I only want people that want to do this. Remember, you're going out to Hollywood. Hollywood is where it's at. You're going to learn how this business legit works, but from the inside. And I think it's really important. And even talking to Tanya or even Mara, who's a top talent manager. How many of you guys were on the class the other day with Mara, top talent manager, when the star of Riverdale came on? KJ Appa, my jaw dropped. Deneen and Mike weren't on. I called them. I was like, holy shit! Like, this guy, the star of Riverdale, came onto our call and said hi because Mara represents him. So we're giving you what you need. You know what I mean? We're giving you the actors' headshots. We're giving you, kind of like a breakdown of the 6 archetype characters there are. You got to know your lane, and we talk about this all the time. And there's so many people out there like just throwing spaghetti up against the wall. Like, what we do works as long as you put in the work.
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't even look to see how many people scheduled for tomorrow. But if you heard my phone before, I felt like Justin Bieber. It was just like beep.
Yeah, I was getting the same thing. Awesome.
Yeah. So obviously, if you're watching this, you see us talking. Don't freak out if I didn't text you back. It's like I see it on my phone. I'll text you as soon as I'm not talking.
I love getting messages during boot camp. Like, why didn't you respond? I'm like, because I'm working, because I'm doing something. Anyway, we're not going to get into that. So Alicia,
what?
A huge part of the reason that VIP Ignite is where it is today is not only because of the investments that you made to get into rooms, but because of your charismatic personality. And I know you have a lot of tips and tricks because you and I know each other, like personality. And then we also know us, like, I'm putting my hood on. Don't talk to me for the next 20 minutes until
I stayed with Deneen for like a week with Jeff and Kaden, with Deneen and Mike. And like when we're on camera, this is us. When we're off of camera, we're like the most like we don't. It's not that we don't talk, but like it's not. I feel like we're always talking. That I'm like, there's nothing to say. Yeah, just be.
Just shush and watch TV with us.
Yeah.
So, but you can't be like that when you walk into a room. Ryan talked about this, right? One of the reasons he's so excited about.
I heard jazz hands. Yeah.
Oh, no jazz hands. So one of the reasons he's so excited about going back into rooms and having people audition in person is because your personality can really shine.
Yeah.
So you've had a lot of situations where you've gone into uncomfortable situations.
A lot.
And a lot. And I'm thinking of one in particular that involves the person who created Viacom. Okay.
He created VH1.
VH1.
He was the vice president of Viacom, which is BET, MTV, VH1, Paramount, and Nickelodeon.
So what I would love for you to do is, because I know I've interviewed you've interviewed far more people than I have, but I've interviewed a lot of people, and I would say probably 95% of creatives identify as introverts, just like us. So can you talk about being like, how first of all, how do you turn on that charismatic character, and how do you keep engaging people? Because I think that's the hardest part. Like, you can walk in and make a great first impression, but like, how do you maintain that impression
without becoming desperate or needy?
No minion.
It happens a lot. Like at our live events, people become like so desperate. I'm like, where did this come from? And they're like kissing ass to any of the agents and casting directors. And remember, they interview actors for a living. They all want something from an agent or a manager. I think being your authentic self is one thing. And we have a lot of talent with like these weird personalities, and I'm all about that. But you have to be able to read the room, and it's not always easy. I'll tell you the story about Ed Bennett really quick, because this story, like, I still, whenever we talk about it, I start like getting overclamped, because it really did change the trajectory of our company. So here's the backstory. So when Mike and I first started VIP many, many years ago, we became friends with a gentleman. And we always talk about like the lasagna effect. It's like all the people that we've met over the years, and they all know people that know people, and it's always recommendations. But we became friends with a gentleman by the name of Robert Kalinsky, who's still a really good friend to this day. He's the former, he's 50 Cent's acting coach, and he's done like a lot of work, and he's amazing. And he introduced us to Ed Bennett, and I'll tell you the story about Ed Bennett. But Galinsky was supposed to MC, which means he was supposed to host, the guy holding the microphone, a charity event that was going to be done at Ed Bennett's residence in like the East Village. Now, when Mike and I first met Galinsky, we knew that he had like a lot of amazing people, like, in his roster. And one person that he always talked about was this gentleman, Ed. And I said, hey, if you ever get invited to anything, like if you're allowed to bring a guest, like please think of us. And he had contacted Mike, and he said, hey, Ed Bennett is doing an event for the New York Asian Women's Society. It's a charity event. Would you be interested to go? And Mike and I are looking at each other like, the Asian Women's Society, like what? Like, how is that going to benefit us? And Galinsky said, not only is Ed going to be there, it's going to be done at his home. And we're like, count us in. And then Galinsky said, well, there's a price to get into the charity event. It's $500 a head. And I was like, oh shit, like who's going to go, me or Mike? And Mike's like, well, we both need to go. So how many of you guys have ever just gone on a whim? It's like, just put all your money on red, right? And that's kind of what we did. When we wrote the check, which back then we paid via check, and we brought it with us. Like literally there was a gentleman outside the door. You had to literally hand in the form. You had to fill it out, right? You could write it off on your taxes, but we wrote a check. And this is, I mean, I know some of you guys know, like if you read Finding Fame, but when you start a business, it's some scary shit. Like you don't even know how you're going to keep the lights on the next month. I mean, when we first opened up our business, our office rent, Michael, we had one office, and I told you I had 2 credit cards. One was IKEA, one was Best Buy. The Best Buy card, Mike got a laptop and a printer and a mouse. And with the IKEA, we had a credit card, or not a credit card. We had a desk that we had to put together, a chair, and a little table for the printer. That was it. And it was month to month rent. And I'll never forget when we signed for the lease, I was like, oh shit. And Michael goes, well, if it doesn't work out, we gave it 30 days, right? How many of you guys have ever been in that situation? And it was scary when we first started. And even like talking about the scouting program, Mike and I used to go to like bus stops and train stations and parks and the mall and movie theaters and sporting events. And we would hand out cards. Like there was no Facebook or Instagram. There were no algorithms and, ads where people can click and, kind of go through what we call the funnel. There was none of that. It was like, here's the card. Can I get your phone number? And I would have like a sheet of paper where I would write all the numbers down in a notebook. It was crazy. It was crazy. Michael would call my people, I would call his people, and they would come into an office individually. So when I didn't have somebody in the office, Michael was sitting at the desk. We had one computer, and that was it. This Zoom thing is like, it's awesome, But when we got invited to go to this thing with Ed Bennett, I was like, holy shit, $1,000 that like may or may not, like next week after we pay this, we may or may not be able to pay rent or be able to put food on the table or even keep the lights on. How many of you guys have ever been in that situation? But we knew that it was a chance we had to take. And I say this all the time, like getting into the right rooms, again, it's not easy, but then knowing how to shine and shine brightest. Oh, speaking of shining bright, Deneen White, I found this when I was unpacking my suitcase. So this is my prototype for the book, right? From start up to stand out. And that's Kevin Harrington, the original shark from Shark Tank. This is actually my book cover, right? I just printed it up. We had it in Times Square last week when we were there. But even like getting to co-write a book with the guy from Shark Tank, like holy shit. And it's because of, and I'm gonna trickle back to working with Ed Bennett. Mike and I decided we were gonna drive from Philadelphia up to New York City. We were gonna just drive and drive back, right? And then there was a snowstorm and we were like, oh shit, we're gonna have to get an inexpensive hotel room. Again, money we didn't have. Let's just figure it out, right? So as we're driving to go to New York City, and this is the honest to God truth, Robert Galinsky, who was our one person that we knew at this New York Asian Women's Society, the host, who guaranteed us an introduction to Mr. Bennett, said via phone, hey guys, are you in the city yet? And we said, no, not yet. We're about to go through like the Lincoln Tunnel. He said, well, the good news is you're almost here. The bad news is I'm not going to be able to go to the party tonight. And I said, excuse me? I said, I'm dressed. We just got a hotel room. We have a check here for like $1,000. Like you are in. We have no idea who this individual is. Like, what? He said, my son came down with the flu. I can't go. Tonight's my night with him. For those of you guys that are, have children, you totally understand. And I said, well, what's going to happen? He's like, well, there's going to be another MC. I don't know his name, but when you get there, just look for Ed. Just tell him you know me. And I was like, literally, oh, fuck, right? Sorry, not sorry. I know it's Sunday. Everybody say a prayer. I cursed. But what happened was we were outside and Michael Famke was trying to give me a pep talk. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, how am I even like the one person I knew that was pretty much going to spoon feed me like an introduction? I now don't have him, right? Now I didn't save the 1,000, Kim. Now I'm literally doubling down on that 1,000, going in blindly. How many of you guys would be sweating bullets, right? So before we left, Michael said, well, just take some notes on the guy, right? Google the guy, take some notes. And I did. I Googled him. I saw his image and I felt like an assassin. Have you ever seen Alias, like Jennifer Garner? I walked into this room knowing who my target was. And I knew he was this like older white guy, bald with like glasses. He kind of reminded me of Mr. Magoo. And he stood out like a sore thumb. Again, it was the New York Asian Women's Society, right? So here he is in his own house. We hand the gentleman the check, but Mr. Bennett had like maybe 20, 30 people around him like he was Mickey Mouse. And Michael goes, "Go get him, Tiger." Now, remember, driving from Philadelphia to New York, it's like an hour and a half drive. It might have even been a little bit longer with the snow and the rush hour. But I had these index cards where I was literally like, okay, where did he go to school? Oh, that's right. Okay. What companies did he start? Oh, shit. Okay, I got that wrong. Let me do it again. I was literally training myself to be able to have conversation with him so that I didn't sound, and I know this is very extreme, but when you're investing that kind of money and he's like the person of interest, you better know your shit, right? And I'm always surprised by that. And I'm going to just tell you something that triggers me. Nothing pisses me off more than people that come on these calls, even my live open calls, and I give them information to read and they don't have time. But yet they want a handout from me. They want me to help them, knowing my name is on the line, right? Yeah, always know your shit. So Mike and I walk in and Michael sits down right away. And I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "You're better off without me." And I said, "What?" He goes, "I don't want to make you nervous. You're ready for this." And he gave me a pep talk. He's like, "Well, the good news is you're in a room with the former VP of Viacom. His net worth is like $100 million. You're in this beautiful home." And I was looking around going, how many floors? It wasn't one floor. It was a whole townhouse. It was 4 or 5 stories. So it was like dream brownstones. Have you ever watched like any movie about New York City and you're like, how the hell do these people even afford it? Well, you start a company like Viacom, right? And that's how you afford it. So we walk in and I see Ed Bennett and he's surrounded by people like Mickey Mouse at Disney World. And Michael's looking at me like, "Just go." He's like, "I'll be right here. And when you're done, we'll go out and get a $1 slice pizza." Because there was a place down the street, 99-cent pizza. And again, we didn't have a lot of money. And I was like, yes, pizza, right? Hashtag no carb left behind. So we were waiting and waiting and waiting. And I kept looking at Michael like, this is taking too long. And he said, "You're here. Like, just get him." You know what I mean? And I was like, well, what the hell am I going to talk to him about? Like, this is so stressful. And finally, Michael's like, "Just go," right? And I'm looking at him. And I finally walked up to him and I said, "Mr. Bennett, such an honor to meet you. We're friends with Robert Kalinsky. Thank you so much for doing this great charity event. I'm a huge VH1 fan." And he said, "What's your first name?" I said, "Alicia Kback, sir." And he said, "Well, thank you so much for coming out." He shook my hand and he turned and started talking to somebody else. I had 2 words that came out of my mouth. Hell no, this is not how the story is going to end. And Michael, I walked back to Michael. I said, and he goes with my head down. He's like, "What happened?" I'm like, "I met him and he was very nice." He goes, "Well, did you guys have a chance to talk?" I said, "He knows my name." And Michael's like, "That's it?" I was like, what was I supposed to talk to him about? Like coming out to a VIP Ignite event and talking to people that are brand new? Like, why would he want to do it? Like, he started VH1. VH1, like, oh my God, at least I got a chance to meet him. I did not get a picture with him. Nobody else was getting pictures. And I was like, fuck. Like, I pictured like sitting in a dark, cold house with no electric, no TV, like not even being able to afford, the dollar menu. And I was like, shit. How many of you guys would feel defeated on that one? How many of you guys are feeling my like, oh my God. So Michael said, "Are you kidding me? This is not how the story ends. You need to get another chance to talk to him, but you need him in an area where like you can have a conversation, but it needs to be more natural. Don't go and wait in line again to talk to him because that's going to seem awkward." I was like, well, what am I going to do? Follow him to the bathroom? And Michael goes, "That's it." I was like, oh shit. Why did I even say that? Right? So needless to say, you walk in on the first floor and then there's like a basement, which I guess is really the first floor. But the basement had like a bar and it had like, like finger foods, like a whole little buffet, and people were schmoozing. And then the second floor where you walk in, it was almost like a stage where like there was live performances and, whatever. And so I saw Mr. Bennett starting to walk down the stairs and Michael's like, "Go get him." And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, maybe if you're lucky, he has to go to the bathroom. How many of you guys would be freaking out now that like you're gonna follow this dude to the bathroom? Like, and again, I talk about getting into show business. This is not like the norm, right? But luckily, he did have a bathroom on that basement floor. So I followed him. I walked down the steps again, like an assassin, following my target. And he went into this restroom. It was a one-person restroom because I knocked on the door and he said, somebody's in here. And I was like, okay, good. You know what I mean? At least I knew where he was. But I also knew that I was going to be outside the door waiting for him. And when he came out, his hands were wet, which I didn't know if that was a good sign or a bad sign. That I didn't know what was going on. And he said, oh, we're out of paper towels. And I go, oh, here you go. And I saw some on the ledge and I handed them to him. And I said, hi, Mr. Bennett, it's Alicia Kay back again. He goes, oh, hello. Thank you so much for the paper towel. So now I'm like, great, he's cornered. He literally can't go anywhere. And I said, we didn't get to finish this conversation yet. And I don't know where like those balls grew from, but they grew very fast for me. And just the fact that I said that, I think the first conversation when he politely shook my hand and started talking to somebody else, like I felt so freaking defeated. Not even so much about the money, but just as a person, I was like, what? Right? Just the time and the anguish and the driving and the snow and I'm hungry. Like, what is going on? And I came here just for this introduction. So when I cornered him outside the bathroom, tell him a little bit about my company. And I said, man, as far as like, starting VH1, that's so tremendous. What was your why? Why did you start it? And I told him a little bit about VIP. He said, I love that idea. No one is doing that. I would love to be able to give back. When is your next event? And I was like, literally like brain dead. I was like, next week, Times Square. And he said, count me in. He's like, I'll introduce you to my assistant upstairs. We'll get all of your info. He's like, text me the details. And I was like, holy shit. So next thing I know, he and I are hand in hand. This is a true story. Walking up the steps from the basement up to the first floor. And Michael's sitting there, right? Like just having a drink and eating like something. And I'm like pissed because I see him eating. And here I am, I'm starving. But I'm walking up and I'm arm in arm and he starts introducing me to everybody at the party. Not only did I meet his assistant and he had me text him right away. And just so you guys know, anytime somebody asks you to text, and this is a tip, this tip is worth like millions of dollars, always take a picture with that person and put that person's name in your phone right away. And then send that person that text message picture saying it was so nice to meet you with your first and last name. What? Right? It's helpful because then now I know whenever he calls, I'm like, oh, Ed, hi, right? Versus who is this, right? So that night, not only did he introduce me to his assistant where I got all of his information, he committed, put it in the calendar to come out to our next VIP event. He introduced us to, who was there, Mike? Matt, oh my gosh, Matt Dillon, the actor. We were there with, anybody ever see Schitt's Creek, the mayor from Schitt's Creek, right? We were there with him. We were there with the director from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. She was there. It was tremendous. Just all these amazing literary agents, screenwriters. And I was like, holy I had no idea, right? I had no idea who these people were other than Matt Dillon. I didn't see him. He was in a corner. But he was so sweet. And he ended up coming out to our event. And I'll tell you what, I was like, you came down here without security. Like, and I thought to myself, like, holy shit, like just, he's walking around the streets, $100 million guy, just nobody even knew who he was. And he came down and he stayed all day. I promised him a hot lunch, which is always how Mike and I get our guest speakers to come. We always offer hot lunches. But he was so amazing in giving back. And I made sure to tell him, please don't give out your personal cell phone number to any of these people. If you're interested in any of them, please come to me and I will vet them to make sure that like they're really worthy of your time. But Vivica Fox, how many of you guys know Vivica? Vivica Fox is a friend of ours. Michael and I met her at like a Comic-Con years ago. And Vivica and I ended up headlining our Women's Empowerment Summit. Ed allowed us to use his space and he donated his space for an event that we were doing. And that was like 2 months later. And every time we go back to Ed's house, I always talk to him because he's a friend of ours. And I'm always like, remember that first time I met you? And then he's like, yeah, we had a great conversation. I'm like, no, the other first time. And it's almost like a laugh now, but had I not had balls to go and like do it again, but do it the right way, and I want you guys to understand this. I didn't go there thinking, oh, well, we're gonna become besties. I want something from him. I had to go to the table bringing some type of value, and that's really how you do it. And I'll tell you, like, my confidence like soared obviously after that. Um, but so often, like when you walk into a room, I call it the Eeyore syndrome. Oh, woe's me. Nothing good ever happens for me. Like, this probably isn't gonna work. You know, this charity, most likely it's not real. Like, whatever your thoughts are, here's what I want to tell you. In life is short, right? Just be the best fucking person you can be. And that is the truth. Walk into the room and own it. Be your authentic self. And I do this exercise, and I know it's going to be really cheesy. And I know I've gone over this a few times with our talent, but I do a superhero exercise. And again, forgive me if this sounds really cheesy, but it works for me. So just go with it. But I get into a lot of predicaments where I'm like, what the F am I doing here? Right? Like opening NASDAQ, or, you know, going to the Tony Awards and hanging out with like Hugh Jackman. Like, what the hell am I doing? And I'm not saying that to be arrogant, but I'm saying that as sometimes I'm like, holy shit, who would let me into this place? Right? And then I'm like, oh, well, I can't embarrass either myself or the people that, you know, brought me here. So I do the superhero exercise where I excuse myself for a moment. And by the way, my phone is always on silent. Always. Always. I do not check my voicemails. I do not text at these events. I'm literally trained to not even look at my phone unless I'm taking a picture with that person and texting them, just to let them know that, you know, they met me that night. So I really want to be in the zone. A lot of times I have a theme song. My theme song is Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. That's my theme song. I literally have it on my phone. I listen to it anytime I have a big Zoom call or a big anything I'm doing. I like put my AirPods in and I just get into the zone and nobody talks to me. Usually I'm holding a Starbucks. But my superhero exercise I do in the restroom, and again, it sounds really weird, just go with it. But I will stand in the restroom and I will put my shoulders back and I'll put my head up and I'll do it for like 2 or 3 minutes. And I will just think about like soaring over the audience, soaring over my competition, soaring over anybody. And it really works, because instead of walking into the room like, oh, right, like I don't want to be here, oh, this is so annoying, looking at my clock, looking at my phone, looking at my watch, looking at anything, I go in like a champ. And I really want to say this to you. If you ever get a chance to sit down in front of some of the biggest agents or casting directors, Michael and I have a really good friend who's the head of casting for all of Warner Brothers. I'm going to tell you right now, their goal is to like weed out the weak. You better have a positive mindset. And I'll tell you, when I walk into these rooms, I don't have to be the smartest. I don't have to be the well-spoken. I don't have to be dripping in Chanel. I just have to be myself. But I also have to remember, luck did not put me here. It was hard work, networking with the right people. And that's why even for us, you know, even this 997, I honestly want to vomit from it. And that's the truth. 997, not only are you going to get headshots and get a chance to work with Haviland, but also learn a business model that have made people thousands of dollars for 997. Are you kidding me? It makes me gag, because it took 20 years to get to this level. And we're literally like taking you out of this environment and putting you in this one. And especially as far as an entrepreneur, we've done some really big things in this company, and we're always working on these really big things between the books and the new speaking engagements and the partnerships. And I'm so blessed and honored that, you know, you guys have been here for the last 2 days, and I'm sure you guys have gotten my voicemails and text messages and emails, but you're here because you want more. And if you don't, then like, I hope this was like helpful and like be gone, because I really, and this is something that Deneen and I talk about quite often. We only want to work with people that like swim towards the helicopter. I can't save everybody, right? I don't give a shit what's going on in your life. I don't care about the drama. Don't tell me about it. I just want to talk to winners that are going to make it happen. Right? I don't want to hear about your mom and your husband and your dog. I care, but I don't care. It's a business, right? So don't, and this is going to sound harsh, we're not friends. This is a business. You want something from me? I'm going to put you in front of the biggest names. I'm going to help you make a shit ton of money, but you have to follow the formula, right? And it's not for the weak. How many of you guys understand that? So I only want winners. So if you scheduled and you're not a winner, please cancel your interview, because I've been given permission that anybody who's not part of the company that's scheduled, that we decide not to move forward on, that like waste our time, not only are you going to get rejected from this, but you're going to be purged from our database. And any email that you even create, your IP address will show up as not a friend of the company's, and like done, right? So like we're here and we're winners at this company, and that's the only people that I want to surround myself with. And that's it. That is the story of Ed Bennett. And actually, I'll show you a picture. Do you guys want to see a picture of Ed? Let's see if I have a picture with Mr. Bennett. But it's life-changing. And for anybody here that disagrees with that one meeting, I met like my mentor that way. Oh, here he is. And that's actually one of the events we did at his house. He's allowed us to use this is his little patio, right? He's got this beautiful brownstone. This was on that, remember I said you walk in and you're on the second floor. That's like the stage area.
That's one of my favorite event spaces we use in New York.
This is the spot where Michael Fomkin was sitting. That's the front door. And look at that. That's Kaylee Clay right there, one of our biggest success stories. This is the street where he lives. Just like it's almost like a Woody Allen movie. Let me see. But this is what here's his spot. This is all his. I mean, that is insane. And then let me see. This is Ed Bennett when he came out and spoke at Caroline's Comedy Club. This was our very first event. This is, if you guys can see this, it says here, Ed Bennett, former CEO for a little company called Viacom. That's VH1 MTV. He is brilliant. That's from 2009. 15 years ago. 15 years ago. Holy crap. But that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. And that's gone on to do some like really big things for us. And every day I'm just baffled. And again, like here's like that floor. Remember I said he was going to have an MC? He had like this MC standing right there, and it wasn't the person that we knew, so we were screwed. But that's what we do. I mean, again, having the right people. We couldn't have met this person without Robert Galinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach. We met him through the former VP of Warner Brothers casting. We met him through a top agent in New York City. Like, do you guys see how it works? Right? So don't think that automatically, like if we put you in the right room, like you've got this. Sell yourself on you're going to be a winner. Even if your life is in shambles, figure it the hell out, because if given a chance to change your entire life, we could put you in the right rooms, but it's up to you to make it happen. And that's the truth. Let me see. I have one more picture to show you before we go. And here's Vivica and I at the front entrance to his house doing our Women's Empowerment Summit together. So that's what we do. We put you at the right place at the right time. But most people, and again, this was the day we met Vivica, April 20th, 2022 or 2012. And then we said, hey. So this was, I want you guys to see this. This is April 20th, right? We met her. We became friends right away. And then May 10th, so 1 month later, Vivica Fox is confirmed. And then we had it at Ed's house. And that's crazy, right? That is insane. And just because you go and spend $50 on an autograph doesn't mean you're going to become friends with these people. But in our case, I did the superhero stance before I walked in. So, and she was the one person that I knew if I was going to do a Women's Empowerment Summit that I wanted her. And she loves Michael. And that's what we do. We put you face to face in front of some of the biggest names, and we're really good at it. So was that story helpful for anybody? I hope so. Sorry for the cursing, but not sorry, because it gets shit done.
Well, okay, so let me ask you guys a question. Our next guest is joining us in just a moment. Let me see your superhero poses. Okay, so everyone stand up. I know you all have pants on because I made sure.
This is how I do it. I put my legs out and I put my arms back and I look up. Sorry for the chesty, but that's where the camera is. But that's what I do. And I literally feel like I'm going to fly.
Okay.
Now you try.
Show me your superhero pose, everyone. Stand up and show me your superhero pose. Oh, I love your sweater, Deidre, Miss Santa. She's like so festive. She showed up to my call the other night with a Santa hat on. I'm like, are we having a party I didn't know about? All right. How do you feel when you do that? How do you guys feel when you're doing your superhero pose? Type it in the comments. How do you feel? You feel powerful? Do you feel amazing? Do you feel awesome? Empowered? Very good? Right? That's how I want you guys to feel. So when you're walking into a room, when you're on a Zoom call, and let me tell you something too. You guys may think I just show up to these Zoom calls and I'm like ready to go. I have to do the same thing. I'm like, okay, let's go. For me, I'm like my own Avenger. I'm like, okay, Avenger Unite myself. Let's do this. But make sure that you always have those tools in your toolkit, because there are days where, let's be honest, how many of you wakes up every day and like, yeah, let's go? Or any of you human like me and you're like, okay, you know what? I need to get myself in the zone. Like doing little things like that really will help you. It's an invaluable tip that she just gave you. All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing has this day been so far? On a scale of 1 to 10, let me know. I just want to know who's been paying attention. Teacher's like, 10. But how about I go like this? Flash, flash. Awesome. I love that. All right, guys. So you are in for a treat next. Okay. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a backstory. Then I'm going to introduce you to our next guest. So I started working with VIP Ignite about 6 or 7 years ago. And my first event was in New York City. And I remember I was like hosting the podcast. I was like, I want to come to the event so I can meet the people that I've been interviewing on the podcast. And Mike was like, okay, let's do this. Right. So I show up and I had no idea what to expect. And I walked in and I remember I had the opportunity to meet our next guest, Nikenji. And I remember hearing her voice because she spoke. And then I remember hearing her sing. And she brought me to tears. And I had the opportunity actually to interview her on the VIP Ignite Live podcast not long after that. And we had her in New York City last weekend. And the thing I love about the people that we work with at VIP Ignite is not only are they extremely talented at what they do, obviously, right? We only work with the best. But they also have a heart of giving back. Every one of our speakers, I've yet to meet a speaker who was in the entertainment industry who didn't say, "Oh my gosh, where was this when I was getting started? I wish I had the opportunity to have the connections. I wish I had the opportunity to have the mentorship that you offer." And that's what you guys, the next hour, you have the opportunity to be in a room, in a Zoom room with an amazing person who not only is she so talented that she brings me to tears, but she also has a heart of giving back. She's very authentic. What you see is what you get. Okay. So allow me to introduce her to you, and you better be open with curiosity and ready to go. Are you guys ready to be curious? Are you guys ready to learn and expand? Okay, awesome. So our next guest is Nikenji. She's a Tony, Emmy, and Grammy nominated artist known for her exceptional talent and versatility. She has performed at the following prestigious venues: Carnegie Hall, Lincoln Center's Alice Tully Hall, Madison Square Garden. She has headlined pop and orchestra concerts with leading symphonies including the Houston Symphony, the Seattle Symphony, the Jacksonville Symphony, the Cincinnati Symphony, the Indianapolis Symphony, and the Cleveland Orchestra. She presented at the 58th Annual New York Emmy Awards and performed for U.S. presidents and global dignitaries. She is a proud alumna of the Juilliard School and Manhattan School of Music. Her Broadway highlights include making her debut in Sondheim on Sondheim, and she recently starred in the Tony Award-winning revival of Caroline or Change. She has collaborated with jazz legends such as Ornette Coleman and Winston Marsalis. She has been recognized for her stage performances. She was nominated for the Outstanding Lead Actress in a Musical for her roles in Elton John and Tim Rice's Aida and Marion Coffey's Three Mo Divas. She is currently developing a Broadway-bound musical celebrating Dorothy Dandridge's life and music, and a new TV musical dramedy, Black Butterfly, co-produced with Gina Goff of Goff Productions. She released her hit single Goosebump Moment with a music video which premiered on Vents magazine. Can you tell I'm excited? I can't even speak right now. Everyone, please give it up for our next esteemed guest, the one and only Nikenji.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Everyone.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Amazing. Thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to have you today.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been a wild day, to say the least. Just to give you guys an idea of my schedule, well, first, I just want to thank everyone for having me here this afternoon. It's so great, and I love Zoom because you can be anywhere, any place, and be able to jump on, which is exactly what I did today. I was just recently headlining the Celebrity Ascent cruise ship. When I say headlining, that means they bring me in as a guest entertainer, and I'll do 2 shows for that week. And so this past week, we went to St. Thomas, Dominican Republic, and St. Martin. And I did 2 shows, the Lights of Broadway and the Tribute to Donna Summer, 2 shows that I created and produced. And I will go on to the ship. I got on last Sunday. It's usually a week. I'll go for a week at a time and I come back home. And I fly into Fort Lauderdale. I get onto the ship. I did a performance on Tuesday, did a performance on Thursday, and then I came back to Fort Lauderdale today. Normally, I'll go back home to New York, but my mother lives in Tampa, Florida, so I decided that I would stay for a few days. So I literally drove, I rented a car, I got off the ship this morning, went to the airport of Fort Lauderdale, rented a car, drove from Fort Lauderdale to Riverview, Florida, which is about 4 hours, and just got into the house of my one of my dear friends, I would say 3 minutes ago, and took out my computer from the suitcase, put it in their office, connected to Wi-Fi, and then I'm just like, okay, where's the Zoom link? And literally just clicked in right before it was time for my introduction.
So first of all, I've made that drive, so thank you for going through Alligator Alley and everything to get here to this call. We appreciate that so much.
Yes. I wouldn't have missed this opportunity for the world. And so when you told me 4 p.m., I was like, I could do 4 p.m. Yeah.
And you did perfectly, eloquently. It's amazing.
And then on Tuesday, I did an excursion that day before my performance, something I normally don't do. I don't usually like to rest and relax before I have to rehearse with the band. And that's the thing. They have a full band for me for my shows, but I have to rehearse with the band about an hour and a half that same day that I perform. So it's the first time the band members are learning the music for the first time, working with me for the first time, and then we do 2 shows back to back. And these band members are so great that you really think, the audience members really think that you've been working these songs with them for a while. So right before it's time for me to do my show, not sure if you can see it, but I had a freak accident. I was going on an ATV and I was going a little faster than usual because they're in the Dominican Republic. They going through it. They're like, come on, let's do this, right? So I'm just trying to keep up on that ATV. And I turned the corner and the ATV throws me off. I fall on the ground. the ATV then turns over and falls on top of me, breaks my helmet, cuts my arm, my shoulder. I have little cuts everywhere. And I walked away from that accident, got cleaned up with alcohol and whatever, and went to the ship, went straight to rehearsal, and then did 2 shows back to back, 7:30 and 9:30. And I let everyone know what happened to me. And of course, I'm not one to want to have, want to get people to feel sorry for me, because I want them to enjoy the show. But of course, I'm in this beautiful gown with this huge Band-Aid on my shoulder, and I'm still kind of bleeding. So, you see this thing on my shoulder. So I'm not, it's like those people where they don't want to talk about the elephant in the room, but it's there. So I was like, let me just let everyone know about, because I talk to the audience and engage with them throughout the show anyway. So I'm just like, hey, did anyone do excursions today? Because I did, and I tell them about it. And then, of course, I was like, oh, no, oh, my God, oh, right? And then eventually I say, no, but wait. The good story, the good part of the story is that despite the fact that my helmet broke, I have scratches all over my body, there's one thing that stayed in place: my eyelashes. Honey, no matter what is going to happen, my lips are going to look good and my lashes are still going to be there. And so it was, it was lighthearted, but it just goes to show that we are, honestly, if your mindset is exactly where it needs to be, you are invincible. You are absolutely invincible. You can't, when something as they say, as in this business, when someone pushes you down, you get right back up, flush yourself off, and you keep on that journey, because you never know what's being thrown at you. And this is just one of the many examples of things that have been thrown at me through my career and through my journey. And I just get myself back up, brush myself off, and be like, okay, all right, that happened. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. And it's all about keeping it moving. And my story is that I'm born and raised in New York City, and from the Bronx and Brooklyn. I claim both because I was in the Bronx up until about 11 to 12 years old, then moved to Brooklyn when my mom remarried. And look, everyone, I'm checking my hair because I literally just came off the car. Okay, I look okay. Do I look okay, everyone? I look okay? Yeah, thumbs up. All right, fantastic. And so my story is it's kind of like everyone else's in the beginning, because you realize there's a moment in your life where you realize that there's something about this business, something about the talent that you have been God-given has made you different from everyone else, has made you special. And I found that out when I was 10 years old. I was playing the piano for my 5th grade class audition of the musical You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown. I started getting into the arts at a very early age. When I was younger, I had a lot of energy. So much energy that when I was about 4 or 5 years old, the doctor told my parents that I was very energetic, and there's a couple of ways of how they could deal with it, right? As if parents didn't know how to deal with kids who are quite active and bouncing off the walls. I could either get prescribed medication to calm me down, right? Which I'm so glad my parents did not do that, because, there's so many stories that you hear about kids being addicted to prescriptive drugs, and so we don't want that. Or they can put me in the arts, put me in after school activities, and so that is what they did. They put me in karate classes, they put me in art classes, piano, dance, you name it. And so I started doing piano for many years. didn't really think of music or singing at all. I just was really kind of training the ears and humming and stuff. No one really noticed that I had any type of voice that was worth listening to until I was 10 years old, and my teacher at PS 95 is the one, Miss Barbara Hartnick, is the one who heard me. She heard my voice. And this is why I'm always, always supporting the arts in schools and creating programs to bring the arts into the schools, because as we know, like, arts should not be a luxury. It should be a requirement. It should be part of our education. And the fact that the government has pulled the arts from our schools is just devastating, especially the public schools, especially the schools in the urban communities, which was the community that I was growing up in. But I was fortunate to have a fifth grade teacher that was a dancer in her past life, and she was teaching and she loved music. And that was in our school, it was a fifth grade teacher that did the musicals. This wasn't something that every grade was doing. It was just her. So I happened to be in her class that year, and she heard me singing during one of the breaks, and she said, "Nikenji, sing that again." And I sang the song, "Poor Sweet Baby," and she said, "You are our new Peppermint Patty." And so I began singing "Poor Sweet Baby" while I was sitting on top of a grand piano, singing it to Charlie Brown. And we had about 5 performances. And every performance in that auditorium in Bronx, New York, I got a standing ovation. And at 10 years old, for a little girl to get a standing ovation in Bronx. And also, this was the year where my parents were divorcing, and I was going through so much emotions that I didn't understand how to explain at that time. But I realized that if I had something special inside me that could make all these people in this audience happy to stand up and clap for me and applaud me and celebrate me, then this was something that I wanted to do for the rest of my life. And so it was that moment in PS 95 in Bronx, New York, that I decided that I wanted to sing. I wanted to share my music. I wanted to do whatever it took to do this for a living, because that feeling, I'd never had that feeling before as a 10-year-old. And that was the feeling that I wanted to keep re-experiencing every day of my life. And so that music was healing for me, because my dad at that age told my mother New Year's Eve that he couldn't possibly bring in a new year with a wife that he didn't love. And so he left my mom and he left myself, and then he said that you need to find an apartment that you can afford and a real job. And so my mother had $75 to her name and did everything she possibly could do as a single mom to raise me. She started her own business, became one of the first Black-owned minority staffing agencies in New York State, and started expanding in Florida and expanded in Westchester County. And this was based on $75 that she had in her bank account. And I remember her interviewing and training people in our apartment in Bronx and seeing how little by little she continued to grow her business to the point where she was the main supplier of temps for Chase. And the reason why she expanded in Florida was because Chase needed a minority-owned business to supply temps. Part of the programming here, you know, some of these diversity program, my mother was that woman that they had used as a temp agency, and she expanded her business through that. And people were using her over Kelly Services or over Manpower and all these other major national firms. And I, as a little girl, watched my mom do this and watch her become this entrepreneur with no MBA, with just just heart and soul and a criminal justice degree, and supported my music as much as she possibly could. And so when I realized and she realized that I had this voice, my mother loved to sing. She just never pursued it, but she would always support me. She'd have me sing for everything. She put me at Harlem School of the Arts. I went to Harlem School of the Arts and started taking voice lessons. That teacher, Miss Yvonne Hatchett, heard something in my voice that I didn't hear. I wanted to learn all the Whitney Houston and the Mariah Carey songs and all the riffs and, you know, pop in and all that stuff. I wanted to do that. And she instead started training me classically. And I started learning how to sing in Italian and German and French, and learning how to sing these operas with a full orchestra and costumes. And I had never been exposed to that. You know, I was like this little Black girl being raised by a single mom in Bronx, New York. She certainly wasn't paying to take me to the Met Opera or anything like that. We're listening to Motown music and all that stuff. So this was brand new to me, and I loved it. And apparently I had something towards that because I started winning competitions in high school that then allowed me to go to Manhattan School of Music for my undergraduate degree. And then I continued to compete in competitions and start performing while I was in school. Like there was never a time where I wasn't trying to work or trying to network or trying to better myself as an artist. Like I never said, okay, well, once I'm done with my studies, I'll start learning how to be a performer. No, I was like out there, like, because I just loved it. I had to like soak it up. I was a sponge. So every summer while I was in school, I was doing a program. I was doing Tanglewood. I was doing Aspen Music Festival. I was going to Israel to sing. I was going to Italy to sing, do operas, whatever. Like anywhere that would have me perform and be an advocate for music, I was there. So then by the time I graduated from school, I already had jobs being offered to me because I would perform and I would get reviews, or my teacher would recommend me to sing with the Westchester Philharmonic. And so I was performing as a college student, and it was amazing because I realized that while I was being at school and studying my craft, it was also a networking possibility because these teachers that were teaching us were also teachers that were being consultants and new people who were in the business. So when they would go like, you know, I'd like to get, you know, for this orchestra gig, I'd like to bring in a student, they'd go to the teachers at Manhattan School of Music or Juilliard and say, is there someone that you would recommend? And then I would get recommended for those things. And that's because these teachers saw how hard I was working and practicing and really feeling passionate about what this was and showing that I had the drive, right? So with that said, as I graduated from these schools, immediately started working at City Opera. I was singing with the Virginia Opera. I was going to Italy. I was singing with Vienna Camera Opera in Austria. I realized that as I was singing all over the world, opera, and this was, you know, something that I didn't grow up with, but something I was trained to do, there was something that wasn't fully meshing with me because I still had the passion for the pop and the R&B and the musical theater. And so while I was singing at Seattle Opera Company, I got the opportunity to audition for Three Mo Divas. And Three Mo Divas was after the Three Mo Tenors that was on PBS, and they wanted to do it with three women. And I auditioned for it because it was the dream job that I could ever think of. They wanted opera singers, trained opera singers that could sing in 8 styles of music. So they wanted your first and foremost foundation had to be opera, because as an opera singer, there's so many years of training and studying to go into that. That's not something you just pick up and, oh, you know, I'm going to just learn an art song and, and go in for the audition. Like, it's a lot of training to go into that. And then they wanted these opera singers to be able to sing in blues and musical theater and jazz and pop and gospel. I was like, hey, this is me. So I went in, did the audition, and literally got hired immediately and had to leave the Seattle Opera Company to do Three Divas, which I gladly did, because that doing Three Divas was more to the roots and the foundation of what I was raised on, what I wanted to do, right? And not that I didn't love the opera and didn't love the training that I got exposed to, and I worked with some amazing teachers and the schools were great, but I also wanted to be able to do the other styles. And so I did with Three Divas. It gave me permission to be able to do all these different styles on one stage in one concert. And that is what started getting me to start doing concerts that would go from opera to pop and everything in between. And people would say, well, what's your favorite style to sing? And I would say, I don't have a favorite style. My favorite style to sing is being able to do whatever I want in one concert and be able to streamline these different styles of music with a theme, with an idea, with my story, my journey, and that is what streamlines it. And so after Three Divas, I then got recommended to an agent, then suddenly started transferring to the Broadway world, where I was in Sondheim on Sondheim. Then after Sondheim and Sondheim, I got the opportunity to work with Berry Gordy, who founded Motown, and he cast me as Mary Wells in Motown a Musical. It was my first Broadway show where I got to originate a musical and originate a role and do a cast album, and it was just a dream come true. And after that, I then came back to Broadway to do the revival and originate the role of the Moon in Carolina Change, which was even more of a joy because it was a revival. They cast me in that role, even though Aisha DeHaas was the original of the Moon. I was a completely different Moon. Because of my classical training, I approached the Moon in a very classically oriented direction. And also the production was very different. They had me up literally in a moon, in this capsule, kind of, I call it like the Black Glenda of Carolina Change, because every time I came on stage, I was flying in as the moon up in the sky, and where it felt like I could even touch the audience in the matinee level. And I would sing in classically the music and Moon Change, and got to be able to work with an amazing cast. Sharon D. Clark, who's an Olivier Award winner and also a Tony nominated songstress from that show. She got a Tony nomination from that. And being able to be a part of that family. And what was so important about that was because we were about to open that show right during COVID. So when Broadway shut down, we thought Broadway was shutting down for a couple of weeks. That's really how we all thought. Like when COVID happened, everyone was like, okay, we're going to shut down for a few weeks, but guess what? If you don't come back in a couple of weeks, we're still going to pay health insurance and salary to you guys for at least a month, right? So we all thinking, oh, great, a month. Honey, Broadway was shut down for 18 months. We're all like, oh my God. Roundabout Theater was so loyal to this production of Carolina Change that they left the set exactly the way it was. They covered it up. There was even a flood in the theater. and they did a whole renovation of Roundabout Theater, which is Studio 54, while the set was still on stage. And just if you guys followed Broadway, you would know that a lot of shows never returned back to Broadway after Broadway shut down for so many months. Frozen closed. There was so many shows that you would have thought that they would have reopened when everything reopened. They did not. But we were the lucky ones to still reopen when Broadway opened back up. Everybody from the cast were brought back, outside of one of the little boys. He kind of like grew out of his role. But outside of that, everyone came back to the show. Our album got Grammy nominated. Our show got Tony nominated. It was just, they were so loyal to the show, and we came back to work on Broadway. And so it's these type of experiences where you get to work with theaters and producers and people who are so passionate about the music and the projects that, like, no matter what, like, COVID didn't cancel the show out. We still came back after all those months, especially a new show that never opened. That was so unusual, but they brought us back. So it's these moments that always, like, if there's ever those times where you're thinking, okay, like, what's next? And then I always have to remember these moments that, like, no matter what, they still believed in the show and believed in the cast. If they believed so much in the show and the cast, we as artists have to believe in ourselves as artists and know that no matter what, we got to keep going. We got to keep pushing, no matter how many no's you get. There's always going to be that one yes. And then you grab onto that yes. And yes, someone says the show must go on. Those were my exact words that I said this week when I had to do my shows after having an ATV fall on top of me. I said, the lashes were in place, the lips were still on, the show must go on. Here we go. You know, you got to keep going. And so as I continued doing the Broadway shows and originating roles and being a part of that, I also realized that one of the reasons why I loved being on stage and why I wanted to be on stage was in high school, I got to see Leontyne Price's farewell performance of Aida on the Metropolitan Opera House stage. We got a chance to see it, one of the dress rehearsals. And I just remember being so affected by that experience, seeing someone that looked like me on the biggest stage in the world. Like, that was so moving for me, like, as a little girl from the Bronx, thinking, is this something that I want to do? And seeing Leontyne Price do that and be a mentor, because when I got to Juilliard, she did a voice masterclass, and she would tell us, she says, you know, I know you as Juilliard students are right across the street from the Metropolitan Opera House, but just know that that street is a very, very, very long road, you know? And she decided to retire, and she didn't retire because, you know, like a lot of people retire because they just don't have a voice anymore, they just can't do it. Well, Leontyne Price didn't retire because she couldn't sing opera anymore. She just retired because she decided that she wanted to retire, because there's this aria, Qu'il bel sogno, from La Rondine, and one of the singers was singing Qu'il bel sogno, and so she's training her and helping her with that high C, and she starts to sing the high C with the student. And as the student eventually falls off of this high C, Leontyne Price is still holding the high C. And she's holding that high C until every single body in that theater was on their feet, giving her a standing ovation and screaming her name. 3,000 people. And that was her way of letting everyone know that she still got it. She still got it. And it's mentors like that and icons like that really started making me think that it was so important that our new generation would know these stories of these iconic legends that we're literally standing on their shoulders. And so while I was working on Motown and working with Berry Gordy, and Berry Gordy saying, I am not bringing Broadway to Motown, but I'm bringing Motown to Broadway. I want Broadway, I want the world to know my story, my music, the way I see it, the way I envision it, because there's so many people that talk about Motown, because so many artists that came through Motown and tell the story of the Motown records and all that. But Mr. Gordy wanted to tell his story, his side of the story, as he liked to say it. And I started realizing that we needed more content, more stories of us to be represented on stage. And so I decided to develop a musical that we are shepherding to Broadway based on Dorothy Dandridge's life. And she was the first African-American woman to be nominated for an Oscar in the Outstanding Leading Actress category of Carmen Jones alongside Harry Belafonte. And with that, it was important to me to be as authentic to her story as possible. Now, Holly Berry did a movie of Dorothy Dandridge on HBO, and it was called Introduction to Dorothy Dandridge. It wasn't Holly Berry singing that role, and there was a lot of information that was taken from it that we didn't get a chance to experience, just because it's HBO. They pick and choose what they want to, present of Dorothy Dandridge and who she is, with Holly Berry at the helm of it. Our musical, there's a lot of things that were missing from that movie, which I wanted to make sure that we see in the musical, Dorothy Dandridge musical, which is her activism with Dr. King, her being a mom, a single mom to a special needs child, and it was her love for her child what kept going, kept pushing her to audition for that next role, audition for singing, being the first Black woman to sing for the Waldorf Astoria, the first Black woman to do so many, keep pushing that ceiling, that glass ceiling that kept staying put during the 50s and 60s for Dorothy Dandridge, but she kept breaking it. And then also realizing that in today's world, everyone knows who Marilyn Monroe is. And at that time, they used to call Dorothy Dandridge the Black Marilyn Monroe. And I'm thinking to myself, why was she called the Black Marilyn Monroe? Why couldn't she be Dorothy Dandridge? And so people need to appreciate who she was. And if it wasn't for Dorothy Dandridge, we wouldn't have a Holly Berry, a Viola Davis, an Oprah Winfrey, a Whoopi Goldberg, all these women that came after her first nomination as a leading actress, because the world didn't know that women of color could be leading actress outside of being a maid or, doing something that was more of a supporting role than a leading actress role. And so it was important for me to start this project and making sure that we're able to raise money for it, making sure that I had the right creative team to tell her story. Even though this was something I conceived, I wanted a star-studded creative team to create the show, the music, the book. We have Tamara Tooney, who's directing it. We have two-time Emmy winner Trey Ellis, who wrote the book and co-lyricist, with Grammy winner Shelton Becton, who wrote the music. Shelton Becton being one of the 5 Black music directors on Broadway and directors on Broadway. And it was important to me to make sure that we told our story, right? And as we started bringing this story to life, and we produced it, I was like, okay, well, I have to, like, if someone is not creating it, then we have to create it ourselves. We have to create, if there's projects that you envision, projects that you see are not happening, then you create them. That is what we do. We have to be creators. We have to do whatever it takes to make our visions become reality. And so I became lead producer of this project. We brought in a cast of 15 Broadway singer and dancers. I led produced it at the Carnegie Hall first, which was to 2 sold out performances. Then we brought it to the New York Theater Festival, where we got the most nominations and the most wins out of all the musicals and plays for that season. And now we're looking for a home, a regional home, so that we can do a full production of it before we bring it to New York, to Broadway. And that takes time, that takes energy, that takes money. And as a producer, when I came into this business, as a singer. And then I'm now in this business as a singer and a conceiver and a creator and a producer. And, there's so many hats as artists, as creators, that we have to wear to bring something to life, until you can finally get that team of people that say, let me take that hat off for you and let me help produce this for you. But until that happens, and there's something that you really, really believe in, you have to do it yourself. And so with that, and Dorothy Dandridge being something so educational, then it then transitioned into something that I continued to do since I was a student in college, which was, again, bringing my story to the schools. And I would go into the schools. We have outreach programs through Manhattan School of Music and the Juilliard School, where I'd go into the schools and tell my story and prepare them for shows that they would get to see. And these were all through like the nonprofit legs of these schools and programs that they would bring together so that they would get into the communities. And so I decided to start my own nonprofit so that I can indeed make sure that I'm bringing these stories, these BIPOC stories, to the communities that I grew up in, the communities that I have family in, people that were part of the village to take me to where I am now. This is my way of giving back to those communities and beyond, because those communities don't just stop there. It continues. It has to be a dominoes effect, because if you just focus on one area, then what's the point if it's not going to be a continuous effect throughout everywhere? So I now have a nonprofit, which is called Nikenji Foundation. And this foundation allows us to bring projects to life that are focused on BIPOC stories. Dorothy Dandridge is one of them. Black Butterfly, which is a television show that we are pitching to networks, is another one of them. And the idea is to make sure that we are bringing BIPOC stories to the community and beyond, whether it's going into the schools, doing master classes, doing free exhibitions, children's books, TV, film, and beyond. It is all about making sure that we start creating, we start producing, and we start multiplying with these stories and affecting our society so that our new generation is fully educated and fully aware of what is around them, where they came from, and the opportunities that they can make for them moving forward. So with that said, that is that is my story in a nutshell. In a nutshell. And as I was going through this process, as I mentioned, there's the networking, there is the community, and there is the constant training, it's a daily thing. And when I say training, it's not necessarily always like making sure you do your vocal exercises, but it's also surrounding your circle around people who are about the same thing that you're about, right? And collaborating. So like for me, we're a new nonprofit, but there's other nonprofits that have already established a presence in some of these communities. So for me, my goal is to start collaborating with some of these other nonprofits so that we have more of a stretch of being able to push these stories. So Arthur Miller Foundation is a foundation that wants to collaborate with the Nikenji Foundation when it comes to telling the Dorothy Dandridge story and bringing it into the schools that they're already connected to. So, I am never trying to recreate the wheel. It's all about collaboration. It's all about networking. It's all about being passionate about what you love. And most important, never accept no for an answer. So, and before we start taking questions, because I know we have to be conscious of the time, because I know we're all on a schedule. There is, with hands up, how many singers do we have? Yeah, okay, we got a few singers out there. All right, so we're gonna give you a little sneak peek of what me as a singer do when I am trying to get ready for a concert or getting ready for a master class, because even when I am doing a master class, sometimes, okay, my hair is going crazy here. Sometimes I have to sing with them, because sometimes even if you are explaining something or a technique, some people are better hearing it and hearing how it sounds versus you telling them as kind of like mathematical, like, okay, this is, if you just take 20% of your voice and do this, sometimes they're better at hearing it and actually hearing it live. And one of the things that I do is I continuously use my bel canto technique, because that is how I was trained. So I was trained classically. I never trained for musical theater or trained for gospel or trained for how to belt. Like, I was self-taught. I self-taught myself everything else, all the other styles, because these were styles that I was already growing up with and loving, and I had certain artists that I loved that I emulated when I was younger, until I decided to be able to develop my own style. And so one of the exercises I do is kind of, first I always want to relax, and can I have everyone kind of like sitting up with their back straight? Can we all get our back straight? All right. I see a couple of people kind of like this, but if you just all sit up straight, that's right. I see all of you. I see you. I see you. Welcome to Zoom, baby. I can see everything. So if we can then just kind of put our heads down and slowly roll our necks. Slowly roll our necks. Okay, we roll our necks, and then when you get to the front, do it the opposite way. Let's get the other side. This kind of helps relax your neck. Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. Okay, good. And then lift your head up. All right. Now I'm going to do an exercise on an ah, something very simple. It's not complicated. It's not a complicated vowel. And what I'll do is I will demonstrate it first, and then you all can follow through. And before I do that, though, I want to make sure that we all know how to properly breathe. When I breathe, and not that everyone has to stand up for this, but when I breathe, I make sure that when I take in air, my tummy expands outward. And then it goes inward when I'm singing. So it's a little different than other techniques, but for me, it allows me to take in as much air as possible, because then if I breathe, I can hold that breath, and then I can continue breathing again to even get more air on the side of my ribs before releasing everything. So that is just a quick little synopsis of how I breathe. I always breathe in so that it's expanding outward and releasing inward. And when I do a exercise like using the vowel of ah, I breathe in. Ah. All right. I don't know how that sounds with the Zoom, but if we all can sing with me with that note, and I will, when you go up, I will bring you up with my hand and then bring you back down. All right. So just follow me. And someone said, thank goodness our sound would be off. Don't be shy, everyone. All right. I'm just going to assume that everyone is singing in tune with me. All right. But sing your hearts out. All right. Because no one's listening. All right. And just make sure that you are letting that air flow out. So you breathe in. Let's breathe. I'm going to count to 3 and we'll breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Breathe. Now sing. Ah. Good. Now we're going to do it a half step higher. Breathe in. Ah. Right? Ah is good because I can make it a belt sound or I can make it a classical sound. So if I was going to do a belt sound, I'll show you, then the production of that sound is different than how I would do a classical sound. But I usually start with the classical sound to warm up the voice, and then I turn it into a belt sound. So let me start with my classical sound, which is so that's more of a classical sound production. If I do the same note, but I do it with a belt sound, then it sounds this way. All right. So that is the difference between if I'm going to do a classical sound, more legit sounding, versus a belt sound. But I will always warm my voice up in the bel canto classical sound. And then once my voice is warmed up, then I switch it over to the belt sound. So I can do right? So it's going back and forth. The switch is something that I train myself to do, and something that I teach now, because there's not a lot of teachers that will train you classically and then also say, okay, now we can do, let's do some gospel, and then let's do some, they either do one or the other, you know? And when I was growing up in this business and learning the business, I used to have to do 2 completely different resumes. I'd have a resume for my opera and a resume for my musical theater pop, because the opera world, when they would see shows that wasn't a classical show, they'd see like I did Wizard of Oz, or you know, something like that, or The Wiz, or I do Snoopy or whatever, and then they see Marriage of Figaro or Die Zauberflöte, the magic flute, they would think that I was confused. I didn't know what I wanted to do. It wasn't that I was confused. It's just the fact that I was able to sing all of that, and I wanted to work. So if someone wanted to hire me to sing Pamina in the magic flute, you better believe I was going there and singing Pamina in the magic flute. If someone wanted to hire me as Dorothy in The Wiz, you better believe I'm going to sing Dorothy in The Wiz. But these worlds didn't quite figure out that artists could actually go back and forth and still have healthy singing voices. Now they expect you to do everything. They want you to sing opera, they want you to sing pop. You have these symphonies that are now trying to do Motown rock and roll shows. I literally just created a brand new Motown rock and roll show for Jacksonville Symphony that I'm doing in 2026 that they then want to book with other symphonies. And these are symphonies that are doing the Messiah, they're doing Beethoven Ninth, but then they want to have these little pop concerts, you know, dispersed throughout the season to be able to attract the audience members, because the audience members are dying off that are just wanting to listen to classical music. They're trying to get to the younger generation. And so now they're bringing artists like myself to create these shows and package them and bring backup singers. And I have my music director, and we do this Motown and rock and roll show. And then I do it with a different symphony once we start it with the Jacksonville Symphony. And this is what I do because, you know, it's all about creating. It's all about making sure that our voices are heard in any way, form we need to do. So for that, I love to say that don't allow anything to stop you from making sure you explore your vision to its full complexity. You know, even if the audience that you're pitching it to may not have their head around it quite yet, don't allow that to stop you from creating and making your visions a reality, because eventually they'll catch up to it. All right. So any questions I will love to answer as I don't know how much time we have, but I'm glad that we all got a chance to sing a little Oz.
That was amazing. I felt like I was back in high school taking voice lessons again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. So does anyone have any questions for Nikenji? We have time for like 1 or 2 questions.
On a side note, hi Nikenji. My little boy is on the other side of this door and I hear him doing the exercises with you.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
He was doing really good. He's like, oh, I was like, what? Holidays. How was your trip?
It was great. I'm back. I mean, I'm in Florida right now. I'm not back in New York until Tuesday, but happy to be here and I'm still enjoying the warm weather.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not trying.
I wanted to feel. They had a pretend snow the other night at Disney, and I was like, "I'll take it. I'll take it."
But I'm not rushing to the cold weather in New York quite yet.
I don't blame you. It's quite chilly up here right now. I can't wait to be back in Florida this week. I'm so excited. All right, we have one question. Lalini has a question for you. So let's see. I'll pretend it's not my first time on Zoom.
Hi, love. How are you? Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah. I have a simple question. Honestly, everything that you've gone through, it's definitely amazing. I am seeing a pattern here, and it's like, wake up. So, what is the end or projected vision that you have, that you see with everything that you're doing? What is the ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal, world domination.
One head.
World domination. When I say world domination, I say world domination of these BIPOC stories, these visions, the creative minds, making sure that people are truly, I don't want to have to explain to someone who Dorothy Dandridge is.
Right.
I don't want to have to explain to someone that it is possible to do classical and pop music simultaneously. I don't want to have to explain to someone that, you really can create your own shows. Like, the idea is to educate, to inspire, to mentor, and not just in our communities, but globally.
I love that. And Dorothy, that was my my grandmother's name. So when I saw that, I was like, this is absolutely amazing. Simpatico, like divine intervention, like get up and do something. Because that's exactly how she was. So I'm so excited to see the finished product.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Danine's on mute. Danine's on mute. It's her first time working Zoom today.
Thank you for your question, Lalini. Oh my gosh.
I'd much rather see everybody in person. Forget this Zoom thing.
You don't have to worry about being muted, unmuted. You're always able to talk and communicate. All right. We have one more question. Trayvon. Let's see here. Add spotlight. Let's see if I can figure this out.
Sorry, I know.
Hey, Ali and Deneen. Hi. Oh my God. Hi, and Mr. Genji. So, I'm only 23 years old, so I'm not at all classically trained. I have been taking voice lessons like every Saturday for like 2 years now. My voice teacher, she doesn't believe in that stuff, and I haven't, but since you've been classically trained, do you truly believe in it? Because I just believe that you just need to be driven to go through it all. Do you believe in any type of classical training to help you to be a better singer?
Yes. I mean, just because I'm a product of it, it's hard to say that I don't believe in it because I do, because I am like honestly, with everything that I've gone through vocally, like, or getting sick or the scheduling, especially for Broadway scheduling. I mean, we, not only are we, when we do a brand new show, not only are we rehearsing like 10 to 6 every day from Monday through Saturdays, we get one day off. Then you go into tech rehearsals, and those rehearsals, you can be in tech rehearsals till midnight. And again, these are all weeks where you still just get one day off. And then when you start going to previews then include them being able to call you for rehearsals during the day. The only time that they don't have to call you for rehearsals is once you open. When you open, the show is frozen. That means they can't make any more changes. But through previews, this is their way to like test things out. And they're like, that song didn't quite work, or let me change this scene or whatever. So you're called for rehearsals and you're doing previews. Again, still every day with one day off. And then while you're doing previews, you're also promoting the show because it's a brand new show. So you're waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to sing on Good Morning America at 5:30 in the morning, to then go to the studio, have a rehearsal at 10 o'clock, and then do a show at 8 p.m. All right. And then still have to be ready to go the next day. I'm telling you, if I did not have my classical training, all right, to give me that vocal technique, that vocal foundation with the schedule that we as artists, when you're working nonstop, and this is just for Broadway. I mean, there's pop artists that are performing and going on tours, and you're hitting each city. They're trying to, like, especially if you're a brand new artist, I can tell you the record label is trying to work you as much as possible, as quickly as possible, because they don't know when your star or your popularity is going to die out. So they're trying to book you so they'll book you on every solitary city, and then you're doing your show, and then you're on a flight the next morning to do another show that night. And these are pop artists that don't have a proper foundation of training. And then what do you hear? The show gets canceled. They got nodes. They've lost their voice, whatever. And these are problems that happen all the time because they haven't gotten the proper training and foundation for their voices to be able to sustain the kind of crazy schedule that they're giving you, due to whether your project, due to whether you got a hit #1 song, you name it. There's so many different variables, right? So yes, I do think that my classical training has gotten me through all the different styles of music and the projects, from doing tours. I did a Man in the Mirror, Michael Jackson tribute show world tour, and going from Barcelona to France to Monte Carlo to Germany, and then still having a voice, and then seeing everybody else getting sick and down, and their swings coming in because they got no voice, because they just didn't know how to execute their voice in a healthy way. So I don't know who your teacher is. Everyone has their own, mantra of what is good and what's not. But for me, I can only speak on my experience. And I do think that having a classical training doesn't mean that you have to be a classical singer, but having the foundation of a bel canto technique has made my voice 10 to 100 times stronger than if I didn't have that training in the career. I wouldn't have had the career that I've had now if I hadn't had that classical training. All right. And I know it was intense. I literally was like Manhattan School of Music, 4 years, Juilliard, 3 years, I wanted to be an opera singer. So I was training to be an opera singer. Do I say you have to go to college for 7 years to be a singer? No, not necessarily, but that was the road that I was on at that time, right? But I would never regret any minute being in a school with amazing teachers and amazing colleagues and opportunities that I would have never been able to pay for myself. I got reviewed by Opera News and New York Times singing in a show at Juilliard because they review shows at those schools. I would have never had that opportunity. And then because of those reviews, I immediately got jobs at New York City Opera because of those reviews. I was working as soon as I got out of school. So that training is priceless. It's priceless. So that's my opinion.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Great question, Trayvon. Thank you. All right. Do you have time for one more question, Nikenji? I want to make sure I'm aware of your time. Okay, awesome. All right. Yaz has a question for you.
Hey, I thank you. I don't really have a question. I just want to thank you for this presentation. It touched my heart. I could really feel you through the screen, and it gives me tears to my eyes. I love it. Thank you. You are doing something so important, and you have all of my support. I was just like, how can I help you? So thank you so much. How can I follow you on social media so I can find you and know what you're up to? I would love to.
Oh my goodness, of course. Yes. That's probably the one thing I didn't include in my presentation. Okay.
That's all right.
Yes,
Thank you.
I was so my goal is always about telling the story and telling, and telling it as authentically as possible and being able to engage. But yes, I love continuously engaging with everyone that I've been able to speak to. As I mentioned earlier, I do voice lessons and coachings for people who want that. And I also keep people updated. I do monthly newsletters whenever I'm doing shows or projects. On Instagram and social media, I'm Diva Nikenji. So it's DIVA and then the spelling of my name, NKENGE. So I keep it simple. I'm Diva Nikenji on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Facebook. I'm Nikenji's Music. That's the one thing I changed up because that was created before Instagram. But and then my website is nikenjimusic.com. Again, without the apostrophe. So my name naturally has an apostrophe between the N and the K, but with the websites, I take it out. So it's nikenjimusic.com. Please sign up on the sign up to be added to the newsletter, or you can send me a private DM on Instagram. I'm on there every day. And then my foundation, my nonprofit foundation, is nikenjifoundation.org. And we are lit, that's NKENGE Foundation, FOUNDATION.org. And we're currently doing a holiday sale for people who want to do last minute holiday shopping. And those monies goes towards the foundation to do our educational initiatives that we want to do in the new year for 2025. So we have from, excursions to the Bahamas, to ornaments, to jewelry, to you name it. It's all on the NikenjiFoundation.org. So there's lots of ways to kind of keep in contact with us. Donations, buying holiday gifts, and just being in the know of what we're doing. Instagram, I have a link tree. So in that link tree, I have all of my shows listed. So if you are in the New York area, like I'm singing at the Harlem's legendary Minton's this Saturday, December 21st. So I'm doing a holiday concert with my quartet. So I'm performing every month in New York, whether it's at Minton's or the Jazz Club at the Amman Hotel or the Club Room at Soho Grand. I have a residency at 3 to 4 different venues every month, and I perform there. It gives me a chance to test out new music and invite people to, come and see our shows. I change up the music all the time. So I'm really like that performer. Like, even though I'm creating all these projects, I always want to make sure I'm constantly performing and expanding on our following, so people can be able to see and experience the music live versus just downloading our music. I have new music that's Goosebump Moment is a single that I have out, and so that's streaming on all platforms. You can go to any platform and stream that. And yeah, so that's how you can reach me.
Awesome, wonderful.
And I
Thank
answer,
you.
I don't have a company that oversees that. So if you send me a message, you're sending a message to me, and I will respond to you accordingly.
I appreciate that a lot. It was just, your story was just so captivating. I was barely able to take any notes because you moved me so much. So I have to see this over again to make sure that I get everything, because you were so inspiring for me that I strongly believe that this for me is a life-changing moment. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So oh, nothing better.
Hugs. Zoom hugs.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you, Yaz. Oh, you don't have to unmute. Thank you so much, Yaz, for your question, for saying that. That's amazing. And Kenji, thank you so much for being here today. Like, when you were talking and you're like, yeah, so my helmet broke. Thank God you were wearing that helmet, first of all. Like, literally, thank God you were wearing that helmet, because all I could have thought about was like, can you, oh my gosh. So, but God has his hand on you. Thank you so much for being here today. And if you guys were inspired, let her know how much you were inspired today, because that was, anytime I get the opportunity to spend time with you, it's just amazing. And I really appreciate it so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And thank you all. Continue having an amazing workshop today. And it's always such a pleasure to be a part of such a great energy, so positive. And, I love VIP Ignite, and you guys always welcome me as a family member. So thank you so much for doing that.
You're welcome. We love you too. Thank you so much, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy holidays to everyone. If you're in New York, come and see my holiday concert on Saturday. We're gonna be moving and grooving to some classics and some jazz and some pop and R&B. So it'll be fun.
Amazing. Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. How amazing was it to hear from a Broadway star like Nikenji? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? Did you guys learn something? Like, what in the comments? And I want you also obviously to do this on in school as well. But in the comments, like, what was your biggest takeaway?
Somebody wants to say hi.
Oh my God, it's Caden!
He's dancing. Another one bites the dust.
Oh, that's awesome. It's so good to see you, buddy.
Say, I miss you. I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
All right, go.
Also, let me ask you guys a question. Who here would like the opportunity to work with Nikenji, doing voice lessons? Like, just have the opportunity to work with her. If that sounds like you, type yes in the comments. Okay, well, I every once in a while I get to bring out the surprises. So for anyone who is on track to go to New York, I mean, not New York, sorry, we were just in New York. I'm like sad I'm going to Florida because I'm like, I want to go to New York.
Did I miss an event? What happened?
No.
Okay.
Some of our talent are already planning our event in New York. I'm like, I don't think we announced that an event in New York in 2025. Trayvon's like, me. Okay. So anyway, let's pull this back together. Who would like the opportunity to work with Nikenji on vocals? I know I would. Like her classically, when Trayvon, when you asked her, would you believe in classical being in classical training? I'm like, she went to Juilliard. Yes, she does. But I love that question. So if you would love the opportunity to work with Nikenji, so if you're on track to go to Hollywood or you're part of VIP Ignite, we are going to be offering you guys an opportunity to audition for her. Okay. You're going to have an opportunity to audition to work with her for 12 weeks. And the reason we're doing this is because we have so many times we have people, oh my gosh, I want to sing, I want to do this, I want to do that. But whether you're interested in singing or whether you just want to learn how to preserve your vocal cords, I need this myself. I'm actually surprised I still have a voice because normally by the end of the day, I'm like, hey guys, my name is Tina. Yeah, it's almost spit her tea on me. Because she knows it's true. But yeah, so it's not going to be only singing, it's going to be voice preservation, it's going to be learning how to use your vocal cords as a tool. Okay, so we are going to be offering, if you're working with VIP Ignite, if you're going to Hollywood, we're going to give you the opportunity to audition to work with her. And let me ask you a question. So yesterday we were talking about how you need like the prism effect, right? You want to open your eyes and see things. So you need training and you need coaching, right? We can all, if you can agree to that after the last 2 days, type yes in the comments. You know you need training and you need coaching because that's going to amplify your skills. Once you amplify your skills, you're going to start developing more relationships because people are going to notice you in a different way. Then what's going to happen is you're going to get more opportunities. And then as you get more opportunities, you need higher level training and you need it's a cycle, right? You guys see the pattern. I mean, so what we want to do is we want to open those opportunities up. We want, again, I'm so excited about this. We want to open those opportunities up for all of you because we know that you gave us 2 days of your time, right? You were here for 2 days. And you now know you need the training, you need all of these different things. I know, Kirsten, you talk all day long because when you work with people, they can't talk, so you have to carry the conversation. So Kirsten is a dental hygienist, and I'm very personally understand what she does. But so I want you guys to really be open for that opportunity because not only is going to Hollywood going to elevate your success, but having the opportunity to work with someone like Nikenji, who literally works with the biggest names, not only in Broadway, but TV, film. She's performed at iconic locations, iconic venues throughout the world. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think working with her would help to elevate your success? And something I love too, Yaz, I love that you asked, how can I help you? You've helped me so much. How can I help you? As a community, something that we announced in New York, but I'll announce it now too, is we're starting some initiatives at VIP Ignite through some other strategic partnerships that we have, through some ecosystem partnerships that we have, where we're going to actually be working together to invest in Nikenji's foundation. Because if Mike and I had this conversation this morning, we're like, we really need to start giving back even more than we already do. Because if you're here on earth and you're only serving your own needs, then why are you even here? And one of the reasons I love what we do is because as you elevate yourself, as you start making more money, right? Let's be honest. I used to hate the feel of this. It used to feel so smarmy and gross. But the reality is that if you want to change the world, you need money, right? Mother Teresa, I forget who I heard talk about Mother Teresa today. I've never met anyone that hates Mother Teresa, okay? I'm sure that there were some people somewhere that like, oh my God, she's so annoying. But she she needed a lot of money to help. I know no one would say that, but you never know. Excuse me. But you need money to help people. So that's why we're so excited about this, because as all of you are elevating your success and you're starting to make more money, it's our expectation that you're going to give back to the world too, because we're looking for people who are purpose driven. Yes, we want you to be an amazing actor, model, musician. We want to elevate your success that way, but we also want you to be someone who's willing to give back. One of my proudest moments, and Mike, every time Mike shows that picture of me giving that check to Operation Underground Railroad, like that was one of my proudest moments, one of my most emotional moments, because like the fact that we partnered to free 3,500 children from sex trafficking is a huge thing. And we're not stopping there. We're going to keep going. So that's why we're so excited about partnering with Nikenji. So if that is something that you're interested in, if you're working with VIP Ignite, if you're on track to go to Hollywood, we're going to be holding auditions probably in the next week or two. I have to talk. I'm having a conversation with Nikenji tomorrow, but we're gonna come up. We're gonna determine a day for you to audition for her. And if you're going to do this, like take it seriously, because she can we say that she takes what she does seriously? We can all agree to that, right? So I want you to take it just as seriously as she does. All right. So with that thought in mind, Alicia, I see you turned off your camera. Are you there? She's there.
I am.
Okay, awesome. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna have Alicia go over what Mike went over with you guys one more time. We're gonna answer any questions you may have. And Alicia, we don't have 10 spots open any longer. How many do we have?
4.
Okay, so we only have 4 spots open. Okay. So if I'm gonna have Alicia, I'm gonna highlight you. I'm gonna have you go through.
There I am.
Hi.
Hi.
Not my first time on Zoom, although I was playing a first timer a couple minutes ago. So I'm gonna have you go through what Mike went through. We're gonna answer some questions, and then the way we're gonna end the day is talking about mastering yourself.
Mastering yourself. Who better to do it than you? You want something done, you do it yourself. But make sure you surround yourself with the best. Okay. Did you see my little coffee mug?
It's very cute. I'm slightly envious. But I've been told I'm not allowed to get any more mugs because I have a mug collection that's quite robust.
Yeah, but you have 2 houses. So then you have 2 collections.
I know, and they're both amazing. Both amazing mug collections, but I digress. We're not here to talk about mugs. We're here to talk about changing lives.
All right. Low system resources. I don't understand. Zoom is doing crazy things today. Okay, let me pull this up. Please hold. Okay. I was just talking to Mara. Okay, hold on one second. For those of you guys that don't know Mara, she's a huge talent manager. She's like, wait, are we doing a training on Christmas? No, we're not.
We're dedicated, but not quite that dedicated.
I'm like, no. Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen. So I don't have a PowerPoint, Deneen. I just have the 1 page. Is that fine?
That's all I sent it to you. I sent you a slides. I shared it with you earlier.
Slides. Okay, hold on. Please hold. Let me find it. Please hold.
Okay. It should be in your email. This is how we do here. You know what I can do? I can also share it with you again. This way it's at the top. How does that sound?
That sounds good. Okay. I have slides, but it's only 1 slide.
Yeah, it's 1 slide.
Oh, okay. That's what I have. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's just 1. And then it's really cool. It like zooms in. I'm pretty proficient on.
I see that. Hold on. Let me just go here.
And you know what? If you guys are bored, later on you can come to our comedy routine. We're going to be doing some improv. We're going to do it live on Instagram.
Yeah.
She'll do the robot. I'm not doing the robot. My robot's rusty.
It's going to be swell. Okay, hold on.
It's going to be swell. Yeah. P.S. Lilini, I still don't know where you came up with the idea to put us on YouTube, by the way.
What happened? You sent me a link. What was that?
So I'm innocently, I'll crush it. I do crush everything. Just kidding, Draymond. So I'm innocently going through something and I see this video. It's you and me and it's all purple. I'm like, there is no way that anyone would put us singing Don't Stop Believin' on YouTube. And then I found the perpetrator of the crime, Lilini. I shared it with you. I was like,
I didn't look. My phone keeps saying out of memory. So I don't know what that's all about. You would swear like my whole phone wasn't VIP and this kid, Caden. Man.
Well,
okay.
It's a YouTube
really?
video. Yeah, we're on YouTube. We're YouTube sensations. Congratulations, everyone. Welcome to our new channel.
We're really drinking. I mean, we have fun, but really? Don't Stop Believing. Journey. It's our song. Every time we hear it. All right. Let's just be done.
Let's not play it.
Let's just go over this real quick. All right, so there's only 3 spots left.
Oh, 3. Okay, we're down 1.
Here, let me find this thing called Zoom. Lately, I don't know what I'm doing. See, just like now. Can you guys see my screen?
No, we can see you though.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Hold on.
Come back to Zoom.
I see. All right, share.
Yes, there we go. Okay. Hopefully it's not the YouTube video. Hopefully.
Is this it?
Yes, that's it.
The world premiere of. It wasn't just us though. We had Desiree Thompson, right? We had Lily.
Well, it was just us in the YouTube.
Oh shit! I mean, really?
Amazing. We should have a reprise.
What? Okay. Yeah, I'll look at it later. Okay. Hollywood Fast Track. Can you guys see it?
Indeed,
yeah?
we can.
Okay, thanks. Hi, guys. Okay, thanks. Hollywood Fast Track, Improv Mastery, and Spotlight. I want to say Spotlight Challenge because I feel like that's always a challenge. Spotlight Headshots. 6 weeks improv training with Haviland plus bonus live training in Hollywood. I don't know about you, but even if you didn't want to be an actor, getting improv training, let's just think about this right now. And I deal with a lot of people. I only want to model. You sound like a fool when you say that. Unless you are 5'11", size 0, freak of nature, 15 years old, you need to think past yourself and past your ego. You look more like everybody else. Why wouldn't you even consider acting? And even if you were modeling, how many of you guys know that models technically do improv? Look cold, look sexy, look like improv is everything. And why not have real training? You're going to get 6 weeks of live training with Haviland. Haviland went to Juilliard. She starred on Rent in Broadway. I mean, she starred in Les Mis. She's done tremendous things. Plus, also, when you go out to Hollywood, you're going to get live training in Hollywood. So I don't know about you, but I would have like proof of concept showing that like you're on set with her, that you're in class with her. How many of you guys have ever been to Hollywood before? If you haven't, it's life-changing. But to get that improv training, that's phenomenal. You're also going to get 12 months training with Ryan Colby, Prime Mover Sessions. Obviously, Ryan he's really good at what he does. He doesn't just represent high fashion. He also represents television and film. And, just even whether or not he's interested in managing you or representing you, having proximity to Ryan really can change your life. He understands his business backwards and forwards. And I don't know about you, but if it was good enough for Anna Winter, it's definitely good enough for VIP Ignite. So even going down to April, I was so glad when you asked him the questions about makeup. We hear this a lot about like skin tones and makeup and lip colors and even what you should be wearing on Zoom auditions. I had a conversation the other day with Tanya and she was talking about and I know she mentioned it yesterday where somebody showed up with like pink hair. The reason why Nutrisystem and Weight Watchers works isn't because they're not just giving you a diet to follow, they're holding you accountable and they have systems. And I want you guys to understand that there are so many companies out there that just take your money and they're like, you're on a website, which we obviously all know you cannot get real castings from websites. But to have somebody like Ryan Colby in 12 months, think about where you are to where it is that you want to be, having him hold you accountable, getting to meet your team. No one's really going to understand this journey of yours other than other people that are on the same path. I think about it a lot. William Shatner, for an example, went to the damn moon. Imagine when he came back trying to explain to everybody the things that he went through, even Neil Armstrong or John Glenn or anybody, right? But if you're really trying to get into this industry, being around other prime movers, you're only going to excel because your problems that you feel that you're alone and you're lost, guess what? Most people in the group have been exactly where you've been, if not worse. And I love the fact that we're doing that. 6 character development and character sheets with looks, monologues and recommended characters and style. the other night when we were on the line with Mara sent me a picture of a book, and I don't know if I posted it or not. Deneen, I think I sent it to you. But even having Mara, there's a book that really details the 6 characters of any like major television show, any motion picture, to even get the training about those 6 characters. It's almost like the hero's journey. You know what's going to be in everything that you're watching these days. And if you don't believe me, do a little bit of research on that. But then also getting headshots to correlate with that. Somebody scale 1 to 10, how much is that life-changing? That's huge, right? Plus your character development headshots while you're in Hollywood. So when you go out to Hollywood, not only are you going to get a chance to train with Haviland Live, but we're also going to be doing the headshots there. And, Deneen, so often people tell me that they run out and they get headshots done because they don't even know. They just run out and they get headshots done with somebody local. Why? What are you doing? You need to get the headshots. You need to get them done properly. You need to make sure that you are dressed appropriately. So we're going to do all that together. You're also going to get truth management, acting division, price lists, and you're going to get weekly success training for that. We've been heavily focused on the modeling aspect, and now how many of you guys have seen Hollywood kind of has left Hollywood? Vegas has a huge market right now, Atlanta, even Florida. Hollywood has been tremendous. Obviously, it's between that and New York, those are the A+ markets. But the cool thing with going out to Hollywood and getting your headshots done appropriately, and then also getting the trainings, is so that when you go back home, you actually have like the marketing materials to match like those level 10 opportunities, right? How many of you guys see the vision, right? I hope you do. And then obviously the eco partnership model scout training, which I've been getting text messages like nonstop about this. And the biggest thing I find with the scout training, how many of you guys have, and I talk about the bad boyfriends all the time, how many of you guys know that VIP Ignite is different? For the people that have been to our live events, I know the last Hollywood event, we had the writer of X-Men there. We've had Grammy winners, Tony winners, Academy Award winners, the head writer for Saturday Night Live. Sometimes when you meet these people, you're like, oh shit, like how did this even happen? Well, VIP Ignite happened, right? So if you could explain your journey to somebody else, and maybe somebody who's been struggling or unfortunately has been scammed, misled, lied to, cheated on, like the bad boyfriend, sorry guys, why wouldn't you want to help make a difference? And that's really, we're going to teach you how to do that. Plus also anybody here that runs their own business, the entrepreneurial skills we're going to give you and the marketing and all that stuff. It really can propel everything, including your journey into television and film. And I want you guys to think about it. If all that did was when you got a chance to sit down in front of a real casting director or an agent, or even somebody, let's say you're in Hollywood and you meet somebody on the street, oh, what do? Imagine the verbiage. Imagine understanding the psychology as to why casting directors choose. How much would that even help you understanding the business of the business? Right? That totally makes sense. And then plus also if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. I mean, my kid, I'm working from home. I love the fact that my kid is watching The Grinch, and we're going to be baking Christmas cookies later. I'm not telling you they're going to be good because most likely they're not. But I love the fact that I can work from home. And, scouting back in the day, I'll tell you, I used to have to go out there and, peddle these little business cards out there. And you could still do that. But to learn how to do stuff from your own home is something that no one can ever take away. A resource for you to be able to make additional income. So again, this entire program is valued at $11,882. And for today only, it's only $997. So some of you guys that are on this call have already texted and have already purchased this because you're already a member of the company. If you've never been through our interview process, I apologize. You're not going to get our cell phone numbers. You're going to have to go through the interview process the way they did, right? Everybody else who's on this call that is a member of VIP Ignite. Because remember, these services are not for sale. We have to make sure that you're, a top-notch person, that you could handle being in the rooms with the most amazing people. And not only that, but if you're working with VIP Ignite, no offense, for $997, why would I want to talk to a loser over and over and over again who is going to use my name and reputation or Mike's or Deneen's and do ill will, right? So for $997, it's not worth it for us. I mean, it really isn't. By the time you get your headshots, that's $997 right there, just for the headshots. I can't even believe we're doing all this for $997. So for those of you guys that texted me, great. I'm gonna tell you right now, you can either pay for it in full, but you have to be able to hold it with the deposit. So just so you understand, you have to be able to hold it with the deposit. If you're unable to do that, then I'm not even interested in what's left. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? So if you've not scheduled, there's the link again. Here's the link. Oh, thank you, Jemima. Everybody say hi, Jemima. Hi, Jemima.
Also, I'm just gonna add something really quickly
please.
too. Not piggybacking, which we haven't done yet this weekend, but
Drinking
so
game. Piggyback.
so if you have scheduled an interview, but you've already discussed everything with us, I've gone ahead and canceled your interview. Don't take it personally. It's not that we don't love you. It's just that we're opening up spots for other people. Okay. And I also sent text messages and whatnot. So it's not like, what the heck? So just so you know that. So does anyone have any questions about what Mike and Alicia have talked about? No? Okay, so let me ask a better question. Who's excited about this? Romel, you know what? Everyone say in 2 seconds. Hold on. Everyone say.
Romel showed up late
Hold
yesterday.
on. Everyone say bye, Romel.
And that's why our services are not for sale.
That's why. One of the first pillars of professionalism is not how long is this going to be. Lori Cotton has a question.
How long would you like it to be?
I know. Today's been pretty dang awesome, right? I'm really coveting the Santa Claus mug. I'm not going to lie. Not good. Okay. Awesome. Lori Cotton, you have a question? If you do, raise your Zoom hand. Because I see your hand. I don't know if you're waving at me or if you have a question. All right. You asked. Oh, thank you, Yaz. I'm like so all over the place. She's like, Deneen, you asked who is excited. Okay. You are excited. I apologize. All right. Yaz, do you have a question? Hold on. Okay. We have a question. We have a question coming in. Incoming question. All right, Yaz. Ask to unmute. Try again. Unmute yourself one more time.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
It's not a question. I just want to give feedback again. This has been an amazing weekend. Like really, I've never taken more notes than I have now. This has been a kick in my butt so hard and a water of cold water over my head, a bucket. It's been amazing. So thank you so much. I have learned so much and I have grown so much. And I have made the decision now that I am all in. And I'll send you the email that we already have discussed. So thank you. I just needed to give you the feedback that keep going. It's been amazing. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do from all of us.
Yes, thank you. I feel like that is probably the best Christmas present I could ever receive. People are like, what do you want for Christmas? I'm like, I think I just got it. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Are you gonna cry? Is that what's happening? She
There's
hasn't cried yet on this call.
No, you know
Hold
what?
on,
There's
Denise. You want to talk about it?
no there's a double reason that I want to cry, but that's not something we'll discuss on this call.
Oh.
It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing, of course. For me, this has been one of our best boot camps also. It's also been there are a lot of reasons that it's emotional behind the scenes. So but I'm really excited to see all of you. I can't wait to see you guys in Hollywood. I'm really excited about this was an astounding boot camp. The adjectives are just getting better and better and better. I love it. No, but this has been amazing. And I think the reason that it's been amazing for me is that like the best part about what we do is helping change lives, helping the transformation stories. And as I go through each and every one of you, like I can probably tell a story about most of you, especially if we work with you in person about just the transformation that's gone on. And I'm just really proud of you guys for being here. I mean, we're like I don't want to even say it out loud, but it's 10 days until Christmas. There are so many other things you guys could have been doing this weekend, but you showed up for yourselves. And I'm really excited about that because one of the things about self-mastery, which what I'm supposed to start talking about now, is just like being consistent. Because so many times, like, and Alicia used to tell me stories. Okay, Deneen, this is how some people are. And I'm like, no. But for me, like seeing you guys show up for yourselves, being consistent, following directions, right? The wax on, wax off. Like yesterday we talked about like how many of you were here yesterday at the beginning of the day? Right? I had a bunch of people, yeah, I'm in, Mr. Miyagi, wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. And I said that there were going to be a portion of people that didn't make it to the end of day 2. And I was right. But you know what I love? That those of you that are here, I did. And I will, that's going to be a part of I'm going to say that every time because it's the truth. Because sometimes like on day 1, you get excited. There are these people that are, yeah. And like we, like after each day, like we have a group call. And we're like, oh my gosh, this person, this person, this person.
It really
and
stood out. Yeah.
There are so many times where you have that person on day 1, they're all in. They're like right in the middle. Yeah, comment. And then day 2, you're like,
where are they?
Hello? Hey, Miss Excited, where are you? And it's amazing to see you.
They're full of excuses.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? It's maybe they're full of excuses, yes, but they haven't mastered themselves. They haven't learned the discipline. They haven't shown up. And you know what? We've had a lot of people, a lot of our inner circle. They show up on that first boot camp and then they're like, yeah, no, not for me. And then they come on the next boot camp and they stay a little bit longer, not for me. And then the third one, like, okay, fine. I get it now. So like, I have high expectations for people, but this is what I understand is that once you get to the point where you're mastering yourself, and it's those little things like I talked about this morning, and I talked Mike's off. I talked Mike's ear off for like 20 minutes about a 9-minute podcast. He was like, okay, I get it. That's a really cool thing, right? But like just little things like continuing to grow yourself, right? Continuing not only to grow yourself in the art of acting or modeling, but also growing your mindset, growing your financial literacy. We spoke about that as well. Growing all of these different things will take you to that place that you want to go. So, and I'm like dead in the middle of a series that I'm doing on TikTok and on Instagram right now on mastering yourself, right? On ending 2024 strong so you can start 2025 like in momentum. And an object in motion is easier to remain in motion than if you stop and then you try to start. So this is my hope for each and every person who's still on here. My hope, first of all, is that you did schedule an interview to go to Hollywood, because this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And when Mike was like, yeah, we're going to do this and this and this, and I was like, pump the brakes a little bit. He's like, no, Deneen, you know what? Like, I want people to end 2024 in motion so they can start 2025 in momentum. And what a better way to be in momentum to start working with Hubble and doing improv, than having the opportunity to do your character headshots, to start working with Ryan Colby this Thursday. Everyone in the comments say this Thursday. This Thursday, Ryan Colby is going to start working with you. This Thursday. You don't have to wait until January 1st, the day, new year, new me. No, you're starting now. Okay. And so for me, seeing all of you here being ready to go, that's self-mastery. Because between you and me, I'd rather be baking Christmas cookies and drinking wassail and singing Christmas carols, right? Because that's the holiday season.
Wait, what's wassail?
Mulled wine, pretty much.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, my British is coming out, even though I'm from South Jersey. I can't help it. But this is what I want you guys to understand. I don't think it's eggnog. Now I'm gonna have to Google. I don't think it's eggnog. That's kind of like
or.
What?
I'll take either or. But continue.
Yes, but anyway, so self-master. See, Kingston, you knocked me off my self-mastery horse. Thank you very much. Getting me distracted by eggnog. But I want you guys to understand the way that you end this year is the way you're going to start your next year. So don't take your foot off the gas. If you're in school, which you all are, make sure that you go, oh, thank you. I was right. I like being right. Anyway, but make sure that if you're in school, start doing the 21-day challenge. Start going through the materials that we have. Like, don't wait until January 1st, because you know what? Then you'll just be average. Something else I learned, and then we're going to end on this. We're going to drop the link one more time, and then we're going to end on this, okay? And this is something, if you are in New York, don't cheat, okay? But if this is average, okay, so in your life, who here wants to be below average, average, or extraordinary? What do you want out of your life? Type it in the comments. Do you want to be below average, average, or extraordinary? Type it in the comments. And again, you're not telling me, this is what you're speaking into your own life. So if you're commenting, great. If you're not, obviously you're not all in. Okay, great. You all want to be extraordinary. Okay. So if this is below average, oh, hold on, I have to get in there. This is below average, and this is average. Where does extraordinary start? Where does success start? It starts here. It literally starts by taking one more rep. It starts by putting 1 minute a day into your day to get 1 degree better. That's where it starts, because so many people, I want to be great. 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 They say that until they can't talk, but they won't do that one extra step. So if you're on this call, I want to exhort you. I want to encourage you. Take that one next step and start today. Don't wait until tomorrow. So if this morning when I was talking, you want to do one thing for 1 minute, do it tonight, because tomorrow, you're not guaranteed tomorrow. You're only guaranteed this moment. If you want to be extraordinary, you start immediately. Because the one thing I can say is we have a lot of projects. We're like, oh my gosh, this is a great idea. We'll start tomorrow. And tomorrow never comes. I'm the guiltiest of that, okay? I'm not pointing fingers, because when you point one finger at someone, 4 fingers are pointing back at you. Okay? So be extraordinary. Let's kick off 2025 by being in momentum, which means you need to start the motion now. So that's self-mastery for me. That's all I got. I don't think I really need to add anything else, except for I love you guys, and I'm so excited you guys were here, and I hope that we get to see so many of you in Hollywood. And that's a wrap.
Today for a greater tomorrow. I want you guys to think about this. On New Year's Eve, when everyone's going into debt, getting drunk, doing whatever they're doing, and sleeping in on the very first day of the year, their toast was, it's going to be my best year yet. Really? Let's see about that. Why not every day be the best you can be? So I'm excited. And it's not just about the character headshots or, coming out to Hollywood, which is amazing, but it's also learning the business of the business and being able to make residual income. There's a lot of money to be made. So, and doing something you love. All right, guys, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, in case I don't talk to you. And for anybody here that's a member of our company, take pictures of you and your family at the holidays. Share them with us, because we want to see everyone and see what life is like. And I hope everybody has a great and safe holiday.
Yeah.
And Deneen, I can't wait to see you in Florida.
I can't wait to be in Florida. I am so tired of being cold.
It's crazy. When I moved down to Florida, I was 8 months pregnant. And I was like, when am I going to see you guys next? Now I see Mike and Deneen every other week somewhere in the world.
Like, when am I going to have a break from you guys?
Kaden wants to go back to your house. He loved it. Anthony got really good with Chippy the elf. She got
oh my God, I've been sending. So you've totally destroyed my TikTok feed, because now it thinks I'm only interested in that elf. And I'm like, do this, do that, do this, do that. I want to get an elf for Mike. I think I might. Who knows? He can hear me though, so I can't.
It's fun. It's creative.
Yep.
Chippy right now is making sure Caden's on his best behavior because Santa's watching.
Oh, I sent you a good one for that.
I saw it. Okay. We're getting very creative.
Yes.
Who knew? All right,
Okay,
guys.
there you
Love
go.
you. Merry Christmas.
All right, guys. Have an amazing, amazing, amazing day. We can't wait to talk to you guys. Hasta luego. Feliz Navidad.
And if
Happy
you scheduled and we texted, just text us back. That's all. Or maybe we emailed you too.
Yep. So definitely get back to us. All right, guys.
That's it.
Have an amazing night. And everyone, please say thank you, Jemima, for being
Thank
so
you,
amazing.
Jemima.
She's been here all weekend with us. Thank you. And thank you, Mike and Alicia, for everything you've done to make this possible for all of us.
Thank you, Deneen, for hosting. I feel like we're at a big dinner right now. Thank you. Okay.
All right, guys.
All right.
All right. Have a great night. We'll see you this week.
Okay.
All right. Bye, guys.